lie, and I then had to assume that it was, and so I had to unlearn everything. And people still do it. They laugh at people and call someone ridiculous. Reptilians, what an idiot, flat Earth. Anyone who does that, mate, nope. You've got to leave your belief system at the door and say, what the fuck do we know? What does anybody know? You don't know. We just don't know, mate. You know what I mean? And flat Earth, man, they bring up so many good points, and that dude, Sartain was doing his best, but he did bring up a lot of points. So did Sartain as well, mate. I don't know what to believe.
That's who it was. Thank you for reminding me. We was trying to figure out who that guy was that was talking to them. It was Sartain. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it was really awesome, mate. And truly, man, I was thinking about you when they were in there talking about it, because without people like you, man, 104 episodes on this stuff, it's about being persistent and, you know, talking about what you're actually interested in. That's the number one thing for anyone who wants to be a Spaces host. You just got to talk about what you're actually interested in. And, man, you must be here for a reason. Congratulations to you, and keep up the good work, bro.
No doubt, Reptile. Shout out to you, man.
Oh, he didn't say. Or maybe he did before and I just knew it.
The reptilian has spoken.
Because for me, it's such a limbo thing. Like I struggle with a few things, you know, and I wonder if it is just indoctrination. I'll be honest. You know, I'm human. I'm fucking human. You know.
Hey, somebody tell Reptile he can still have an inner Earth on a flat plane. Y'all remind him.
Agartha.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah.
But have you guys looked into Agartha? They said when they looked down the hole in Antarctica, I don't know who it was, some kind of scientist went there and they looked down the hole and they saw Agartha. Like, is this where the fallen are being held to live? I mean, this is what Manly P. Hall speaks about, if you guys have researched him.
Hey, Sign, I've been asking people who are on the fence and who are still globers, but they're not like anti-flat earthers. Like, what are the things that are keeping you from making the jump? What exactly is it? Like, I'm trying to understand, because when I see things that flat earth has provided scientifically, experimentally, things like that, and historically, I'm like, bro, how can anyone not like jump to this side? So what is it for you?
I think it's just the fact that if there isn't the whole like logic of what reality is based on this kind of physical plane that we're on, right? And so even if you believe in a spiritual, you know, form of yourself or anything like that, or if you believe in heaven or hell or whatever, or even reincarnation, like those all still can operate and function within this idea that like the Big Bang, you know, is like reality, and we're really in this massive place, and there's like all these other opportunities for other life to be. Because I guess what I struggle with is like, if there isn't that, and this is a controlled, contained environment, this must be one within something else. Like kind of how Jason Brashears says a soliloquy inside of one. So like this reality, it would be like us playing. It'd be like we're captured in a game or an aquarium, and then there is actual reality outside of that. And that's what I need to know what that is, right? Like what's outside of these walls that we can't see past. That's what's fucking me up, right? And if we're on some endless flat or always expanding, you know, place, it's like, well, what the fuck is that then? You know, like what are we really at? Like, you know what I mean? Like. It leaves too many open possibilities, and it fucks up my brain, right? Like outside of our little enclosed reality, I don't know what's there at all. None of us. We have no idea what's there.
Okay, so but what about the things here, right? So instead of thinking about it like as in all reality and outside of this reality, let's just focus on this reality and focus on what we observe on this reality, this surface that we're on. Measurements, they say flat. Visualizations, they say flat. It's not until you start measuring the sky and angles that you get to roundness. So from that if you come into that perspective, is there anything there that's keeping you?
No, I suppose not.
Yo, that is a great way to
Oh,
put it, D3. It's like all the observable land is flat, and it's not until you get to the sky we start using curvature, bro. Oh, snap.
But on land, we have all different shapes, right? We have caverns and caves, we have mountains, you know, we have lakes, we have big valleys. Like we have all the shapes here, right? Like it's not exactly flat, right? It's just on the bigger scale of things. If you look at a long enough scale, then everything turns flat, right? Like if you look at a big enough.
I mean, we don't mean like smooth surface, like we know, like it's topographic. It's not curving the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, well, most of the Earth is water, okay? And you can start at a shot glass, you can go to a regular cup, a pool, a lake, and then finally the ocean. Scale doesn't change how water works, okay? Its physical properties are to maintain level and take the shape of whatever container it's in. So who cares about the actual Earth, the topographical plane? Well, the Earth is actually 75% water or more, and all of that measures flat. So GG.
I think we live in a place that's kind of like when you used to load up video game maps, you know, like a first person shooter, and you could zoom out in a way and you could see outside the map. You guys remember how like they would, like if there was like a tunnel, the only thing.
Yeah, and all the information we get about outside of the map is coming from the government. Anything you've got outside of the map came from satanic pedophiles. Hate to break it to you.
A sign. I know what you're talking about, and that's something I've wondered as well, because when you go up in a spaceship or in a rocket, I should say, and you watch the cameras, the horizon never changes. It just expands, but it never actually changes into a curvature downward. And you can see this based on the angle of the camera, right? If the camera is level, the plane is level. If the camera is down, it looks like it's curving. If it's up, it looks like it's curving the opposite direction slightly. So it's a really strange thing.
Yeah.
It's like you said, loading in a video game, right? That's like the horizon expanding.
But you know how like in a video game map, it's not all one giant solid chunk. Like if you were to expand out, you'd see that there's all different, like, you know, different shapes and levels to it, but it's connected, right? Like it feels like it's something more like that. Kind of like the concept behind Schrodinger's cat. Like it can exist there if you look and want it or need it to materialize. But as soon as you turn around and go the other direction and nothing needs to observe it, then it can go away. It literally can melt away and then reform itself as soon as you need to see it again, or you turn around and walk back to that position.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, but no, that's not true, man. Like everything exists as it is, right? Just because you're not looking at the forest doesn't mean the forest disappears, bro. That shit is still over there. Somebody else is gonna see it. The animals are there to see it. The trees themselves are there. Like it doesn't disappear.
If someone else were to see it, that's because they're actually looking for it or looking at it, and therefore it does materialize, right?
No, it's there. It doesn't just materialize because you're looking at it. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a cool thought experiment, that type of stuff, but it doesn't match reality, right? Just because I'm here and I'm not looking at the people in China doesn't mean they don't exist. Like they're there. They're over there. And yo, you know what else is funny is like all the maps you're talking about, the vast majority of game maps are flat.
I think the reason why that concept exists is because of quantum entanglement, right? We're talking about two places that can exist at the same time and change at the same time, no matter how far they are from each other. That means there's technically no communication, or it's just like it just is, right? There's no like actual like time that it's needed to change, or I'm not really explaining that part right.
No, I get what you're saying though, because I'm familiar with that part of it.
And you're,
like I said, it's really cool.
I guess it's also the thing, like when you think about the double slit experiment, right? Because that's like the other part of it. Like that behavior that we see those particles do, they won't do that only until it knows it's going to be observed. And then as soon as even if you're going to record it and observe it later, it'll still do that behavior. But if those particles know that at no time in space and time that it will be observed, it goes and does the other pattern. And so like that kind of like breaks my brain, you know, like when you think about that, because it's like, oh, okay, that means there's a consciousness to it. It's aware of when it's being when something's being aware of it, and it will basically do one activity or the other based on if we are trying to be aware of it. And as soon as we're not, it does its own like thing.
Well, there's two things about that. The first thing is it's not entirely accurate, but if you haven't seen the primer fields, you should definitely check that out. And then the second thing is, let's think about it, right? Even if it is something that's reacting to us, which it, that's neither here nor there. Let's say it is. What does that mean, right? That would mean that there's some type of information baked into it, right? Some type of information is there. So if you're coming from like Einsteinian physics, it threw away the ether, so there's nothing there. But if you go back to the ether model, then there is something there. And then what's beneath that, right?
Do you think the ether thing is, because I think the ether is a huge part of it. That's why it's been like removed from like our scientific vocabulary and all that shit, you know? Quite literally, like ether's faster than the speed of light. So that must be what we're talking about, right? Like if we're talking about particles that can change, faster than light speed, that must be it, right? Like an ether type of communication.
That's it. There's something there, right? And my theory is there's something even beneath what we consider to be ether, because ether is something that's having an effect on electromagnetism, right? Electromagnetism is propagating from the field, which is what we call ether. Physics calls it the field. But what's informing the field to act the way it does? What's informing it to shape electromagnetism the way it does, right? What's causing the oscillations in the field?
Consciousness.
Exactly, right? There's something, we call it consciousness, information, God, whatever you want to call it. There's something metaphysical behind the physical that's causing it.
Right? I mean,
gotta be.
What else would make sense for it to be aware of itself and us, and also like have that type of communication, and so it's like it's a living thing.
Yep, I agree.
It's actually, Alan was talking about this. That was something that I really liked, that experiment, because I thought, oh, it's changing, until Alan has a presentation on it. If he was here, he could explain a lot better than I can, because I still understand it the way that you said it, because it fascinated me. But you know how you're supposed to have the bands, right? It's a probability. They refer to it as a probability distribution, and they say that if you're looking, then it's just like two. Looks like ping pong balls going through the holes, hitting the plate. But if you're watching, or no, if you're not watching, if you're not watching, then you get this probability distribution of all these bands. And the presentation that he did on it, they used a laser and everything, but he basically told me, well, yeah, they've never showed you the two different ones. They show half of one and half of the other and say, see, they're different, but if you get both of them, it looks identical. He said nobody has ever seen what they claim. There's no pictures of it. They can't. And then one guy that used that laser, he's sitting there, he's doing everything in the world to try and get it to, break up, and just look like ping pong balls going through. Nothing. Can't get it to happen.
Right, because the particles actually will double themselves, right? Like it's like if you pay attention, it'll behave, and if you don't pay attention, it'll like it'll split into two and then go through both slits, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. They're just, I know I was told the same story you are. I learn it the same way, and it's just the wildest thing you ever heard in your life. But actually, it doesn't happen. It does not happen. Nobody's recorded it happening. You can't see it happening. They just talk about it. And if you actually look at both side by side, they look nearly identical. Alan could explain it a lot better than I can. I was rather deflated because I spent a lot of time reading about that to learn about the phenomenon. And it's not actually doing that. It actually, the guy demonstrates with a laser. You're looking at it, you can see it. And there's the bands. There's the probability distribution that they claim is happening.
Yeah, thanks for elaborating on that, Ken. That's exactly what I was saying. It's a highly talked about thing, but it's really not a thing. It's a little inaccurate in the way it's told to people.
Yeah, I was shocked. I was sure there was something he was missing when he was telling me, because I thought, man, I've read about this way too much. But then when you go to looking, what they're claiming, they don't present what happens when you're looking. They present what happens when you're not looking, because that's what everybody's fascinated with. Oh, how does it do that when you're not looking? And but Alan did an entire presentation on it. I used to be able to break it down by where they get split, where they go through, because they had what do they call the first one? I forget what they call it now. But there was two different experiments. One where they had the double slits and they did it without the camera, and then they did it with the camera, and then they did another one where it goes through one side or the other and it hits a beam splitter, and then it's got four different ways it can go to the right, and one way that the twin idler goes to the left. And they make a lot of claims. Thing is nobody can actually demonstrate that where you can look at it. It's written down, but it's not. Anybody that messes with it, they actually had a video of someone doing the same thing, and it doesn't happen. I was shocked. It just doesn't happen.
A sign. I think one experiment for yourself that you can try is to get out of theory and just look at what we can observe, and not only observe but measure here on the surface, and come at it from that perspective, and then see if you're still on the fence after that.
It's one of those things where it's like everything is light and things that are either showing up or not. So it's even the nature of reality is this kind of like a weird concept. Like we're more of thought and the ether that we are of this mass, of this solid material. It's like we're more of the mind than of the material, or the matter, in some weird way.
I agree. That may be true, but the matter here does exist. We are here.
I feel bad.
Anybody else want to chime in?
I saw someone with their hand up. I felt bad. I wasn't.
Yeah, I've got a question for you guys. Maybe someone knows about it. Do you guys know about the Schumann resonance?
Is that on par with the Akashic records, or is it kind of the same thing? Or, as I understand it, it's like
It's the
of all things, right? It's basically the impression.
432.
And that's supposed to be the Earth resonant frequency.
Yeah, I mean, I think they say it's like 7 hertz, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, the 432, that's the universe frequency.
Yeah, I forget what specific frequency the Schumann resonance is, but if you ever look at a Schumann resonance board, which you can online, you can just look up a Schumann resonance board and it'll show you a picture of it. And there is a cathedral, I forget where it's at. I can post a picture up in the nest, but there is a cathedral that has that same exact design on the floor of a cathedral. And it's just the wildest thing to look at because in the cathedral, it's massive. It takes up a big area. But on the Schumann resonance board that you can actually buy and use to create that resonant frequency, it's little bitty. You can fit it in your hand.
Yeah, the Schumann is the 7.83. The Earth is the 432.
Yeah.
And interestingly, the Great Pyramid at Giza is 440, which is what we tune our music to.
Oh yeah, and it's kind of toxic, supposedly, or just not exactly healing.
Can you guys talk more about that? Because that's really what I was coming up here to talk about. Well, to ask about.
Well, the 432 is also supposedly what the human heart's frequency is at too. Like I read that somewhere just recently. And it like matches the Earth, which would make sense in some way. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the heart chakra. If you get into the Indian yoga, you can learn a lot about that. Interesting stuff.
What do you guys feel about it though, as a flat earther?
Feel like it's a waste of time.
But it's not though, because there are some theories that say that the Schumann resonance is coming from the moon. And there are some theories that also say that the moon could be artificial. So that has implications.
Mila, what do you mean? Feel about what?
The Schumann and everything that Keon just said. As a flat earther, I just want to know how you guys approach that conversation.
I think everyone would approach it differently. For me, I believe that what Tesla was saying is pretty much on point. There are resonances. There's specific frequencies that multiply and converge and create things and vibrate things and all of that stuff. So I'm fully on board with it. I don't believe in a lot of the woo-woo stuff, but the scientific stuff, that aspect, I'm with it.
Hey, what you mean by woo woo?
But it's not though.
Talking about chakras when he says woo woo.
But let me tell you this.
Yeah, if you don't know, hold on, wait 1 second, Keon, because this dude's coming at me with the chakra thing. Go look up the how the Koreans verified the ley lines of the body that had been talked about in Chinese medicine forever, and then you can come back to me with information that contradicts the energy centers of the body, brother.
Brother?
I ain't gonna lie, that acupuncture it look like it be hitting.
All right, well, we have the meridian channels, and I know those still work with the chakras, but like when I was learning Reiki and Shiatsu, those are basically like channels that can get blocked, right? And so you just press associated areas reference to that pain, and you don't have to work on the actual spot itself. It's just like where that reference is. So there is something interesting to that. I don't know how it works with the chakra stuff exactly.
Well, it's not a easy thing, right? There's different schools about it. There's different theories about it, and then there's the actual proven stuff about it. And that's kind of like where I try to lean mostly. But think about it like this, right? We can continue to think that everything in the body is separate systems, or we can get over it and figure out something that's pretty clear, should be clear, that this is all one system with different aspects, different things interacting together. You know what I mean? That it's a holistic versus a separated approach, which is the same thing when we're talking about the universe, right? Is everything connected, or is it all just a bunch of random balls flying around through empty space, right? Same kind of concept.
The problem is that, like, the end game for all these chakra people is that they think they're going to be some sort of enlightened being, enlightened master, and they think that they are God. And that's the problem with the end game, is like, sure, everything can be connected. I could agree to that, but that doesn't mean you're God.
Yeah, I'm so with you on that, and that's why I had to clarify where I come from with it. Yeah, like, if everybody was able to just open their third eye at a whim just by sitting down and meditating, and that kind of stuff, like, we'd be floating around on rugs, right? It's just not happening, bro.
We're all like our own romantic comedy wrapped into one. Like, our existence is kind of sad and meaningless. We live on an ocean of chaos that we can't really control where we're going, but we can put on our little kayak or, a little canoe, and we can paddle away, and like, if the waves are going in the direction we want to go, then we can go there fairly easy. But if we want to cross that shit and it's like if it's like whitewater and it's going against in the other direction, well, we're going to be paddling really fucking hard, and we might move just a little bit. But it's like, there's things that you can go with the flow or go against it. And it's definitely like what this reality is like. You can tell there are things that you should go with the flow, and going against it's just going to bring you harm, And it's kind of like, it kind of pops up and show you can kind of like discover this in so many ways. I don't know.
But is society designed to go with the flow? Is the way that society is set up right now designed to go with the natural flow and that natural energy?
Definitely not.
Right. It's the funniest thing, because we're responsible for doing it to ourselves. Even if we want to say like it's them, well, they're still just versions of us. It's at the end of the day, it's us doing it to us. It's so annoying.
They, them is always us, we, us. It's like the government is actually us. We are the government. It's like, and then these evil whatever. Well, that's us too, because there is nobody is a like guy from a melodrama. You're not all good guy or all bad guy. I mean, even Hitler liked kittens, right? So it's like, there's like good people that'll do bad things, and there's bad people that'll do good things. So nobody is as black and white as that. So it's like we all have a little bit of that fucked up shit and that good shit.
Yep.
So I want to pipe in.
Pipe it.
Yeah. Jumping back a little bit, I like to emphasize this for folks. Somebody was talking about how they can't understand globies that are almost there, but they can't step across the threshold. And this is the second most difficult thing for flat earthers. First is figuring it out themselves, and then they forget that we started out learning the globe before we could talk. And there is a way to understand why it's so hard for the people left behind. And it's, I think, very important for us to stop and figure out, and everybody can do it, why people get stuck. There's a lot of obstacles, and they're very big. They're fundamental in life. It's your family, your society, your identity. These things are critical to individuals. And we know when people get flat earth, they do it on their own time, in their own world, solo. It's not something you can persuade somebody. They got to work through it in their brains privately. And it's really important for folks that are frustrated about globies, the good ones, that there's important reasons why it's so tough on them. And we just need to know that and deal with that. That's it.
You know why? It's because it's always about the kids. The first 7 years of your life, whatever world you live in that part, will pretty much be where you will draw from for the rest of your life, more or less. I mean, you can have fundamental changes here and there, milestones, but you know, if you're like having something laid down heavy, like a doctrine or concepts, those first 7 years of your life, it's hard to break away from those things. That's why things we were raised with, it's so hard for us to break away, even if it's a terrible thing for us, you know, because it's because of that very reason, those first years.
Yeah, it's an excellent point.
We learn about critical thinking after we're already completely brainwashed.
Is that fucked up?
Another good point. That's another good point.
So fucked up.
Especially if your parents aren't like teaching it to you at an early age, right?
I mean, what do you guys even say when somebody asks you why is flat Earth important? Like, what does that change for me? If they're into religion and astrology and, you know, all those stuff.
I guess it would depend on which religion, how it would
I am a
change their
Christian.
opinions.
I'm a school teacher. And I'm asking you, why does flat Earth matter? What does it change for me? I got other shit to worry about. Why does Earth matter?
Oh, this is a good one and a very common one. For me, if someone's asking me that directly, I'm like, all right, well, if it's flat, then we need to consider the model of the universe, right? The model of not only the solar system, but the entire universe that we see. So if it's flat, that's the first step to reconsidering what's going on above us. Because if it's flat, then it's probably not spinning the way they're saying it is and orbiting the way they're saying it is, right? So then it's what is our placement within this greater structure? And then why is it that we are here at this place where we don't seem to see a duplicate place in this structure that is like what we have here? So that kind of puts us in a, I don't want to say special place, but you know, a place where life exists, where we haven't really found that elsewhere. We've got good guesstimates about other planets, but those are just guesstimates, right? We haven't been there. We can't verify any of that. So then that would mean we're at the center of a system of intelligence, right? As we were talking about before, you can't get something from nothing, and there's something that's creating everything, whether you call it God or information or whatever else. That changes your view from being like a nihilist, like, yeah, I'm just here on a speck of dust in the middle of an endless infinity, right?
So short answers usually mean you understand what you're talking about. And we just got a question from a teacher, a school teacher, and we don't know what level students, but it's a personal question. Why does it matter? And it's the most important. And it's basically simple. Truth matters. And if you're living in deception, that's a problem for life. Also, the deception of the globe teaches children to disregard their personal experience with the world. Little kids we've heard over and over ask questions that break the globe, but they're told, never mind that, go out to play. And then that's going to really mess them up because it's unnatural. Also, everything else that's done by the rulers, the money system, property, taxes, war, all that stuff comes out of the basic deception of globe Earth. That's what I'd say.
Okay, it was I.
I'm gonna steal that, man. I'm just gonna be like, because truth matters. It's perfect.
Well, it was a hypothetical. I'm not a school teacher, but I'm saying, you guys, what you guys said would
Wait, man,
not
coming up
change
here
my
capping
mind.
me, look. Don't be coming up here capping now. No, I'm joking.
But what you guys said just now, that would not change my mind, right? If I'm religious, I'm a school teacher. I mean, I got integrity. I already know that truth matters, but I already believe I was taught this, so I don't think that it's untrue. You know what I mean? So like, what makes me like halt, right? Because the things that I believe in, okay, religion and astrology and all these things that people follow in the West sometimes, and I feel like that's the direction. Like I want to hear something that like crumples that up and throws it away. You know, like especially like the astrology part of it.
If you believe in
So
God,
you want something from a biblical perspective? Because I can give you that.
I've got one for you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Say
So they want to
astrology.
send your soul to hell for eternity,
Okay.
and they do that by lying to you from birth. If you think you're on a ball with a bunch of aliens and shit, you're probably not going to believe in God or any God. So it's just one way to control you while you're here and send your soul to hell in the next. So there you go.
I think I can say it much simpler. When you say
It's pretty simple.
that they're deceiving you, they're not deceiving you for the fun of it. They're not deceiving you because it's a game. They're deceiving you for a purpose. Why are they deceiving you? Why do they need you to believe that you're on a speck of dust in a vast universe? Why do they need you to believe that? Why do they need you to think that? And if you truly believe that, then you're going to base any future decisions on that. This is what we know. So if they tell you, "Oh, there's a whole host of aliens coming this way and they're going to take over the world. We've got to do something." If you believe space is there, you're like, "Yeah, whatever you need, let's do that. Whatever the answer is, let's do that." But if you already know that this is a created place and you know there is no outer space, then you don't buy into any of that. You know, that's not happening. They're not lying to you because it's convenient or, whatever. They're lying to you to deceive you, and they're deceiving you with a purpose. They have a plan in mind. Now, many believe that it's the route to one world government, the ultimate communist regime, where you control the entire world. You take everything away from the people. You give them nothing. You can deplete the population, get it down to manageable numbers where they can't rise up against you. You have the ability to stave them off if they were to have a revolution. And then you sit atop the rest of it. And nobody's going to see that coming. They're going to think, oh, we've got to band together, just like with these COVID shots. Because you got your shot. Why do you feel like I need mine? Because you need to comply. Because I'm not safe until you do it. And so everybody's going to come together for that one world government. And by the time you figure out the truth, it's going to be too late. If you know the truth now, you know why they're lying to you. And where's all that money going? If we're not going to space, where's all that money going? And so there's so many things tied to it that it's ridiculous. And who doesn't want to know the truth?
So you're saying that I'm a geography school teacher right now, okay? My mind is literally further away from flat Earth since you guys have been talking. Like I don't.
Why
No,
don't you look at
listen.
the
In this
evidence then
hypothetical
instead of
situation,
trying to
okay?
go based off of a wordy explanation?
Listen, in this hypothetical situation, I'm a geography teacher, and you're telling me that the people that pay me are lying about
Yes.
my
Yeah.
reality.
Or just
Yeah,
unaware.
that's how it
Or
works.
just
Yeah, your
unaware.
No,
bosses are liars.
Or just
that's
not
not necessarily
informed.
true, because you go to school and you teach geography and you don't believe it's a lie. Why should the people that you work for believe that it's a lie? They don't have to know that it's a lie. It's just like Cindy Holland with NASA. She says very few people even know that the Earth is flat. She was there for years and years and years, and she was high up. She says it wasn't until somebody made a comment that she had ever heard the Earth was flat, and she thought he was joking. But then when she got called in because she was being promoted, she had to know more. They told her, "We have something to tell you." And she thought it was a joke then, and then she realized it wasn't a joke. So the thought that everybody absolutely has to know is just simply not true. Everybody doesn't have to know. They don't have to know. They don't have to be lying. They believe it just like you do. Why wouldn't they? They've been taught that since they had the little sun, moon, and stars thing over their crib spinning when they were a baby. First thing they learn in kindergarten.
There's another element, like, because like not everybody like right now, like I'm one of those people. Like I'm not sure exactly where I'm landing with this, but I know that we're being lied to, and I know that it's not adding up with the globe model and all the stuff we're being fed. So for me, it's like I'm just pissed off because I can tell that that's all bullshit. It doesn't mean I know exactly and settled on exactly what this place is, but that's the point. I think the biggest point right now is I think they want us to be lost in time, so that we don't know where we are in time to praise our God on the correct day of the year, so that we don't know where we are in time, so we don't know where we are if we're past the 1,000 years after the return of Christ, right? Like think about the fact that they don't want us to know where we are in time, and I think that like might make more sense about it, like why our history has been lied about, and why we see a letter in front of 3 numbers when we look at some old Tataria shit. It's like, well, that suggests that like every number would be like a 10,000-year chunk if you were to think about like a time scale. And I've seen ones that say I-80. So we could be fucking like 60,000 years, like, off from where we think we are.
So take religion out of it. Why would they want to do that?
So that we wouldn't know where we are. So we know what this time period
Money,
is.
power, and control. All we've done is fight over land, like literally insignificant small patches of land. You really think like humanity wouldn't be enslaved to believing that this is all that we have available to us, and that would tie into the deception of like the lie, like, oh, it's not enough to just tell us like, oh yeah, we've done everything, but it's like the part of the indoctrination, like, hey, this is all the land that's available to you. So think in scarcity, think in this is gonna expire, think in the mindset of like this is all that you'll get.
Yeah.
So at this moment right now, right? I'm sorry. One more question. Let's say I'm literally responding to you guys with, okay, why does this matter to me? Right now, here, right now. After you guys have already explained all what you've said. What do you say after that?
I got an answer to that.
Okay.
So the thing is that it could be, right, that like the entire solar system is not what it looks like. So this goes into like who we are as human beings, because literally we don't know who we are, right? Like human beings don't know who they are, and that has to do with the earth as well. So it matters to everybody because it has to do with who we are as people, as individuals. So it includes everybody. So if they're lying, because like I said earlier, there are many theories about what the moon is, what these other planets are. So it could be that it's all connected, that this Earth and these other planets is connected, and they have something to do with who we are as people again.
I feel like this community needs something concrete. I'm sorry, you guys, but I'm on a roll this morning, and I'm like in my feelings right now because I'm constantly around people that is yabbering these weird questions in my ear, talking about why does it matter to me? Like, I got better things to worry about. Like, why you even like, you know what I mean? Like, why are you even interested in this? Why do you spend all this time trying to understand these things?
Okay, so let me finish. So,
and your responses are responses that I would give them, and that's not enough. Like it's
Yeah,
Hey, Mila,
yeah.
that's on them though. That's not on us.
Okay,
Right?
Kian. That's why I just painted the hypothetical as myself.
But this is the world to be in. I don't think we.
Mila, you mentioned astrology, right? You wanted an astrological answer. Okay, check this one out, right? Physics. All right. This actually has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, to be honest. This has to deal with physics and the connectedness or disconnectedness of everything, right? In Einsteinian physics, things are disconnected, right? That's where science is. All right, so what we are is this community is about truth. So the first thing that the other gentleman mentioned was truth is the number one thing, right? That's the most important. So now, what is the truth when we're talking about astrology, right? Things in the distance affecting us here. Now, whether they are directly affecting us through connection is one theory. But another way to look at it is that is the clock that we look at up there, and the clock is in tune with the energies, how the earth is changing. So this kind of makes it real to the point where you can say, okay, well, on this day, the earth has this type of energetic system in this area based on the clock that we see up there and the connections, the energetic connections that we know of. So as this entity is developing in a female's womb, it is being influenced by this connected information and energetic structure from there to here, and it is producing certain characteristics that this individual will grow into. That is the zodiac. That is something that has been all over the world for a long, long, long time. It's real, it's concrete, and if physics observes the truth that everything is connected, it makes a lot more sense than if everything is disconnected, right? They say that, a lot of people say it's bullshit because, oh, they're so far away, there's no way they could have any effect here. Yeah, in a disconnected universe, yeah, that's true.
Can I butt in here?
So the zodiac exists on a flat Earth. How does it change? Like, does it change at all? Like round versus flat?
Not really. Hey, the word you're looking for before is
no. It would be kinematic.
Just interconnected.
Yeah, I don't know. To answer the question, the answer would be no, because the positions of the stars work on both the globe and the flat plane.
That might be a problem, because at that point it's like, well, if it doesn't change anything, why the fuck do I care about flat Earth? I'm sorry, but this is the
you missed the yeah. That's what I was saying. It's not about. That's what I'm saying. So the astrology part is not really about flat Earth. That's why I made that distinction at the beginning. So if you want to come at it from another perspective, like why flat Earth matters, again, the only thing that I could think of is if it's flat, then we're not moving around in that orbit that they're talking about, which breaks the entire model.
Hey, D3, I don't know, man.
Wait.
I don't know if I completely 100% agree with that, because in the globe model, you can't have like no medium to those things in the sky, right? So when someone says, hey, like there seems to be some cyclical nature, I feel like I'm affected or I'm connected to that, they call that woo-woo, right? But if I can add physicality between where I'm at and what's in the sky, and there's some real connectivity there, now it gives validity to it. Now you got to acknowledge it. Now you got to address it.
That's
exactly. You want a material.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Explanation, right? And not just magic. Actually,
but we on the same page.
The globe Earth can't have a medium there. Like it can't have that there.
I think that's the answer, because I feel like, how is astrology even working if they don't have a medium on the globe Earth? Like, how is that's okay? So that's what blows it out of the water, right? Okay, thank you.
Newtonian's concept.
Good point,
of
Sacred.
absolute
Good
space.
point. Brought it home, baby. You brought it home.
Oh, I missed it. What happened?
Oh shit.
Catch the replay. Link in bio. Hit that.
Bro, can I jump in quickly?
Of course.
Right, so Mila, the reason is because the government took our freedoms. without needing to fire one single shot. We literally handed them over freely and willingly. And you sound like an intelligent woman. So this is the questions that I've got is not to call you stupid. It's literally just to highlight the true deception of everything. So just answer me the first question. How many months are in 1 year?
I promise you, I'm basically a flat earther. Like I was just giving you hypotheticals so I could convince my people.
Yeah, this is the thing that's going to help you. So how many months are in 1 year?
12.
What's 4 times 12?
Gonna have her doing
21.
like extended math right now and early in the stationary Saturdays game. Like what?
You'll understand it as soon as it happens, Sacred. Mila, what's 4 times 12?
48.
21.
48. How many? She's just answered. Why are you interrupting? How many weeks are in 1 year, Mila?
52.
Right, so if there's 52 weeks in 1 year and 4 times 12 equals 48, how do you suppose that there are only 12 months in 1 year?
Well, this is not gonna work, and this is my problem, because this is why I was so skeptical about answering these questions, because I have a completely different understanding about these things. Like I don't think 12 months are in a year. I'm completely out of here. Like that's why I said like this is really just
Mila, you played your part too good. You played your part too good. This is what you
I'm
get. This is what you
completely out of
get.
here, yo. Like for real. But I appreciate the questions, and I tried that. I tried that as well. They're not going, and I feel like I need them to come around at some point. So I feel like within our conversations, astrology is something that people like hold dear and near to them for some reason, just like religion, but for some reason astrology is like blanketed, and I feel like that's one of the ways that I could like change their perspective a little bit, or just point them in a different direction. But thank you.
One thing that's always
Much welcome.
One thing that's always worked for me, and I probably have about 6 to 8. I've never counted 6 to 8 people that have come around, and I never presented them with anything complicated, because the idea is it's not you convincing them, okay? You convincing them that it's flat or convincing them that they're being lied to is not the point. They have to convince themselves. And I always use simple things. Everybody understands air pressure or gas pressure. Everybody understands water. We see water all the time. We see it in the sink. We see it in the bathtub. We see it in swimming pools, buckets, cups, whatever. And everybody knows that water takes the shape of its container and that it's flat across the top. It's level. We use water for leveling. 71% of the Earth's surface is water. Having it wrap around a ball doesn't make any sense. Gas pressure needs a container. I mean, the definition of gas pressure is literally the pressure created by the molecules hitting the walls of the container, if you look it up. So,
But I think what she's saying, like I think the people that she's talking to, they may be past that point. Because you know what I realized is when people start saying why does it matter, that means they thinking. And it's like, oh shit, I gotta think a lot about this. I gotta my inner self is saying, yo, do I really want to spend the time to think of that? Like, why does this matter? Why should I wreck my entire reality? So I think you're right about it. Like they gotta find it in themselves to find that purpose or that value.
I'm sorry if I'm a little eager here, y'all. I'm sorry, Proud, go ahead.
I think you guys are thinking too deep into it. Anybody that's asking, like, why does it matter, clearly hasn't looked into it enough to even understand why we would be asking this question. I feel like Ken said, you can't force people to have a belief in something that they don't understand because they haven't took the time to look into. And I also don't think you can change somebody's opinion. Like, you can convince somebody who's willing to listen, but like, if they don't see that interfering with their everyday life, then they're one of the sheep that we talked
And
about.
right, and that's exactly where I'm at. Like, just getting someone to understand how this matters to them, right? And yeah, that's just where I'm at. Like, these are very intelligent people, right? So if I do like put it across to them with the water and stuff like that, like, it's really not about flat earth too, because I'm never arguing for flat earth. I don't have enough information to argue with them, right? I know what I know and I feel what I feel. That's why I'm here every Friday. But I'm not trying to convince anybody. I just don't want sheep around me. Sheeps. Clip that. Clip that
You
up.
want to spark them to think.
Yeah,
You want to spark them to do some critical thinking. I feel you.
exactly. And that's all it is. I just need something that sparks people in general, like, not even just because I'm always having these types of conversations, you know? So like, if I have something that I understand that would like appeal to like generally like most people, that works, you know?
Yeah, I think it depends on the
Copy.
person, doesn't it? Because like if I'm like with my mother, I brought up all kinds of questions to her and she got to where, I stopped and she got to where she asked a few questions and I couldn't tell if she was just trying to figure out a way to convince me that maybe I'm wrong or whatever. But my mother's religious, and I picked up her Bible and told her to open it to Genesis. And she opened it up to Genesis, and I said, read chapter 1. And I said, don't forget about everything you've learned, forget about everything I've told you. Don't think nothing. Let God tell you how the world was created. And when she went through it a week later, she came back and she said, I think you're right. That works with her, but it doesn't work with some of the people I work with because they didn't necessarily, I mean, they'll say, yeah, I believe in God, but they're not religious. They don't go to church. They can't quote any scripture to you whatsoever. So a God to them is just, yeah, it's a possibility. Everybody I know says there's a God. So yeah, there's a God. That's not going to convince them. What convinces them is some
Hey,
simple stuff. And other people, just want to know the truth. And there's so many facets to it that you have to learn so much. It's just like healing frequencies. You got someone that believes in healing frequencies. You got someone that believes in healing frequencies. Well, guess what? The earth has a frequency, music has a frequency, everything's got a frequency. Even matter. Matter has a frequency. And it gives off rocks give off different frequencies than trees and whatever. Everything moves, everything vibrates, everything has a frequency. You can go down through the list of things, but it requires time to look at them. And I would say, look at the person that you're talking to, figure out what piques their interest. And, if they have a certain interest that aligns with certain things, then you go that route with them. And so I don't think there's one thing that's going to convince all people.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, for me, it was just like, I always think about if I had complete and total power over somebody, or if I felt like someone had complete or total power over me, would I or would I not lie to them? Like, would I have to lie to somebody that I have complete power over? So, like, if you lying to me about where I live at, that's like the ultimate lie. Like, what is it about myself should I not know about? Like, what am I supposed to be? Or who am I for real? Then it opens like a whole new mindset.
Right, and that's where I'm at. Like, I just want to open people's mind because I feel like this is important. This is very important. Getting like this groundwork, getting people to just like open their minds up. You know what I mean? Like, because they'll end up at flat earth. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it always ends up there. Always. So like, I don't
that's a
ever have
fact.
to lead with it. You know what I mean? But when it gets there, I need to, be able to have these conversations because I feel like we're never going to get out of this loop if there's not a paradigm shift. And that requires collective consciousness. So this groundwork is very necessary, you guys. I feel it in my heart chakra, D3. I do.
Yeah, Mila, you could tell them to check out NASA and how they went to the moon as well as Mars. You know, tell them they're not going anywhere. From there, they can.
So that gets them riled up every time.
Hey, Coffee, I'm glad you're back. You heard that, right? It always ends on the flat earth, brother. You came just at the right time.
What's good, my guys? I see y'all holding it through the morning. That's what's up.
What's good? What's good?
Thank you, guys.
Yo, did we get any more demonstrations last night?
Hell no. Hell no.
Nah, man, they not as thorough as you, man. We appreciate that, bro.
Speaking of demonstrations, can I ask something, guys?
Sure.
Why do bubbles form into sphericals? Naturally.
Here we go.
Actually, like within our environment.
Wait, didn't you say that water like seeks level, but like bubbles are made under like liquid, yeah, like soap film? Like why don't they just like stay flat and rise? Like why do they turn into like a spherical?
Wait, before you get into that, I definitely want to add on to the last conversation that Milo was having, because I think that hit home for me.
Okay,
because
we'll get back to flat bubbles later.
Real quick. I'll be 30 seconds, I promise. Then we could go back to the fallacies about bubbles. There's a personal reason why I go hard on the truth, because the pandemic that happened, right? We as truthers stayed away from a lot of things, but a lot of our family members didn't. I lost a cousin. His mom went in for a ventilator that she didn't need. And I mean, I talked it up like crazy, and she left with a ventilator because it asphyxiated her lungs because she was perfectly healthy, but they put it there because she had a flu that they rebranded COVID. Now I have another relative that talked to death about that, and her current cancer, rabid cancer that she lost, she was over years ago, came back with a vengeance. And aside from tying my family members up, throwing them in the basement and locking them up and giving them food every once in a while, there's nothing I could say. There's Christians that have, I'm not a Christian yet, but they have a prayer or expression that says, Lord, give me the strength to accept what I can change. And give me the strength to give me the strength so I could do what I could change and accept what I can't change, or something like that. I completely messed that up, but you get what I'm saying. And that's the hardest part for me. What more should I get more receipts? You know how I do, try to remove it, agree and disagree from the equation. I'll just print up way more receipts. They'll have to listen then. And like Proud said, sometimes there's nothing you can say to that person. You could have all the facts stacked in the world. They have to make that decision. And they'll turn on CNN right after I gave them that lecture with facts, with receipts, with VAERS, with the accountability rate for the vaxes. I'll have them in black and white printed out for them to review. And an authority says something different. Fauci said something different, and they have a PhD. So that's a tough one to accept as a truther. It hits me home because I'm watching one of my relatives slowly wither away for their 7th booster. And you could see them visually fading away. And they will not make that correlation between the vax. And that's just something I have to accept and have to have the strength to while they're here, that possibility that they might not be here for a little while longer. So do what you can is my advice. Like Ken said, something resonates differently for somebody else. The Bible worked for that. Alan, you know how Alan is knowledgeable as hell. His mom was like, I don't know what you're saying, but Dave Wise and his documentary, I get it. I'm a flat earther. Say, hey, whatever works, Mom. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So don't keep trying. Try a different avenue. Sometimes the simplicity works. The complicated stuff that we are really good at researching sometimes doesn't help. You got to find out what resonates individual for that person.
Facts. I hate tackling it from a religious standpoint. Every time we talk about it and we get that one globe earther in here, you guys are all just occultists, nuts, and calling us all type of everything. But it's just like, yo, like everybody has their own like level of interpretation, whether they like the sciences, whether they like the religion part of it, whether they like the philosophical part of it. They want a correlative example. Some people some people have woken up through Mandela effect conversations. Like, oh, like, have you ever heard of it? Like, just putting them onto it and having them go down rabbit holes. Yeah, I think with this and conspiracies in general, like, there's so much to tackle it from. Like, everybody has their own, like, revenue, their own way to get the information to them to where it's gonna resonate with them the most.
Definitely. I feel like most people, if you ask them, yo, what's your sign? They got an answer for you. That's why I'm kind of like leaning on astrology that much.
Nah, the scientific community doesn't respect astrology. I can't. Even
Really?
not even a little bit.
Interesting.
Like, you know, they say like the billionaires study it and they make money off of it, but it's not like a PhD is gonna acute that with a credential. Like, they're not gonna respect an astrology major or nothing like that. But I get it because it's like I got my crystals and I charge my energy and I focus on stuff like that. I learn how to clear my chakras. So to me, it matters. But like, I'm not that brick wall. Somebody else might need their chakras cleared, but they think it's hoo ha. So they just disregard you. I think we see that with a lot of stuff.
I don't think I got the enough information to even sway a PhD, so I don't gotta worry about that part, I guess.
Can we
Plus, you
can
gotta
we talk
remember,
about bubbles
like,
again?
a lot of people.
Hey, Proud, you don't have a flat Earth cult robe?
You know, I'm actually kind of disappointed.
Oh, we going to Bubbles? Let's go to Bubbles.
We can talk about the Bible more. Do you want to talk about the Schofield Bible or the King James Bible or some other Bible? Which one?
Nah, you heard it. Bubbles.
You said bubble.
Bubbles. So you said that like we use like level water to check like
Yeah,
to make
I thought it
sure
was
shit's flat,
Bubbles,
but
bro. What happened to the Bubbles?
don't we use like a bubble to know where it's level? And that bubble's not flat. It's like a spherical, kind of like an oval.
Is that bubble water?
Yeah, I was about to say, relook at the level. Is it more bubble or more water?
Yeah,
Bodies
the container's got like a
bodies
flat
of
portion
water.
that we align with the bubble. But,
Bodies
like,
of water
what
find
we
its
use to
level.
like find the level
Bodies of
point
water.
isn't like a flat plane. It's like a spherical kind of like tic tac kind of shape.
Yeah, so as far as bubbles, you're talking about like a spirit level?
No, I'm talking about like
That's
real
like
bubbles.
a-
Like if
Yeah,
like everything
but I,
like wants to be like a plane or like flat plane Earth, like why do bubbles like take on the form of a spherical? Like why is it like a natural form to be like a spherical bubble? Because like I see bubbles everywhere, man. I have a bubble bath, I see bubbles.
It's called
cohesion.
surface tension, and since the pressure is equal or omnidirectional within that container, it creates a sphere. It's not that hard.
So Earth couldn't do that at all? Like it's an impossibility?
So you're saying that there's a big giant blowing up the Earth, making it into a bubble?
No, I'm saying
We don't even see
it's a
bubbles in
solid state
nature.
bubble. It used to be a plasma bubble that was emitted by the sun, but then it cooled down as it radiated its thermal energy, and the shell cooled and hardened.
Natural formation,
Who's speaking?
not, you know, something like that. Like those natural forming patterns that we see all through nature. You know, like, and they're not necessarily like a bubble. You know what I mean?
They're
What's the
bubblical. They
nature's
got wobbles in
strongest
them.
form?
Wobbles. The wobbles wave. The waves
Where do you
wobble.
see a bubble in nature?
Just go to the ocean.
Well, what about a bubble sitting on a table where it's
What a-
flat on the bottom and then
Ocean
it's
film on
got
the
a
ocean?
round bubble around it?
You go to the volcano vents, you see fucking thermal bubbles getting popped up.
Okay, hold on. For Mr. One Bubble, if someone else is answering, just please don't
apologize,
speak
I
over
apologize.
them
I'm
because we're
sorry.
getting a lot of people speaking over each other. Okay, go ahead, guys.
You see why we appreciate you, Coffee?
Hey, Double Bubble! I recognize your voice. I know you, Double Bubble. I mean, Single Bubble.
I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think I
sort
know
of
you.
a
Hey, by the way, hey
scattergun
Sacred, hey
of-
Ken, hey Played Proud for Left, hey Alan, King of the Kinematics, hey Concave, okay, everyone else.
Yeah, so you scattergunned a lot of stuff there. You went from water. Doesn't water use a bubble to tell you what's level, which is using a spirit level? And yes, they do use a bubble, but for large projects, it comes from using a hose, and you can go a good long distance away and pour water in that tube, and where the water is at one side and compared to the other side is a straight horizontal line. It's a level. Water is used to level. Well, you can miniaturize that with a spirit level and put a bubble in the water and have the tube arced so that there is a top and the air always rises to the top. It's just a principle. And as far as bubbles themselves, it uses cohesion to hold together.
Not gravity, exactly.
Well, on that note, real quick, I just put something in the nest for you, sir. For those who be like, "Oh, droplet of water bends. There goes your water always finds its level" argument. So I put stages of denial up there in the nest. It usually goes like this: water doesn't always find its level, and then we explain bodies of water, not just a droplet that you put from an eye drop on the table and it shows curvature. No, bodies, significant bodies, lakes, oceans, couple water even. But after we get through that, you get, okay, water finds its level, but level is perpendicular to the gravitational acceleration, which is little g. It's not perpendicular to horizontal necessarily. They don't like saying that. The new definition of level is what's perpendicular to the vector of gravitational acceleration. Once we go through that, we explain that, hey, the gravitational acceleration, little g, that vector is plumb. And what is plumb? Plumb is perpendicular to horizontal, a horizontal plane. What's another synonym for horizontal plane? Flat. But they don't like saying that. They don't like saying plumb is perpendicular to flat, or AKA a horizontal plane. They want to redefine what that means, and we go down the rabbit hole.
Why does a water droplet or a water sphere, so-called, turn into a droplet once it starts falling to the atmosphere?
Is that a question to me?
Yeah.
Why does the water droplet, it minimizes its surface tension?
Minimizes the surface tension, or is there an outside forcing it?
Oh, there's drag. There's drag and pressure from the.
What does that
medium.
drag do?
It deforms it.
It creates pressure on the outside. So why do we have a sphere? Because the pressure inside is equal to outside.
Hydrostatic equilibrium.
Exactly, surface tension.
Yeah. So
and then as soon as it starts dropping, you create drag. And since the bubble can shape into any form to reduce the drag, because drag is just separation from air from the object, and you want the separation area to be as small as possible, that's why we get the droplet.
Okay. And Earth doesn't follow that principle, it just like flattens out like a pancake?
Well, if the Earth is actually traveling to space or free falling, wouldn't it create a droplet itself?
Yeah, that's the geotail that they don't report on. We're losing like a massive amount of hydrogen. You can pretty much call it a geotail. It's like contained in our magnetic field, but you don't see it depicted by NASA and all those fuckheads.
Yeah, I think the best example is water in a parabolic flight, how it responds to the absence of forces due to the way the plane is moving. But I don't see how this debunks the flat Earth. The only reason I say that because, and flat earthers, correct me if I got this wrong, I don't think they don't recognize bubbles as water curving, right? I think there's effects that show water curving in a sense. I think they means more so large bodies of water and how it relates to the catalyst that causes Earth's water to curve.
I just want to know where you see
Coffee,
bubbles in nature.
What do you mean by large? Like, what distinction are you making between large and small?
Because we understand that surface tension, right? And gravity is very minuscule.
Do you mean specific gravity or Newton's law of universal gravitation?
Like a non-existent?
Exactly. Specific gravity, yeah.
Law. We're on Earth. So let's stick with the
centrifugal momentum. Pardon us from spin of Earth.
Hey, one bubble. Let the man speak, bro.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we know that surface tension, right, equals out pressure, whether it's the pressure coming from the outside or the pressure expanding from the inside to create that spherical object or water, right? Now, the issue is that we're under the influence of gravity, right? So it's always going to have the biggest influence on the largest bodies of water. So it's kind of going to cast surface tension out of the bigger picture once you bring in anything larger than a droplet. This is why I said you should use parabolic flight and tried to find demonstrations using that with the absence of forces, because they're using larger amounts of water rather than just a droplet.
But if we have the lack of, let's say, an atmos or pressure, or let's say a vacuum, water could not exist. It would instantly boil off. So how could you have a water droplet demonstration within an absolute vacuum where it could not exist physically?
Yeah, no, it's not an absolute vacuum. Sorry to cut you off, buddy, but it's a parabolic flight. The parabolic flight is a when they take a plane and they
I know what a
spin it to
parabolic
kind
flight is.
of. All right, yeah, my bad, bro. I wasn't trying to play like you was dumb.
Yeah, but how do you
But
create a water droplet in a parabolic flight and remove outside forces? As soon as you remove the outside pressure on that water droplet, it boils off. So how are you gonna create that experiment that physically could not exist?
no, the lack of forces don't cause the actual water to boil. I don't. I'm not sure where you get that from, but yeah.
Oh, yes, it is. As soon as you increase pressure, the boiling point goes up. As soon as you decrease pressure, the boiling point goes down. And when you remove pressure altogether, it boils off instantly. So you need the both pressures to create the shape. Then you want to create an
Yeah,
experiment. Yeah.
I think the pressure of the plane. I think the plane is still pressurized. To my belief, I haven't done 100% research on it, but they don't have any oxygen mask on, so they're breathing pretty perfectly. And it just focuses on the absence of gravity. It just focuses. I mean, you know what parabolic flights are, so it just counteracts that downward force to give us an idea how things will act or react without it.
So we need to remove forces to create an experiment and then add a force to create the result that you presumed in the first place. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah, once the parabolic flight ends, the gravity turns right back on.
Oh, it's a switch. Nice. So it has a conscience. Perfect.
Nah, bro, come on, man. Let's not do it. You know, it's just the way I'm talking, bro.
Now,
No, you're literally saying that gravity knows when it needs to be gravity and when it's not.
Not at all. We know. Come on, buddy. We know parabolic flights are to counteract
You said
gravity,
when it
right?
stops.
So once it's done doing its little loopy loop to counteract the gravity, right, and it starts flying straight again, the water falls back to the ground. Everybody goes back to their seats, and gravity is just as it was before the flight started. That's what I'm trying to say, bro.
So it has a conscience. So it's suddenly there, then it's not there, then it's there, then it's not there.
No, I think I know what you're trying to say, Coffee. So like it
No, it's cool.
resists it resists the pressure gradient because it momentarily becomes less dense than the medium. It rises up, and then as it condenses in a cloud, it falls back down to Earth, and it's a cycle of up down for the water drop bubble.
So the causation here is density, not gravity. Thank you.
Well, gravity, specific gravity applies to density. Newton tried to use a mass value to gauge universal gravitation. It's a complete wrong thing, though.
I find it interesting how everybody can give them their own answer on the question. You just don't realize that they're already answering their own question. It's mind-boggling to me.
Blame physicists, blame theoretical physicists for the fuckery they've been doing for the last 100 years since Einstein metaphysics took over. Like, honestly, it's just that's the only people we can blame. Yeah, fuck, I don't even know where to start with this shit. Jesus Christ. Just out of curiosity, how do you guys think that planets form? And like, please do not parrot like what the mainstream say about the fucking gas cloud just fucking magically condensing from a personification of Luke Skywalker. pulling on shit.
Well, Terrence Howard said.
Exactly, Terrence Howard.
said.
I can get with this. You know the man he talks about, Dr. Walter Russell? I'm a huge fan of his. Russellian science. I suggest all of you guys Google him and research what he says about our cosmos. Terrence Howard is a very good man, but he's doing a very big injustice on Joe Rogan when he does not talk about Dr. Walter Bowman Russell and his coshegemony of Russellian science. He'll talk about the tonal tones, he'll mention his chemistry chart, but he won't talk about his overall metaphysics and his
So wait, Bubba. So wait.
reality.
So that mean you kind of subscribe to ether then?
He does give credit to him though. So
He does give credit to him, but he doesn't talk about him enough.
Yeah,
It's really pissing me off.
What do you want him to do? Like,
well, I want him to stop being insane from studying bubble packing, please. I watched his content a while ago. I come across his book about 1 × 1 = 2 a while ago. He was inspired by Dr. Russell to write that. If you go into my pinned tweet, you can see the book that inspired him. It's called The Self-Multiplication Principle. I'd like him to talk about that and stop acting like it's all his own original ideas. Give credit.
But he said that he did not act like it was.
Well, did you see how Eric Weinstein mentioned the $1 × $1 fiasco? Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I've been told by other Russellians that Terrence said that, but I was the one shit posting that on Eric Weinstein's fucking page and fucking theories of everything with Kurt. I was the one arguing with all these fucking fans for fucking 2 weeks after his first appearance. They were still arguing it for like a month after. It was fucking funny as fuck. I'm like, if I have $1 in my left hand and $1 in my right hand and I want to multiply them, where the fuck does my other $1 go, you kosher banker? Well, I'll stop with the anti-Semitism. No, but seriously, if you have $1 in one hand and
hey man, I think
$1 in the other hand,
I think that
multiplication is defined.
I think this triggers you a little too much, bro. I think it triggers you a little too much.
Multiplication is defined as addition for whole numbers. If I have $1 here and $1 there, and I don't want to fucking plus them together, I want to multiply them as whole numbers, why does the other $1 disappear? And then they go on about group theory. Oh, one group of one. It's like, well, you have one thing and then you have the idea of it. That's 2 fucking things, dickhead.
The hidden hand took it.
Deep breath.
Yeah, the hidden hand. Central banking cartel, fucking Federal Reserve. I don't know.
So Bubbles and Terrence Howard, that's what gets them going. Bubbles and Terrence Howard, we got you.
I actually love Terrence.
Not specifically Terrence Howard. Terrence Howard not mentioning Walter Russell more often. That's what's got him. Hey, one bubble. I like the linchpin idea that Howard is working with.
Expect to see it in war a lot often.
What do you think of that?
It's going to show up in war because when you shoot it, it can rebalance itself really fast. So they're going to make it bullet resistance, and it's just going to fuck with people's lives. Because like if you debalance one of these things, they're like kind of like gone. Like it's hard for them to restabilize. But Terrence Howard idea, because of the linchpin model and how it's got the fucking rotor on the vertical axis as well, it can reorientate itself really easy when it's knocked off. So like he's a good guy and it's a good idea, but maybe the wrong application of his mind. Maybe you should be thinking of things that won't be misused for war.
But wait a minute, hold up, Bubble, real quick. Before we get off of Walter Russell, because I do want you to expand on that. If you with Walter Russell, then you are aware of the ether.
Bro, do you guys remember me coming here like 6 months ago talking about him?
Welcome back.
Maybe. Fucking hell. I was Mr. Jaden Wilson. I got banned for fucking telling transgenders to fucking buy a rainbow rope and kill themselves. But
you can't speak truth, man. You get cancelled.
Yeah, I know. I told him to save it for their midlife crisis. I got banned for promoting self-harm. I'm in the Aether Discord. I don't post, but like I've spoken to Alan. I've argued with Franco a little bit. If he's still in here, I scrolled down. I saw him before.
When did you pick up this bubble?
From reading Walter Russell's The Universal One. It's page 10. He makes a beautiful
Why is he
analogy
running away from the ether? My fault.
Interesting.
The law governing both bubbles and nebula is the same. The difference between them is only relative in point in time. That is a direct quote from Walter Russell. Like, honestly, I'll tell you right now, these mathematicians, they go behind the scenes and they study bubbles, and then they come out here and act like fucking oracles who understand the basic of our reality. All they're doing is studying bubbles. They study bubble packing. search up bubble cymatics. I'm telling you right now. If you guys know what cymatics is, when you see like the sound vibrations, go search up bubble cymatics and watch the 4D optic display. It is fucking insane.
The flat earthers be talking about that. That's
Yeah,
what's in the sky.
For
No,
years.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So,
They don't
bro,
talk
what
about
you
it in
over
the
here?
mainstream.
The bubbles in the space, this planets, bro. You gotta pick a side, brother.
Nah,
Yeah,
I'm
he
not
a
The
talking
flat
flat
about
earther.
earthers, you with the other side. Where you at?
Hey, sounds like a flat
Giordano
earther.
died for us, dude. The church had the fucking flat earth model, and it's very successful in architecture. I'm going to say, like, localized flat earth is great. I love it. And also, within relativity, there's no absolute reference frame. You can posit the sun's the fucking center of the universe. You can posit the earth is the center of the universe. I don't care. But when you say it's flat earth, like it's flat, no. We can have like Earth as the center of the universe.
That's where he draws the line.
No stationary, no flat. We can have local flat, but no stationary Earth. Because motion is
Hey,
Alan studies kinematics. He knows
that, bro.
motion is integral to existence. If you don't have motion,
This
you don't
why
exist.
Mila was. Listen,
How
this
do we
why
even
Mila.
play football with general level relativity if everybody is not actually there?
I
but
fucking hate
actually
relativity,
somewhere
dude.
else? Could you imagine?
What they did to it. Have you guys heard of Ritz relativity or Galilean relativity? They
Mila,
act like
Mila,
Einsteinian
you see why?
relativity is
This
the
why
only
he
one.
didn't want to talk about the ether. This is
No, I'll
exactly
talk
why
about
he
the
didn't
ether.
want to
Yeah,
talk about the ether.
no. I'll talk about the ether. I've completely fucked up their whole entire framework right now. Have you seen Ashton
So
Forbes?
then why are
talking about
you
the
sitting over here
space-time
talking
ether?
about relativity, bro?
No. Have you seen Ashton Forbes posting about the space-time ether?
We're talking about reference frames and you know the ether exists. Hello, that's the frame of reference.
Yeah, I know.
Land.
And then they posit it as fucking C. So the absolute reference frame is going at the speed of light.
So you know
That's why
about this, bro? What side is you
They're
on?
retards. I hate them, okay?
You don't know.
They're fucking circle jerking
side of the
mathematicians. The
bubbles.
mathematicians took over, dude. Physics is the philosophy of math, and then the mathematicians just took over physics. And then they use Descartes' mind-body dualism to bifurcate physical to mind when they're the same fucking thing. There's no difference between mind and fucking physicality. If you look at the etymology of the word physical, it means nature. Physics means pertaining to nature. They're like, this is non-physical, which means non-natural. It's like, well, I see it in nature, so how the fuck is it non-natural, you absolute fucking dumb cunts? I hate them. I actually hate them. I like you guys.
Why are you a globe earther?
That's literally what I
Exactly.
asked you about bubbles.
Well, I don't want people to go back to the Vatican days where they fucking tortured Giordano Bruno for 7 years and then tied him upside down and burned him at the fucking stake because he believed in many world theory. After getting inspired by the Indian fucking cosmology. That's why they fucking paint demons blue. Demons are blue and they're named Satan, which is a fucking Indian concept of Satan. Like they literally made the devils, they're inspired to create the devils from Indian fucking theology. They hate it.
Give
They
this
hate
man
it.
a stage.
Some people don't want to be saved.
My man is like the guy who throws the orgy party but doesn't want to partake.
I just want to watch, man.
What in the no Diddy
We'll talk about the
analogy?
Aether now. We'll talk about the Aether. So Einstein, the
Y'all
fuckhead,
Harlem boys.
did not make special
He in the
relativity.
corner?
His wife did. His
That was
Miss
too
Marie,
easy.
I am a big fan of, actually wrote special relativity. She had a PhD in accelerating physics after attending Zurich University with Einstein. All the people who say that she did not add anything to it are fucking liars. Dr. Alberto Martinez looked into the history himself. Even he makes jokes about him using his wife's mathematics. So she wrote special relativity. She did not include an Aether. Everyone complained because Maxwell heaviside equations, they're not Maxwell equations, he doesn't even deserve to be mentioned in them. They're his heaviside equations. Heaviside equations assume an Aether because Maxwell assumed an Aether.
Bro, you know too much to still be a globe earther, bro. This is ridiculous.
So they had to put the Aether back in relativity, but they couldn't do it in special relativity, so they had to do it for general relativity. But what happens now? Now they have the Aether. So, but everyone says that they don't believe in relativity because they believe in Aether. So what do? They rebrand it as space-time. It's not actually dynamic, it's static, but it's statically stretchy dynamics. When mass passes through the Aether stretches. But like it's completely retarded because there's Aether wind, there's an atmosphere. It's literally just an ocean. It's an extremely sparse gaseous medium. That's all it is. It's hydrogen, helium, and the other elements that are missing from our chemical period chart.
But Bubble, you know that they tested for the motion of the Earth relative to this ether.
If you guys are not chiming in, feel free to drop down and come back. We got to rotate some mics.
From now on, you're a flat earther to me.
Later, guys.
Is anyone speaking?
I don't hear anyone talking. Bubba was just going on about
Sorry, I
concentration.
ranted too much. I got into it. My bad. I'll shut up.
Hey, well,
Oh, it was
no,
amazing.
one bubble. Let me ask you, because you came in with the question, why do bubbles take the shape that they do? What is your answer for that? I'm just
Because
curious.
spheres, everything wants to be a bubble, dude. But the rhythmic balance interchange of everything around you stops it from being a bubble. Like nothing can be a perfect sphere because all the
Okay,
fucked
but
up
what's
shit going around. There's too much motion for it.
mechanism? All right, but what's the mechanistic cause that
Because
causes
it's
it
got the
to
smallest
take that
surface
shape?
area and of any other shape. It's not going to go into a fucking square block or a triangle.
There still needs to be a cause.
No, it's literally
so,
just
what is the
most efficient shape. That's why nature uses it. It's the most efficient shape.
Not really.
Being the most
actually
efficient shape isn't an actual cause. It's not the actual cause. Like, so even if it is the most efficient shape, there's something that's causing
Nature
it to
seeks
be
the path
so.
of
But it's
least
not.
resistance.
Oh, wait. So a sphere is the strongest shape when force is equal on it. It's not the most efficient shape. The most efficient shape in nature is a hexagon. It's the strongest structure with
That's
the
actually
least
probably a
amount
better
of
way of saying it.
surface.
Yeah, you're right. But you know,
Sacred, remove whatever pending request you have. Remove it.
What you mean remove pending request?
It's pending. It's stuck for me. It says one pending and I don't see it. So it has to be on your side.
And with a point force, a triangle is the strongest shape. With equal force all around, a sphere is the strongest shape. So it's all dependent.
Everything's pressure mediation. A sphere is conducive to pressure mediation. That's all it is.
There you go. That's kind of what I was looking for. I think the pressure mediation and maybe the electromagnetic causality is those are the things that are behind why it takes that shape. Does anybody have anything to add to that, or is that pretty much how we kind of see it?
It's like 4 hands up, maybe 5 hands up.
Everything takes the shape of its container. So if the container is stretchable and the pressure is equalized, then you get a sphere. Pretty simple.
Okay, so his question originally was why. So if everything is taking the shape of spheres, why would the Earth be, flat? Why would it not be a
That's my
sphere?
thing.
Everything doesn't take the shape of a sphere.
Literally. There's not one.
Even when you talk about water, you're saying, well, it's water bubbles. No, it's soapy water bubbles. You can't do that with just water. You have to add soap. The cohesion has to be strong enough to maintain.
There you go, Bubble. You heard that?
You actually just need a phase difference. You don't need soap.
Hey, I have another thing. So you're a fan of Walter Russell.
We do got hands though, D3. We got a bunch of hands. But go ahead. You get your last.
Oh, my bad.
Your last question off if you want.
All right. So if it's electromagnetic in structure and there's a plane in the center of the electromagnetic structure, do you think it's possible that Earth could be in that plane rather than on the outside of the sphere?
Are you talking about the equatorial plane?
The plane that exists at the center of a double torus.
Plane of inertia.
There you go for the name, yeah. And then we move on to the hands.
I think I posted it. Let me see if I could throw it up in the nest.
I want. Oh damn! I don't think you guys can hear me. Dan Blue, if you're listening, you could jump in.
Yeah, I was just gonna say right from the get, if he thinks we live inside that bubble, like what Dee was saying, what if what he thinks is the bubble is the firmament?
True, because we technically don't really know the composition of it. We can speculate, but
And they found it at the bottom of the ocean, and it seems that the rockets also hit something at the top.
Well, I do know that if you look at almost any flat Earth cosmology in history, in ancient history, there's always a sphere involved. The flat Earth is just at the center of it, and so there's never just a flat piece of Earth existing in nowhere with nothing around it. So, I mean, if you're looking for a bubble, that's probably it, your firmament.
Can I pipe in? I'll be quick.
We got like four. We got four. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I want to politely request more mic sharing, but I'm not going to make a fuss. Second, my screen is delayed, so I can't really keep up with who's talking and who's not because it doesn't show real time. And the last thing is I'm confused about bubbles. It sounds like a sideshow to me. I need to understand why bubbles matter to anything at all. That's all.
To me, honestly, they don't. But I'm not going to discourage him in his ideology and tell him that he's wrong for his way of thinking.
Bubble.
He has a
Sorry, you talk. Sorry.
life-changing. No, if he just has a life-changing, idea of bubbles, then that's good. Maybe bouncing ideas around will help us all get somewhere. But logically, I do believe it's flawed. I don't think we see bubbles in nature. We could say spheres, like the spherosity of a water droplet with surface tension, but a bubble is a very unique effect.
I'll drop down so you guys could share the mics.
My boy had one bubble bath and had an epiphany.
See, we needed you, D3, to cut through some of the chaos. Who wants to jump in next? Xavier, Axel, Flat Lads.
I just want to say two boring things about water. The first is the reason why water, absent other forces, forms a sphere is that, water attracts itself. And so, it's hard to visualize. So I apologize if this just doesn't make a lot of sense. But like water attracts itself. So if you think about like a bunch of molecules pulling on each other, if there were protrusions or like a cube, they would be pulling those things further away into a sphere-like component, because a sphere is a situation where everything's a minimum distance from the center. Like it's the shape where it is the geometrical shape where all things are a minimum distance from the center. So when you're dealing with like something that's basically attractive, that's the form it will naturally go into. The other thing I wanted to say, you guys were talking about vacuum earlier. Water. Like if you leave a glass of water out in your house, it will eventually evaporate, right? Like the thing is that water molecules will eventually escape into the atmosphere when they get enough energy. But what stops that from happening very quickly is that there's air pressure on them. And so not only do they have to get enough energy to, get out of their water container, they have to get enough energy to get out through the pressure that's pulling down on them. And so, yeah, if you're in a very low pressure environment, I don't really want to argue about flat earth stuff. So if you're just talking about like a very low pressure environment, not a vacuum, then yes, water will blow off very quickly and turn into a gas, because as soon as any of those molecules get enough energy to escape the fluid they're in, there's nothing holding them into the fluid. So they'll just, float away into the atmosphere. That's all I had to say.
Cool. I'll jump in. I had two things to go over. I'll just do one. Let the hand cycle in. In the spirit of demonstratable, which was the theme of the space earlier, what do we have in terms of what we can show? Ruhif had an exchange with Shane in a debate. It's second to the last in the nest. Was one of the arguments that Ruhif brought up. There was an elevation profile at the LIGO Center. It was a curved elevation profile. Curved elevation profile meaning how far off the ground is this straight LIGO arm. So if we presume the LIGO arm is straight and it has a curved elevation profile, one of the two things is happening. Either the LIGO arm is straight and the surface of Earth is curved, or the surface of Earth is straight and the LIGO arm is curved. Now we can pretty much agree that the LIGO arm is straight. So if that arm is straight and it's parallel to level water, which is straight, we have to deduce that that elevation profile is bupkis. But so here's what we have to take away from this. If you look at the picture in the nest, second from the last, you look at the body of water. That body of water is not a bubble. It's a significant amount of water that is straight along with the level with the LIGO arm. Presumably, they had that next to the LIGO arm to make sure it was level, because we use water all the time to make sure something is level and as straight as possible. So why would they do that? Why would they go to the added effort of making something straight next to a LIGO arm that's supposed to be straight? Wouldn't that just be a tangent off the surface of the Earth? That LIGO arm should be the closest to the water in the middle, and the two arms should be a tangent off that. As you can see in the picture, that's not happening. That LIGO arm is parallel to the arm. That LIGO arm is parallel to the water. That's one thing we can accept. Level water is parallel to a straight line. That is huge, right? That is huge. So we got to understand what does that mean? What does that mean? They got to say, well, maybe further down the line, if we took a larger arm, maybe it'll deviate. Maybe it'll start being tangent. But what are we doing? You know, there's going to be some tangent, no matter how close it is, how local it is. It's going to be a tangent off the surface. It's never going to be parallel. Keyword parallel. It just puts something else up on the nest. An apparent drop of a level line from an auto level, in his case, he was using a theodolite, is either physical or optical, right? If you see a drop where you're looking through a theodolite, it's either a physical phenomenon or actual phenomenon, actual curved surface. But if that level water aligns with a straight line, like the LIGO arm, then it's necessarily not curvature. It's an optical phenomenon. We all agree that LIGO is probably one of the straightest built structures there is. Necessarily, they need to test for their quote unquote gravitational waves, whatever they're trying to measure. So it necessarily has to be straight. So level water next to that being parallel, that's the deduction right there, folks. That's the deduction. You have demonstrable evidence. Now, you can try to give excuses, make apologetics to talk your way out of this, but demonstrable evidence, like Sacred's been asking for a while, is right there. Parallel level water next to a straight line. And I'll land it there.
Just a real quick rebuttal. Doesn't that need the assumption of the Earth's whatever shape the Earth is? Because based on our model, right, we assume that the Earth is curving and that water lays on it, and being that gravity it's equipotential, right? It's equal. It's not necessarily in our model just a downward force. It's equal or pointing to center mass. So just by that standard, you can have a layer of water that's necessarily leveled on a sphere. Like in that instance, level wouldn't correspond to just flat. it would just mean
Well, yeah, I
equal.
hear you. I hear you. That they, like I said earlier, the guy who was talking about might have been one bubble who says their line of question usually, well, water doesn't find its level. Okay, it does, but level means perpendicular to the vector of gravitational acceleration. But as you can see, I'm talking about look in your own eyes, and there's more pictures. That water that's level, we all agree water finds its level, whatever your definition of level is, that water is parallel to a straight line. So if level water is parallel to a straight line, what does that mean about what level means? You can't have something be parallel to a straight line and be curved. You can't have something be tangent to a curve while aligning to a curve. It's either one or the or. This is an either or. This is the law of excluded middle. Easy logic that points to reality. So dig up as many pictures as you want. That water that's next to the LIGO arm when it's being constructed, it's no longer there, coincidentally. I don't know. Maybe people were asking too much questions. Hey, how is this thing parallel to a straight line? Isn't level was supposed to be curved? Uh-oh. So yeah, if level is parallel to a straight line, then it's not a tangent. That straight line LIGO arm, which is significantly long, by the way, should be lifting. It should have a curved elevation profile, like Ruhif tried to argue. He just said there was a curved elevation profile through the data of the computer system, which can read us anything, right? He's going off an algorithm. But if we have look through our own eyes say that level water is parallel to a straight line. So that's a problem. Houston, we have a problem.
No, I hear what you're saying. I understand clearly what you're saying. My thing is, I just still feel like the assumption on either model is critical to actually closing out on whether, it should be aligned to a curve or aligned to something parallel. Because on a flat model, right, you need the assumption that, your straightaway observation is what you see.
Well,
And I understand, you feel me? That's what's viable, for you guys, and I respect it.
Well, let me ask you this: Have you ever heard of Brian Mullins and his forced aligned structure? Doesn't matter. But those who understand that this is essentially doing that instead of leveling out a structure and then making sure it's straight by leveling out the next piece of the structure, which will go in a continuous chain. We have a long line. We have a straight line that's parallel to level, quote unquote, level water. So what is level supposed to be? Regardless of what you're told, what does your eyes tell you? If a straight line is parallel to level water, then it can't be, that straight line can't also be tangent to the level water. It can't be both. There's no contradictions in reality. If a straight line is parallel to level water, then it can't also be tangent. That's necessarily a fact. We can't talk our way out of this.
Yeah, no, but do you see the need for the assumption? That's what I'm trying to highlight here. Because on the globe model, I would have to assume that the circumference of 24,000 miles is correct, right? And then when you divide that by 360 degrees, and you take the distance that you're correlating to, right? How much degrees is curvature? How much degree of curvature is within that distance that's in correlation, right? Would that degree of curvature look flat to your eyes? This is what's there's a lot of assumptions there. Even if I was to use that, I just feel like there's a lot of assumptions for that.
I'll get the exact length of the LIGO arm because the last time I looked at it was supposed to be about 25 feet. Last time I remember, I did this to somebody who asked for the length of the arm. So if there's supposed to be 25 feet of drop, but yet it's parallel to level water, there's no assumptions in there. We're physically that demonstrable evidence, like Sacred's been asking about, that trumps theory every day, all day. So forget about the assumptions. If there's an expected drop, let's say 25 feet, and there's no 25 feet where the arm is just parallel to that level water, we have a problem where you have to say, well, maybe the circumference of the Earth is exponentially bigger. Well, that's a problem. That just throws the scale of everything off in the solar system. You got to scale up the planets. You got to scale up the distance between the planets, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, you could say the assumption of the Earth is wrong, but that's going to throw a whole lot of problems in your direction. There is supposed to be a significant amount of drop, and I could find out the exact number for you based on the Earth curve calculator. But the point is, there isn't drop. It's parallel. That straight line is parallel to level water. And now, if level is supposed to be curve in your model and it's supposed to be straight in our model, We can figure out that by comparing it to straightness. And as you can see in your own paradigm research, they say LIGO, the straightest thing in the universe, the physically most constructed straightest thing in the universe. And I believe them because they had to make sure it was parallel to level water. That's where the penny should drop. If they had to construct this thing to make sure it was the straightest thing in the universe and that there was water next to it, they needed water to make it parallel. Hello, a light bulb should go off. That's the demonstrable evidence that Sacred's been asking for. But go ahead, were you about to ask something?
No, I hear what you're saying, but I don't hear any like measurements, right? If they measured the beginning distance of LIGO, right, the distance to, let's say, the water to the endpoint, right, and the endpoint distance to the water, and you see a difference, right, in that size, then I could correlate with it, right? But at the end of the day, that distance to create that 25 feet drop, right, it's not going to really be perceivable to see a 25-foot drop within that distance with your eyes. This is what I'm like, and then you did say the data correlated, right, with the actual tangent. So it's like they can be skewing the data. I'm not throwing that, I'll throw you that bone. But at the end of the day, what's perceivable with that length as opposed to what's measured, you feel me, it's going to be critical because at the end of the day, it's like I said, it's the assumptions that come into play, this whole dictation of models.
Well, what I challenge you, sir, if you want to grab more pictures, you will see you got to get the beginning construction of the LIGO arm. You'll see the gap between the LIGO itself elevated from the water is consistent all the way through. It can't be consistent all the way through because it's a hard structure. I could understand if you had two surfaces of water that you're comparing to each other, you're saying, well, they're both parallel to each other, and parallel is conforming to a curvature of the Earth. But no, the gap between the water and the LIGO arm, the elevation, physically seen in all the pictures, it's consistent. That gap between the water and the arm is consistent all the way through. It can't be consistent all the way through, is what I'm saying.
No, I got you, bro. I'm gonna do some more research into it, and I'll come back for you. I got
No
you.
doubt, bro.
And who was next?
I think it was me. I'm just going to add real quick. Does anybody else, when John Coffey speaks, does it sound like he's speaking to a bong rip exhale? And just to add back to Professor Xavier earlier, it's the Serenity Prayer. I'm sorry. It was just to add. I'm going to get to the bubbles in a second. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It was Serenity Prayer, you said? Yeah, thank you for that name.
Yeah, I was going to add. Yeah, it's the Serenity Prayer. And whether you're spiritual or religious or not, it's grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Whether you're religious or not, I feel that's a positive thing to say every day. And to the bubbles, there are bubbles in nature, like sea foam. That's the ocean's way of cleansing itself from the proteins of animal waste. But there are bubbles in nature. That's all I had to add. You can drop me down.
I have to go research these sea bubbles. I've seen sea foam, but sea bubbles are very much interesting.
Sea foam is made of bubbles.
Right, but that's a different integrity of the bubble. Oh, okay. I guess this might become more of a conversation than I thought it would.
The bubble theory, right? Steve, it's your turn, and then it's me, DMF.
Hi guys, Sacred, Proud, thank you for the space. There are some wonderful, brilliant and beautiful minds in this space, and that's what it's all about. As far as what it all means, this right here, this is what it means. Those of us that can think outside the box, those of us that see the box that are trying to get outside the box, we know something's there. It's that feeling. It's that spiritual sense. And that's the point. My feeling on all this is that people don't have a chance these days. Today is a very different era, and we are very much in danger. But people in general, like overall, the majority, they're in danger. And it's those minds like us that have the capacity to question and maybe try and gain some insight. Because again, it's individual. It's on us to make that choice and to find a way. If let's take the word ether. The ether is Sanskrit, and it actually means Akashic. So that's very definitive. That's very telling, because Sanskrit is one of the oldest language. It's ancient. It's at a time that was very different. It's at a time where people were very in tune with the earth. And that's the point too, is that we've become very disconnected. One of the reasons that people are in danger is because of the material aspect. There is no debate about earth, what earth is. There's no debate. If you think about what it all means, where we are, where we live, it's very, very important. It's our environment. So it matters a great deal. And if we go into the Akashic, which is also known as the ether, that's holding all the information. It's holding all of our information. And that information is within us. And all of that empowers us. We're not the creator. We're not the Heavenly Father, but we are co-creators in this environment. And we are here for each other. So that's the big point on knowing the truth, knowing where we live, knowing what this means. Because what is ether? Ether is the bond. Ether is the fifth element. If you let someone know there's a fifth element, it's called the ether. It's an Akashic. It's a record that holds all information of all time, of all things. But most importantly, it's the bond that makes up everything. And what is bond? Bond is love. That is life. But the more people are in tune with materialism, they're going to keep losing their way. And that's what this comes back to, is the way. This is not about religion. This is about spirituality. Religion is the lie. Paganism is a religion. Scientism is a religion. If you go into institutions that regard religion, it's going to fall into commercialism and more lies. It comes down to spiritualism and finding the way. The way has nothing to do with religion. The way has everything to do with who we are, how we respond with each other, that bond we have with each other, that connection. And I can only wonder, before I came up on this panel to speak, if either Sacred or Proud actually got my message, got a message from me, maybe I sent to them, because I don't remember hitting this mic to talk. But here I am. They granted me a mic, and Spirit is telling me that I need to say these words to all of you. So that's what this is mostly about, is the way. The way is for each one of us to find it. Earth is not a shape, it's a system. If you think about how a magnet looks, the torus field, how does it work? It has a magnetic flux that moves in and out. It continually recycles its energy. That's the same energy we live within. If we don't make, or we don't correct our way, we're going to recycle and start again, start a new life until we find a way out the box. And so I guess I'll end here in just that, making that spiritual notion on just how important it is, why it matters. And the system that we live within is very powerful, and so are we. So thank you, Proud, Sacred, and everyone else in this space. Thank you.
Yo, shout out to you, Stephen, man. You got it all figured out, man. And I appreciate the support too. Yo, every single word that you said was hitting. The conversation is really important, man. Like it's not just entertainment. Like there's a there's a deeper cause and a lot of value to gain from understanding the nature of our reality. And once we figure that out, everything else will start to fall in place and it'll become a lot less opposing to how our frequency actually vibrates in this reality. So shout out to you, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Sacred. And to add on to that frequency is the sound. That is the origin of all things. Light is the byproduct of sound. That's the makeup of this world also. If we increase the frequency within us, then we find that new level, that new heaven in us, that conscious that moves on and finds another level, that finds the other area, that finds the other bond, that place we're supposed to be. And we're going to see each other there. But it's up to us to keep raising that frequency. Get away from materialism, but balance it with our spiritualism. Thank y'all, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scuba the Dude.
Hey, Xavier, it's DMF. Hi, guys. Hey, Sigrid. And don't forget, guys, share the space. Follow everybody that you connect with, and don't forget to make a like, read the comments. It's important. It actually favors the algorithm, and algorithm likes a lot of people liking and commenting and having a much better flow of communication, not just the voice. Guys, if you guys grab a piece of paper and a square piece of paper, exact square piece of paper, in each corner, from each corner, the diagonal line, it creates a massive X, right? And right in the center is where the people that were controlling this realm decided to use as a question mark, because everybody didn't know what was after that. If you draw a drawing on it, as if it would be like on the west and the east side buildings, and on the top clouds, and on the southern part a road, you would have to like shrink it all the time until that center point of the X. So that's what they utilized and said it was round at the other end. And disconnecting from the Earth, yes, the Gregorian calendar was the one that actually made us connect very, very well with the Earth, because it was basically connected with the moon cycles too, and blah, blah, blah. 28 days, 13 months, 1 day of rejuvenation. That's the day of April Fools, so that people would not believe or create any connection to that day. It's a lot of things that have been created beyond our control, but we now have the power to actually change it if we force the knowledge to be actually investigated, researched, and confirmed by mass population and scientists that confirm that thing, and not anymore NASA and all these kind of things to confirm this type of things that actually have nothing to do with us and this realm. They need to disappear, and they will do. They will. The Chevron doctrine has been canceled, and that means that all of those things are going to come out. The Smithsonians are going to be canceled, meaning all those warehouses where they've been accumulating all the knowledge that has been confiscated from us will come to public. And this is why that Americans are going to have that euphoric moment of win, 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 win. And I hope that will transcend over to the rest of the world, because I'm not in America and I'm worried about what's happening right now. And I want all of those things to be just completely abolished. CIA, FBI, all these kind of freaking organizations with the freaking out with letters, the Smithsonians, all of those are going to be completely canceled. And then the real truth will come, and we will have that truth be a law and rule, so we can actually connect back to Earth and connect back to what we were.
I vote we explore the Vatican first.
Sorry.
Me personally, I vote we explore the Vatican over the Smithsonian.
Oh, the Vatican. The Vatican is about to be taken over. Did you know that? There's been a massive invasion of foreigners in Italy. That's the main gate to Europe for the migrants, and the migrants are so many that the guards are not going to handle this anymore. It's going to be overtaken, and it's already been predicted by a few people. It's not. I'm not kidding. These are so many millions of migrants that are not Catholic in Italy right now that the Vatican. It's a matter of time.
Did you see the guy that just got excommunicated from the Vatican for calling the Pope the devil? He said like heretics run the church.
I haven't heard about that, but I do know about the invasion that we have in Europe. So I'm in Finland right now, and the invasion that we have, it's basically coming from Italy and Spain and Greece. And then they interconnect in flights or go through trains in Italy or throughout Europe. The idea was to just put 1 million people at least into Europe per year, and I think it was actually per month and not per year. And now it's Italy is like half African, half Italian, so it needs to somehow control that side before it goes overrun. But it's actually a good thing if the Vatican is overtaken. At least all those secrets in those on that basement will come out. We can finally figure out a lot of answers that we needed for humanity. Right? They kept it. The vaults, it's going to be amazing.
My favorite thing about the Vatican is Dr. Alberto Martinez tried to investigate the torture and execution of Giordano Bruno, the main reason why we have the heliocentric model. He brought many world theory to the Vatican, and they just could not handle that. And they tortured him for 7 years, and he refused. He just completely refused. He go, I don't believe in Christian Judeo God. I don't believe in kosher Jesus. He's like, no, I have this interpretation. They hung him upside down on a stake and burned him alive in front of a crowd of people. Now, Dr. Alberto tried to get the documentation from his torturing, and the church has gone on record saying that no, Napoleon stole the documents and we don't know where they are. And he has a very big suspicion that they are hiding it out of embarrassment. So I have to agree with you. There is a lot of literature in their vaults, their catacombs, that they have kept hidden. They've pretty much rewritten history. I've talked to Indian nationals, and they've told me that when they first came here, the Rothschilds went to India back in the 1600s. They smashed down ruins. They stole sutras. They just couldn't handle that there was a written history that dated before Noah. They go, nah, it's 6,000 years old. You've got 100,000 year history. Destroy it, destroy it, destroy it. And if you look into ISIS and all that shit, ISIS is very deeply connected to Israel and the church, apparently. And they're going around destroying ruins as well, and they're targeting primarily people who worship idols, idol worshippers, like sun worshippers and shit like that. So I think there's a lot of shit in Abraham's vaults. Maybe the Islamic clergy have some, maybe the Jewish clergy have some, maybe the Vatican clergy have some. I think they're all friends behind scenes. I reckon they all just pit their followers against each other and just kill each other, just holy wars 24/7. Blame the Christians, blame the Jews, blame the Muslims, die. There's always going to be more suckers that we can convince to join our cause later.
Divide and conquer. There's no way you're a glober, by the way. Stop it.
I'm a geoid earther and a barycentralist. I believe in binary star systems. I believe that Jupiter is a binary star because the sun we do not orbit the sun, and the sun does not orbit itself. It orbits an area outside the sun. The sun can literally be one astronomical unit outside the barycenter of the solar system. And that one astronomical unit is the average distance from Earth and the sun. So you're telling me that the sun can be, so the distance from Earth and the sun can be that far away from the center of the solar system, but we're supposed to orbit the sun. It's just like, it's so fucking retarded. It's like a new religion, dude. First we were the center of the universe and the sun was the center of the universe, and now the model's all in fucking tatters. They're going on about dark energy, dark matter. Like, that's fucking retarded, dude. All to protect the Big Bang and shit like that. which is also a Christian fucking. It's Christians putting their theology in religion. The Big Bang is Christian theology. Indians believe in the steady state model. Vedics believe in the universe being 155 trillion years old. Our current science theory says
So you're talking about
to 26 billion.
Yeah,
which
you're
is
talking
completely
about believing in the binary system and in what kind of state or medium, or what is it that you
I
think it
believe that
is that it could exist there?
I believe that there's 24 elements that exist beneath hydrogen. Alpha particles, an element. They're not included on the periodic table for some fucking reason, even though it's an actual fucking element. They don't
Yeah, we
define it
know
as
that
such.
they fucked that up
Yeah,
as
I know. So,
well.
like,
Yeah.
if you look at Walter Drusl's periodic chart, at the end of it, it starts to decay into alpha. And the whole thing he's trying to convey with that chart is that it's not just a singular chart that goes from 1 to 150. It goes to 150, and then it recycles, and then it recycles. And that's everything. The whole universe is recycling. Everything is recycling. And before
we're
I
in a
finish,
closed dynamic system.
I just don't want to confuse everyone with my bubble fit. When I go on about bubbles, I'm not talking about liquid gas soap bubbles. I'm talking about everything, dude. If you look at crystallography and you look at lattices, that is literally just bubble packing. There's different types of bubble packing. And if you look at bubble packing, like just regular soap bubble packings, you can make fucking squares, you can make fucking all different types of shapes in the platonic system just by having 10 bubbles, 7 bubbles, concentrically, or not, all laid onto a specific point. Like every other shape emerges from bubbles interacting. Like it's
Sure, because you start off with a unified omnidirectional force.
I don't even believe
And
in
then it will
force, dude.
take.
Like mathematics deals in power,
maybe
physics
the
deals
wrong
in
word,
forces,
yeah.
chemistry deals in mediation. Nature's just fucking a merger of all of them, dude. Like it's just all three of those ways are just different interpretations of like an autodynamic universe. Like there's nothing forcing a raindrop to fall. It's just there's nothing forcing a raindrop to, a bubble to fucking rise into the thing. Like, that's autodynamic. There's no God doing it. There's no force. There's no will. There's no personification of Luke Skywalker in the background just making shit work.
I agree.
It's the Newtonian and calculus. I'll say one thing to all y'all so you understand. Before Newton came.
The last thing, because I do want to get to the hands. The last thing, go ahead.
Sorry. I'll get back to it later. If you want to talk about calculus, I'll tell you all the fucked up shit about calculus. If Alan hasn't told you already.
I did go ahead and post the poll. I'm gonna post it again in the top. But it's a couple polls, so just check them out, you guys, if you're still awake. Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays.
Run Boston and then Jasmine.
Good morning. Good morning. I always feel bad when I go to sleep when y'all are working in here, but I enjoyed this morning. Since I woke up, I guess I woke up right when Dave was talking about some stuff. And I'll just reiterate, it is beautiful that we have this space, that we have so many different minds coming together to share what is on their mind, what they think. The last gentleman that spoke, I find what he's saying intriguing. And this is no diss at all to him at all, or anybody that has like a deep knowledge base. Like obviously we love Alan, Shane, Toby, with it, Sacred, Proud. Many of you have a deep knowledge base about the sciences, and I find that to be good, powerful. There is truth, definitely truth in science when using the scientific method. But you guys all know I'm a little different, and I'm just gonna use my time right now to say I've come to a place where I don't care what others think about me. If they think I'm right or wrong, if they think I'm smart or dumb, nice or a deceiver. I've had people tell me that I'm a shill or a whatever. But here's the thing. 15 years ago, I was at the bottom, man. I was at the bottom of my own personal journey of just trying to figure out who I was in this place. See, back then, I didn't care. I didn't care about what the earth was or what science said. I just cared about what my experience in this place was. And I did not have a grasp on it. I did not have an understanding. And I tried many things, drugs and partying and all that stuff to try to ease the discomfort of not knowing. Well, here and now, I think the Earth, I believe the Earth not to be moving. That's what the measurements show. That's the curvature can't be found, etc. And I really like the probably hour and a half that everybody went off on about, how are we going to wake up others? How are we going to get their attention? And for me, I think I'm unique in a way because, like I said, I don't care what people think, and so I'll put my face online. I would go on national news and say these things without fear. And some people are encouraged by when I speak up or by when I show my face. But the bottom line is, I'm not sure we can know all things. I mean, I'm pretty confident that we can't. And a lot of the dilemma is you have people that they have credentials or they know things, and I think the enemy is the hunger and desire for knowledge and to be right or to understand, and I'm a lot like a child where I figured out I'd make a terrible God. I don't do that great when I'm in charge, so I yield a lot of my power, my energy, and my thoughts over to the creator, because I know there's a creator. You just see the intelligent. I mean, this place has been intelligently designed, and I've chosen to follow, the Messiah and the God of the Bible. And I know that might trigger some people, but I'm so comfortable where I'm at now on this truth journey that if it's not any religion that we know of, if it's something different, I still look around like I'm in nature right now. I look around and I see beauty. I hear the birds chirping. They're not trying to hurt me. You know what I mean? They're not trying to poison me and kill me. Nature's beautiful, and that's why I'm seeking out what the truth of this realm is, because it's beautiful to be alive. I know I'm kind of going off on a rant, but what I think we should continue to do is connect. Obviously, they don't want us to connect. And so the fact that Sacred, you guys have been running this for 104 or 5, coming up on 105 weeks, even though we disagree on certain things, even though we have different ideas of what is and what isn't, we are connecting and we're talking pretty cordially with each other for the most part. And I think it's all about connecting again in love and allowing another man or woman to speak out or say or believe something different than what you believe, and loving them anyway. Saying, you know what? I don't agree with that. I don't think that floats at all. But you're a human being that's uniquely and beautifully created, and I have a fond feeling for you as a human being. It's not about race, it's not about money, but that's where it's at, man. Connecting regardless of what's going on around us, having hope, believing the best in each other, even if we don't show good cards all the time. And that's why I show up, man, because I love y'all all as individuals. I love you all as a collective. I don't have all the answers, but I'm not scared about that. And I know the Creator is good, and we are on the right path. This path we're on here in this space, this is the right path to figure some stuff out rather than just being indoctrinated. But much love. Thank you.
Yo, JT, I appreciate you, man. I always love your approach. You just seem like very sound and settled, and unwavering. And I could hear it, like when you talk about this stuff, man. So I love to hear you speak, man, and I appreciate it. If y'all guys not following Run Boston, please do. It has a dope YouTube as well, by the way. Drop some fantastic clips. But just look at some of the things that he posts, see how he communicates in some of these threads, and when he pops into spaces here and there, listen to him talk. He really has a lot of value. And just like you said, a lot of to the other side of this conversation. And it's just a great balance to our community. I really appreciate you, bro. And that's why he's the mayor.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I try to drop as many clips as I can, just of interesting conversations and stuff. But one last thing, as I'm setting the mic down, because I'm literally, you'll laugh at me, I am about to run. Like, I got all my stuff, my gear, my
What I
headband.
tell ya?
I'm about to hit start on my watch, man. But I'm gonna be listening to y'all. But here's the thing: if you find every day and focus on what you're grateful for, like what you appreciate about life and who you are as an individual, the food that you might be eating or the friends that you do have, if you find time to be grateful on this journey, that is really going to mature your heart and mind quick. Because if you're walking around being grateful, it's hard to be mad. It's hard to be, pissed and stuff. So I spent a lot of times confused, many years confused and not knowing what the heck was going on, even with just me. If I was an individual that, I have my own universe, my own thoughts, my own existence, but being alive for me is love, light, goodness, high vibration, connecting, and just enjoying the day to day. So it is fun to research and try to figure out, but don't forget to reside in the moment and just take a deep breath and smile that you got another breath full of lungs. A lung full of fresh air anyway. Peace and love. I'm going to drop down.
Enjoy your run, my brother. Oh, and Jasmine, we've been waiting to talk to you. Welcome back to Flatter Friday, Stationary Saturdays.
Hello. I pop in here when I'm curious. I took a video. I posted it in the comments. I took a video of the moon a couple nights ago because I was looking at it out the window and it was like kind of an orangish color, and I was like, okay, what's the moon doing tonight? And I look at it and it's literally sparkling, you guys, like flashing different colors. I'm like, what is this? And I get my little Android phone out and I start videotaping and I put it in there in the comments. And I went and I took out like little frames to kind of show like what the colors were doing. And like, if you go frame by frame in this video, the colors are literally like they look like movement, like they're moving around the moon and they're flashing these different colors, like mostly primary colors unless they overlap, And I was like, what is this? Like, why is it doing this? Is the moon a projection? Like, what's happening? So I'm curious if anybody else has seen these color flashes on the moon like this, or am I crazy? Like, what's happening here?
Yeah, hold on. Let me post this up because this do look kind of crazy. I'm scrolling through. I'm like, what in the deformed moon is going on?
Only around the edges, and especially after I looked through my telescope. Like, I never thought the moon was not hollow. I mean, I never thought the moon was not solid or not really up there until I got a telescope and I was able to look at it closer, and it just looks even worse up close. Like, I don't know why Globers keep saying that that's like evidence of a flat earth or evidence that it's up there, because when you really look at it, like, you start to notice a whole bunch of weird ass phenomena with the moon itself.
Now, on the topic of the moon, has anybody else noticed when I had it 3 weeks ago, or maybe 4 weeks ago. I should post a picture. I walked up my porch and I look up to the mountain, and the moon is, let's say, 10% behind the mountain, but the moon was huge, like insanely big. It obfuscated like 50% of the mountain. I take a picture and it's a pencil, like a marble. So I view it as insanely big. I take a picture. It literally takes up the whole sky. I take a picture and it's only a pink drop.
No, that sounds crazy. You should post that on TikTok.
Dude, the problem is the only way I can post a picture and it's literally like a really small moon without any definition. You don't even see the spots on the moon because it's pretty much illuminated too much with focus and everything. But when I looked at it, it literally occupied the whole sky. But there's no way for me to verify, just besides you trusting me, that I actually saw a moon and the rest of my family the size of. So it's insane.
I've seen the moon big before. But long live. Did you want to chime in? You little mic friendly, but did you want to chime in? So this is Flat Earth Friday, Stationary Saturdays. We talk about the shape of our world and different cosmological beliefs. Today's episode is about demonstration, but you don't have to have a demonstration. It's okay. You can still participate without one.
I have a question. Does anyone here play Roblox?
Can we do the age check, proud age check, age check.
Did your parents send you in here? Is your parent like an anti-flat earther and they wanted you to come in here and like disrupt the space, or are you just bored on Twitter?
I'm bored.
You're bored? Okay. Yikes. That's why I don't have kids. So I mean, you probably should get your parents, just to make sure that you have permission to hear some of these conversations that we're having.
Age check, age check.
Well, my parents already know that I do this, so but I not to know what to do.
Wah, 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 wah.
How old are you? I feel like isn't that against the rule? You know what?
Better safe than sorry.
Listen.
Go play outside, kid.
I'm about to say, you could listen. Yeah. You could listen.
Oh, I posted
I
the picture, by the way. It's in the top.
I wanted to see. I just wanted to make sure he didn't have a question. Do you have an actual question? Look. I'm not gonna lie, bro. You sound kind of young. If you have an actual question, I'll let you ask it. But I feel like it's best if you just listen, right? Right, Sacred? Hello. Fight
You
back.
sound like you tweaking right now. Yeah, what's wrong with you? You get a little like nervous around this. Bro, like I don't know what happened. I think Long Live just ended up leaving. I don't know why, but this sound a little bit young. Just a little bit.
Very much young and impatient. So that's why I was wondering, like, that person came back like multiple times. They're still requesting now. So if they have a question about what we're talking about, that's one thing. Versus if they're just trolling or bored or sick. You feel me? Maybe the question actually did have something to do with flat Earth. Who knows?
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, kids could say they got permission. I used to say I had permission from my parents, and I was all over the place on the internet when I shouldn't be. So it's good to be safe than sorry. I feel you on that.
Yeah, we just had
especially with all the stuff that's going on TikTok.
Right. But I mean, this is Twitter. Like, TikTok is the same as Twitter. I think their problem was Discord.
You could tweet them and ask them to post their question if they had one.
Yeah, Long Live. If you're down there listening right now, tweet your question, and then we'll try to answer it for you. If you have a question about the Earth, science, physics, anything about our reality.
So what's our age parameters then? Because we did let Fish up here.
Yeah, but Fish wasn't that young. Like,
we didn't get confirmation.
No, Fish was old enough to be on Twitter. That person didn't really sound old enough to be on Twitter. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I don't know if you guys didn't hear, but they asked you guys if you play Roblox.
I'm a vote old enough to drive.
They did ask about Roblox. That's why I felt bad, because I'm like, damn, what if they were asking about Roblox based on the shape of the Roblox map? Like, I don't know. And then let's say this. That's how.
That's a good question.
That's how Fortnite is. Fortnite got a map. So I just thought about it. I was like, damn, fuck around and they actually had a question. Like, they've been waiting.
See, I didn't think about that.
That's immediately, I was like, damn, it's a 50-50 chance. Either they are 6 years old or they are really trying to put their thought process together.
Man, we lost a potential flat earther early in the indoctrination. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Isn't that sad? that the schooling
Either way, they
system
shouldn't
or
be in the space or on Twitter, though. That's how I feel. I'm dropping down.
I ain't hear enough bass in the voice.
Yo, how old are you? I don't think we let you answer. When you tweet out your issue, how you tweeting about us about God? What? Tweet out your age too. Maybe that's not safe. You know what?
Bro, what are you
That's not
saying?
very.
Anyway, because they
Hey.
tweeted at you. You asked them to tweet their question, and they literally are tweeting at you right now.
Okay, let's wait and see.
Oh my gosh. Oh, but I was gonna say they reposted a space like 49 minutes ago, so they've been chilling. I think they took their request back, but that's a lot of that attention span. I take that back. Actually, I'm fighting you on this. That Jit got a longer attention span than the ones on TikTok. No way Jit would have sat for 45 minutes in TikTok. I'm sorry. I take it back. Anywho, I don't know if Jasmine wanted to go back or if Eric wanted to go back, but I think Jit left.
No, but your point that you made, all video games are built off a flat plane. Interesting, right?
Right, and it took me a second to remember that. So I'm like, maybe this is a young person thinking like that, because that's fair. That's a Cartesian coordinate system. That's the video game grid system. Like, it makes sense.
So I got a little thing. It's just a suggestion. I brought it up earlier, and maybe it's. I mean, I got some responses, but I couldn't really follow them. The question is, can flat earthers figure out how good globies can't make the jump to flat Earth? It's in my view, it's the most. I hear about it all the time. People, even the OGs, say they get upset when somebody can't get what they're saying. But I think it's so clear.
Can I answer that question quickly or no? Other people have their hand up. Okay, yeah. I think it's because they can't explain it. Because that's the thing for me. Like, I feel what I feel, but I wouldn't say it openly to somebody that's going to question it because I cannot explain it fully, especially for them to understand.
I was like that for 8 months trying to figure out how to explain it. I got flat Earth in 2017 when the first international conference was in my town and the local media made fun of it. And I couldn't do anything with it because I'm not good at math and geometry, and that's all I could find on YouTube. And 2022, I found Dave Weiss. I listened to hours and hours of his content. I learned how to explain it by that because he speaks in plain talk. And so now whenever I leave the house, I wear a t-shirt with big white letters that says Flat Earthers. And I get to talk to people about it all the time. And you got to know how to explain it to folks that have never heard of it or saw it on social media and think it's a joke, or, I mean, good faith people that can't figure it out. And I figured out several ways to do that, and I do it all the time.
Doing the groundwork. I appreciate that from you, Flat Earth, Eric.
Hey Mila, how much do you really want to explain to people, or you just want to spark them like you said before, or do you actually want to be able to explain anything to them?
Both.
Okay, then you see what this gentleman just said, where he had his own ideas but he couldn't really explain it until David Weiss. I would highly suggest watching a lot of the content that David Weiss has put out, and then from there jump right into Wits It Gets It.
That's the thing, because I'm like, I'm diving into Witzig's content. I've been diving into his content. So maybe I
I
made
would say
that
go with
jump
Dave
before.
Weiss first.
Yeah, I made that jump before I was supposed to, and that's really what the issue is. I've been watching hours and hours of
That's
Witzig.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Could I get back to my picture really quick so you could have an understanding? So the picture I posted in the top, this is what my P900 sees when I take the picture. When I looked at it, the moon was partially behind the mountain. That's how big it was in full detail. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. I need to take a picture. And this is what my camera sees.
Yeah, it's amazing what the eyes do, huh?
It's insane. It literally, I called up my daughters as well and said, look, it's huge in full detail and extremely bright. And I take a picture and this is what my camera sees. I still can't explain it.
Quick side note, people, something I just made a mistake of. I try not to, but during your research and you're grabbing resources and you see something amazing, don't do what I just did and be like, oh, I'm going to get back to it and put this in your favorites. Archive it. Because right now I want to go get some more pictures of the LIGO being constructed for coffee, showing that the surface of the water to the LIGO arm was continuous all the way around. And guess what? Those pictures have been scrubbed. So it's very frustrating as a truth seeker when all your stuff gets scrubbed off the internet and now it's just you got to take my word for it. I hate that. So Wayback Machine is a great archive site, and just use several archive sites. Archive it and save the link to the archive. So even if it gets scrubbed, you have a backup.
Yeah. To add to that, one of the best places you can find stuff at this point also is getting into the Telegram chats by the guys who are in this space. They have like archives of everything that they've done in the Telegram chats.
I screenshot a lot just because of that.
Or
Jasmine, you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, I want to point back to that moon thing too. Like, I'm really curious about it. I'm really curious if anybody else has seen that. I know you said you saw stuff like that on the edge of the moon. It really freaked me out. I was like, why is it flashing colors like it's a spaceship or something? um and then I'm sitting here and I'm listening to like Facing Reality talk about how the moon changes whenever he takes a picture of it versus when he's looking at it. And I've heard different people say like, you know, what they're seeing isn't matching like what they're seeing through their lenses, right? Through their cameras and their telescopes. And I'm like, is this lens gate? Like like are they augmenting the lenses so that we see something different and we're like gaslit into thinking our vision is wrong or something? I don't know. And then I kind of wanted to touch on like why I got into the space industry a long time ago, because I've talked about that in here a little bit. And people have had like UFO experiences where they get like abduction experiences. I don't think I had an abduction experience, but I do think I had like an impression and experience where somehow my dreams were influenced, and that's what like pushed me into getting into the space industry. I had two extremely vivid like real dreams right before I really started pursuing like getting into the aeronautic industry. And one of those dreams, if y'all want to hear it, I think it's relevant. One of those dreams, I was in this ship. I was in like a spaceship. Okay. It was like a really small room. And I was inside of this, like, it looked like a washing machine type of device, but it had all the holes inside of it, but I was sitting inside of it and it was like a shower, right? Like it was pushing out like with water streams, like extremely fine water streams, and you would just sit in it, and it had like a lid, and I stepped out of it. So I stepped out of the shower washing machine thing, and it's a tiny little room, and I'm looking for like soap and stuff, and it's Velcro to the wall in these like aluminum packets, like the sample shampoo packets or whatever. And as soon as I look into the mirror at myself, right, like I wake up. And then the other dream that I had, I was on the moon, and I was coming out of this like construction trailer type of thing, right, with like 3 or 4 other people. And there was like a habitat next to the trailer, but we had to go through this like decontamination hallway, like plastic, whenever they go into like clean rooms and stuff, and they have those hallway bubble things that like forced air and everything, get all the lint off of you and all that. Yeah, it was kind of like that, except it had like a positive ion charge, which made, because like the dust on the moon would like stick to you, and so it had a charge that would make all the dust like fall off of you and then get like sucked up, so you weren't bringing it into the habitat. It was so real. It was so vivid. And like when I looked this stuff up, and I was like, why was the dust sticking to us? Like, is that a thing? And like literally all of it is a thing. Like at least what they tell us, right? And these dreams were so vivid. And it was the reason that I really pursued getting into the industry. So I guess my question is, has anybody had dreams like that, which kind of like led you down this path? Or, were you ever like influenced into looking into this stuff because of your dreams or visions or whatever? That's the question.
Yes. I didn't want to say anything initially because I had to mention the UFO experience and the fact that you mentioned it. But not only that, every time I try to talk about it, I don't know how you talk about it right now, but every time I try to talk about it, I start getting so anxious. Like you hear it in my voice right now. I don't know why I can't talk about it. I'm trying, but this UFO connection... This is crazy. I'm gonna be back.
So anxious, me 11:30.
Subconscious is playing.
Okay. This UFO connection is on point with my experience. The dreams right after, you had them before, you said? I don't know, but right after, they happened right after, and this is the whole reason I started getting into flat earth as well, and everything that I'm into. And like it really changed me. But the UFO connection is what I thought about when I seen your video, because after that happened, it had nothing to do with the moon. But after that happened, I didn't see aliens or anything, y'all. It really was just me putting the pieces together in hindsight and making sense of a very weird situation. But after that situation, I started seeing these orbs around the moon, and that's what it looked like. So I don't know if it was the moon flashing for you, if it was the moon like emitting those colors, but it was orbs for me when I seen something that looked almost exactly like that after that experience.
Oh, now y'all starting to freak me out a little bit.
It's crazy. It's a crazy story.
Don't get freaked out, man. It was just bubbles.
I was gonna say, Jasmine, your picture looked like if a LED screen was broken on your phone, like if you look at it from afar, and then you swipe like not quickly, but if you just look at it almost at a glance, it really looks like a LED screen got cracked. That's crazy. I never had a flat. Oh, I don't know. I would have to think harder, but I don't think I ever had a flat Earth dream that made me look into something. I think it was just like astral projection, and it made me like go down the rabbit hole of like things of that nature. So, but I don't aliens though. Like what is the definition of an alien now? Like, is it the little green people?
Well, I didn't see like beings at all. It's what I heard and what I felt and what I experienced and what I was able to do. Like right after losing track of 2 hours, and like I didn't know. I didn't put these pieces together and feel like I had this experience until very recently, like maybe a year ago. Not even. But everything that I've been looking into as well, that I've been like dreaming about, like being pushed into, because it doesn't feel like it's something that I wasn't into any of this. Like I'm from the Virgin Islands. I wasn't into none of this. Like,
well, ain't no Virgin Island flat earthers. What you
it's
mean?
not even that. It's just like it's such a small place. So like thinking out of the box. I mean, there's a certain level of indoctrination that we experience as well. It's not as much as most people, but we're simple people, you know? So like a lot of things kind of just like float on by when it comes to these types of topics. It's just, you know, a very easy, simple life down there. But yeah, I wasn't into any of this stuff until that experience, losing track of 2 hours and
You think
having
the
this
events that
experience.
led you up to this point, like to physically where you are right now talking about this and how you feel about these things, you think it kind of like fell together like a timeline? Like at first it might have been like
At first, it felt okay. Right after this experience, it feels like I'm wearing a headset, and and now like I'm just doing things because like this wouldn't have been my usual thought to like explore flat earth and just dream the things that I'm dreaming now is completely different. Even just that same night that I experienced this, I started hearing, like, it was such a crazy experience. I don't even want to say it on here, but I might as well just say it because we all
104. It's 104. Say
so
today's
this isn't
Saturday.
already
Let it
crazy.
go.
But after losing, I'm gonna cut the story down into one little bite. After having an experience of losing track of 2 hours, okay, now I'm able to hear ants.
Hold on. Wait.
Stay with me, okay?
Hold on. Before you caught me off guard with that second one. We're gonna have to go back to that. Well, can you explain like what you mean by losing track of 2 hours of time?
you
Like,
just
So
blank out and it's
maybe
2 hours later.
it's a long story and I'm just not doing it justice by like cutting it down. But just to explain that part, I intentionally like wanted to meditate. Something like almost like told me like, yo, go meditate. And I didn't know nothing about meditation. I didn't like know how to meditate really. I didn't know, like, so I'm that type of person. Before I do something, I want to like dig into it. So I went ahead and I looked into it and I kind of like talked to different people and they told me before you do it, just step in slowly and don't really go like dive into it. So do it for 15 minutes maybe the first time, and you know, step by step, take it slow. So I set my timer on my alarm on my phone for 15 minutes. And I went outside on my balcony and I'm sitting and I did exactly what they instructed me to do. And I'm thinking I'm going to meditate for 15 minutes. Now, when I came to, and I'm only saying when I came to because of what I felt in the moment. I'm like, oh, wait, damn, like I was deep in that shit. I ain't even noticed. Like, why did my alarm go off? Because now I'm feeling like, okay, this is a little long. So I check my phone and my alarm went off, and it's 2 hours later. I'm sitting on the balcony. It's 2 hours later and I'm sitting up still. Right after this. That's weird, but I didn't think aliens, obviously. I didn't think anything. I just was like, that's kind of crazy. I got to tell my people that I actually slipped into a deep meditation on my first try. Like, I'm just thinking that. Like, but right after, what happened was just crazy. Okay, so I started like hearing this sound, and it's electricity. This is what I made it out to be after like doing like I'm almost hunting through my house. Like I'm plugging everything out. I'm like, what the hell is making that now noise? Like it's loud as hell, like a buzzing noise. And then like I'm like putting my ears to the wall. Yeah, I'm not crazy. I'm putting my ears to the walls.
Your ears to the walls,
And I'm
crazy.
like, yo, what the hell? Am I hearing the electricity in my home? Like that's what I was hearing. And then immediately when I said that, it stopped. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. And then I started hearing other things. This sound, right? I'd never forget it. If I make it, I'm gonna definitely have to delete my account. So I'm not gonna do that. But I started hearing this sound and I didn't know what it was because I never heard it before. And then in my mind, like a picture of ants came up and I was like, that's what it is. What the hell? How the hell am I hearing insects walking outside? Like I'm hearing everything, like everything. Like I'm hearing everything that's outside, moving in the grass and in the trees and like shit flying. Like I'm hearing everything. And then I start feeling this being shadowing me. Like I see it in my peripheral, but I can't see it if I turn. And it's stuck there for days. And I'm literally like rearranging my home, like so I have like the couch in like the corner so I could like catch it. Like I'm gonna see you, like, but I never got a I never got a glimpse of it. But now looking into all these different like experiences, like I literally bumped into this months ago, like people talking about the same exact thing, like being able to hear and like the images that came into their minds and what they dreamt directly after. Immediately after that, I was like directed into like, yo, I gotta save everybody. Like I'm like, yo, I literally need to learn this. I need to find out like about flat earth. Like everything popped up in my mind. I was like, the earth is flat. Like I'm like, like everything, like I'm like literally being told, and then like I'm now being guided, like literally everything that was happening after that, just in everyday life, is like I would be tugged into like the right direction. Like it would literally, it could be something as simple as making a turn. It's like, no, don't go that way. Like I hear it like in my mind, but I'm just comparing my experience to other people's experiences. I haven't seen I didn't see a being. I didn't see a ship. I didn't see any of that. I just seen these orbs that kind of like connected that dot. Like, like I did have like 3 different experiences of seeing those orbs in the sky or like nearby. Not nearby close enough for me
I
to
was
be
about to
freaked
say
out
you
about.
did see some unidentified something. You
I
can't say
sent it to you. Yes, and I did,
no.
and I didn't want to believe what I'm saying right now. Like, and I still don't believe it. I'm just saying that compared to the other stories, it's similar, right? But what I'm saying is, I sent you that, and I wanted to believe so bad that it was like that rocket. I'm like, yo, what is
Y'all, I told her to post it for y'all. She ain't want to post it. Sorry, so pure
Right.
speculation until she posted, right?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, y'all.
Well, thanks for sharing.
I'm wondering if you tapped into your higher self outside of time and space. had a little one-on-one, figured out your purpose, and coming back to still kind of remembering your subconscious, but for some reason in this third density, we can't hold on to that information, maybe?
That
Something
is
got on.
literally, that's literally on point with like the sense I'm making of it. Because I keep like feeling this urgency of not wanting to come back. Like I feel like that's the first thought that I had. Like it was so emotional when I thought of it. Like I'm like, yo, I keep doing the same shit, and I'm like, I can't come back. So I gotta like do these things. I gotta understand these things and figure out these things, or else I'm gonna have to come back here. I don't know. It's
So the next time you like meditate, or the next time you take a second and you try to like access that space-time etherical place, try to manifest all your actions that you've done so far that led you to this point in like a timeline. Like you're basically going above that and you're looking over it. You're looking over your actions, you're looking over what you've already done, and try to see if in that time and space you can see the next step that you need to take. And if you can see it like that, when you come back, it'll be almost, it should manifest into a different state, like a list or something in this realm. I hope that makes sense.
It does, Proud. It resonates. Thank you.
Well, have you ever, you don't have to answer on here, you could do me. Have you ever done drugs, like psychedelics or DMT or like a tab? I don't know.
That's some really good weed.
I've done LSD. I'm smoking right now, and I did shrooms for some time.
Okay.
First, I was like, yeah, let me get your weed, man. It's 2 hours. It's gone?
Yeah, I had to hit this shit. I just got a little shaky.
I'm gonna talk to my plug, yo. I need that stuff to make me hear ants, yo.
Talk to my plug.
This is crazy.
I feel like you've all been in situations where time has passed and you didn't even realize.
That happens a lot when you're younger. I had that a lot when I was just walking with my friend and then talking, and then we were like, let's go there. And then we're talking and walking for 2 hours, just realizing we walked past it an hour and
You know
then
what?
keep
Yeah,
walking
you're
up
right.
and down.
We call it, as adults, we call it autopilot. Where we end up somewhere and we forget how we even got there, and like we call that autopilot. Interesting.
These dreams, though, Jasmine, like these dreams that people have and that I'm having, they're just so real, right? And it's giving me all this information. You know what I mean? Like when I came in here talking about Terrence Howard and all this, it's because I had some of the same types of dreams like that he had. Like, and I came up with all these ideas. Like my intellectual property is so valuable right now because of my dreams though. Like there's so many things that I can't explain, but I could like map it out and just like show you and give it to you. And that's it though. Like I can't really tell you much about it, but it leads to like these crazy things. Like I feel like these experiences aren't just, you know, like a loss of time, and I just probably, I don't know. I just feel like it's much more than surface level, you know?
That's how I feel when Proud be trying to explain to me a color that don't exist. I'm like, what?
Oh my God, that's my
I can explain. I can
Wait,
try to
hold on.
explain. I can see it, but I can't.
Pause. Let's put a pin right here. Please, Proud, can you talk about that? And I'm going to tell you my dream before you talk about that. My dreams are these. You know what? I'm not going to say this because I'm going to delete my page. Goodbye. Proud, please.
Wait, what?
Talk about these colors.
Yeah, what was that?
Talk about these colors, please, that you tell Sacred about. I would love to hear that.
Now
It's
I'm gonna ask
only
Jasmine something after this. Go ahead, bro.
it's but sidebar that the jit is back. It's only one color. It's oh my god. Okay, do I have to pull up a rainbow? Y'all do. Y'all know what a rainbow looks like. It's like,
It ain't in the rainbow, proud. I told
but
you
it
already.
comes with but it breaks up the rainbow. Like whatever the fuck it is, it like breaks up the rainbow.
Where do you see it? Like, what's your
So
reference?
I learned to see it when I learned to meditate, and that's when I was like on my chakra journey and like trying to open my chakras and transcend and whatnot.
I have these dreams about these colors, right? Where like I'm in the dream and I don't know where I'm at because I could see everything, right? Like I can see everything, but I don't know where it's at the same time, right? And the only thing that I see are colors, and this is where all the information is coming from. Like I'm not like when I when I'm like when I just talked about how sometimes I get some stuff from my dreams and I could like give it to you and map it out. It's coming from these colors. Like these colors, and I don't know what the colors are. I can't describe them to you, but they're colors
I
that's
think
like
it's only one.
telling me, like it's like I don't see myself. I see these colors all around, like behind me, in front of me, to the sides, above, below, like everywhere. And they're giving me information through emotion. Like they're like I'm just feeling like the whole dream is just complete feeling, like, and that's how I'm like understanding what it's telling me, what it's communicating, or what the colors mean, or whatever. And I'm leaving these dreams with like ideas, and I don't know how that connects to what you meditate and like see, but that's my experience. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm taking up a lot of time with this crazy shit.
It's like anytime you look at anything and you see light come from it, or like the sun, you see light come from a light bulb, like at some point in time, the way your eye catches the light, you're gonna see a rainbow from whatever object you're looking at. Like even the moon sometimes, like it's like it's not a color that I've ever seen before. It's not in those 62 box of crayons. It's not something you can oil paint. I have no idea what to call it, but I can't ignore it because it literally wraps around the entire color spectrum. So it comes from the middle, it breaks it up, the rainbow, like you should see it, and it like wraps around it. I can't deny that color. Well,
So it's like the container of the color spectrum, kind of like a wrapper.
I would say a door. Maybe there are more than one. Mila says she sees more than one color. But if you can't say what color it is, because I can't tell you a color that's never been named. Like I can't name a color
It
for
doesn't
y'all.
look like anything, like that I know. I can't tell you what it
So
is. Like
is it dark? Is it light? Is it transparent? Is it
that's
bluish? Is it
I
reddish?
don't know. Like I
Bruh,
don't know.
I tried this
Like
already, D3. I tried.
I promise you, like
You
this is
did?
where my
It
senses
don't
It
exist,
started.
don't
Cobb. It don't exist.
I
exist.
promise you
It
guys,
don't
like I've
exist.
been
It does not
talking about
exist.
this shit for years. Like I've been on spaces talking about these dreams with these colors for years. I don't know what the hell, and I still don't know what they are. I don't know if they're dark or
That's
light.
I
awesome.
asked my optometrist, and he said it could be just like fucking UV light. Like he just said it. Like you could just be seeing the rest of the spectrum. Like it's okay. Your eyes aren't falling out your head.
Yeah, it could be. You might be just tapped into like one extra or a couple extra slivers of what we could normally see, but most people can't see that extra little sliver that you're seeing.
It was
It's
a wild
very.
ride with this finesse.
Like
Yeah, hundreds
like
of
it
miles in the
sparkles,
daylight.
but it's dark at the same time. I don't know what to tell y'all. My fault.
Nice, that's cool.
We got a couple of hands up. Oh, real quick, because I did want to go back to what Jasmine said. She said when she look in the mirror, she wake up. And I wanted to know if y'all was ever able to see yourself in a reflection in a dream. Sometimes I can read, and I have lucid dreams a lot. But I want to know if y'all ever was able to see y'all hands, or if y'all was able to see y'all reflection.
I'm pretty sure I've been able to see my hands. I don't recall seeing my reflection. The other day, this is just 4 days ago, I had a strange experience with a dream. Like I died. Usually, you don't die in a dream, right?
It depends on what you were doing in the
So,
spirit realm, D3. You got your ass kicked out.
nah. So it was it was like wartime or some shit, and they busted. Troops busted in on me, but I didn't expect to get shot. Like I expected they were gonna take me prisoner, some shit like that. And so there was a group around me, and I heard the shot, and I felt my brain go numb. So like I died right there, and I didn't wake up for a couple minutes after that, I think. But yeah, it was weird. When I woke up, I was like, wait, did I just die? I'm not supposed to die in a dream.
Was it white or was it black when you died? For those few minutes before you woke up?
I think it was dark. Yeah, because everything faded. If I remember correctly, everything faded from view, and I was just like in a thought process, like, yo, they shot me. Like, yo. And then I kind of woke up after that. Yeah. It was weird.
Yeah, so I just feel like there are astral world dream like police and dictators, like people and entities or whatever the fuck you want to give them, that control where your soul is at. Like if you're not supposed to be up there and you in certain places and you're very cognizant, like they will kick you out at any means necessary.
I
The
promise you
dream
this.
will turn crazy. What happened?
I'm sorry. I promise this is gonna take 5 seconds, but there's a lot of parts of the story that I left out, and just to connect this like experience with what you guys are talking about. Right after that, I was not able to go to sleep. So like when I fell asleep after this happened, like all the supersonic hearing and stuff. When I fell asleep, I immediately started dreaming, and something told me you shouldn't be here. And I woke up, right? And it was really late, like 1 in the morning at this point. And at that point, I couldn't go back to sleep. Something was literally kicking me out of that world. Like kicking me out. Like I was physically feeling like something kicking me out of this world. So I literally stayed up until like I met exhaustion. It took me 2 days to fall asleep. Literally, I promise you guys.
Has anyone else had a dream where you weren't supposed to be there, I guess, like she was just saying? I think I've had like a similar experience, but I didn't have like a feeling of getting kicked out like you did.
You ever
Anybody else been
had
kicked
2
out?
dreams at one time in the same night?
Oh, I have recurring dreams all the time.
No.
Like I've
Do you guys?
no.
Do you
What do you mean?
Like the dream started, you're somewhere in one room and the dream started somewhere else, and then like something crazy like time warping space happened, and then you end up in a whole different situation, but you're in another dream completely different, even though that wasn't how your dream started?
All
Oh
the
yeah.
time.
Oh
Right. So
yeah. Sometimes my dreams will start in one area or one world, and then I'll be in a totally different situation later.
right. So you done been kicked out of places where the entities felt like you wasn't supposed to be, and like the second dream just happened before you realized like, oh,
Yeah.
this is what's happening.
Do you guys have lucid dreams?
Okay. Well, that's where I was going with the getting kicked out, and in my experience, I guess it was kind of a lucid dream, but maybe not. I don't know. I'll tell you about it real quick. I was laying down. I used to have like sleep apnea all the time, where if I laid on my back, my eyes wouldn't close all the way, and I would be half awake, half asleep. Something like that, or maybe it's not sleep apnea, sleep paralysis. That's what it is, where you can't move. So anyway, I was laying there and I could see three people. It looked like they were like playing dice, like just like three dudes on the block playing dice, but they were facing away from me, right? So they was just kind of like chilling, having their conversation, and it came to a point where like I really became aware, like, hold up, where am I? And then like on a dime, all three of them turned around and looked down, because I was laying down on the bed. So they turned around and then looked down directly at me, and they were shocked, like they were surprised as fuck, like they could see me, like they didn't expect me to be there, and it scared the shit out of me. So I've like pushed myself to wake up, and I was like, what the hell was that? So I kind of feel like I was like somewhere else, and they became aware of me, and then I had to, I just vanished on them.
I think lucid dreams are more when you control what happens in the dreams, no?
Yeah,
yeah, maybe
there's
right,
a cool thing
right.
that you can do actually. My old when I was in catechism, the catechism teacher taught me this actually before became an atheist shortly after. But that's a long story. But you got to be at peace. Like when I was younger, you're not an adult that has bills and you have a lot on your mind. You got to be at peace where your bills are all paid. You're not staying up. You got to be at peace. When you're young, that's easy, but as an adult, you just got to find a day that that happens, and go to bed at a decent time. Don't get knocked out. Don't be on your phone. Be at peace, and then look at the palm of your hand and say to yourself mentally, I will have willful intent of controlling my dream. And then go to bed. Don't be on your phone. You're at peace. And that night, you will be able to control your dream. You want to fly like Superman? It'll happen. You will be straight Neo if you want to be. I thought that was cool. I didn't believe. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is supposed to be catechism. Can you just give me the Bible study so I can go home and watch my cartoons? You bugging right now. But I said, I'm gonna do it. And yo, I was flying. I was flying in that dream, bro. Then I flew into a building and woke up immediately. But for a little bit, I was controlling my dream. It was pretty cool. So something you could try as an adult when you have one of them not thinking about bills days.
Was this the left or right hand you got to look at?
I don't think it mattered, but I'm right-handed, so it was the right hand that I was looking at. But I don't think it matters. Just have willful intent and stare at your hand for like a good minute, and then go to bed. I know that's tough for us adults, man. We got a lot of stuff going on, but just try it. Just be at
You
peace
said
one day and
it
try
got
it.
to be peaceful. It's crazy because my astral projection experience was the exact opposite. I was actually stressed out and I astral projected. And that's when I see my hands and I see myself and it scared the fuck out of me.
Wait, what you
Yeah,
look
maybe there's
like?
different
Hold
triggers.
on.
Well, could I
That
ask?
shit scared the fuck. Yo, imagine turning around and seeing yourself like laying there. Like that shit scared the fuck out of me. I felt my body come back into myself.
Oh, out of
Yeah, the
body.
hell
That
no.
was,
Well, could I ask, like, how do you astral project?
Look. Mila and Jasmine done said alien too many times. Keon was like, oh, hell no. Y'all not going to say alien me 5 times and I keep grabbing on mic. What the hell? Hurry up, Keon. But Remorse want to say something, but hurry up. Go ahead.
Yo, out on a run. Wanted to pop in. That was an amazing story, Mila, about... You hear me? Am I messed up?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right, I'll keep going. Let me know if my mic's jacked. I'm kind of out in the country. I was going to say that was an amazing story. Appreciate you sharing. You know how you kind of got embarrassed or like, oh, I'm going to delete my Twitter, or oh, I don't know if I want to tell this. We got to fight against that as a collective, as a whole, because if you think about children,
precognitive dreams. Just saying.
they're... Oh, is my stuff messed up?
No, you're good.
Oh, yeah. So I was going to say, if you think about children, they see things that we don't see, and literally. And so a lot of this conversation where you're trying to go and figure out is, honestly, you're leaving the physical world that we live in, which is like kind of like a matrix, or it's a structure, a subset of where we live. But to
Is someone
me,
talking? I'm sorry.
yeah. Darn, I'll drop down.
I don't think it's you, to be honest.
Mila, Ron Boston was talking. Drop down, I'll bring you back up.
I had to exit everything as well. I got blocked.
Elon,
Yeah, some
chill.
people get it confused. It's the person who can't hear that has to drop down.
Yeah, I couldn't hear anybody anymore. I thought, wait a minute, that can't be true.
I realize my weed is whack. We got clouds seeing colors that don't exist, hearing ants, man.
You can't act like colors are man-made concepts. I mean, okay, there is a color hue, rainbow, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't thought to like make no more.
Animals.
We
Just
don't
make
make
them
them, we just name them.
But this just proves that there are more colors in the color spectrum than we realize, and we're
100%.
only able
Animals.
to see the ones we see based on our limit of vision. Like that's a limit right there. And we already notice because there is UV light and X-ray light that exists that we can't see. So I don't know. I think it's valid to say that there's other colors.
Oh yeah,
How
no,
we supposed to figure
that's
it
a
out?
scientific fact actually. That the humans are only see electromagnetic spectrum, a limited amount. I forget, different animals see a different range. But so that is a scientific fact. If you tapped into something that will see more, there's an episode of Superman, because Superman could see through a lot more spectrums. And Lois Lane goes to him, man, I wish I could see the world the way you see it. And it pans away to see Superman's vision. And it was like a beautiful ray of just all types of colors. I think it all resonate with you, Proud. I'll try to find it. But if you look up how Superman sees, when Lois Lane asked him, it was just that shit was the special effects in that scene was dope. He was just seeing just an array of colors and seeing like through things, through people. That shit was like you got a little bit of that Superman in you.
That's dope. Yeah, I gotta look at that. I'm trying to think. Did I ever see anything on TV or in cartoon that was like a good depiction of it? Something interesting that I could like relate it to. I always think about it. It's just so like weird. It's such a weird experience to see something that you can't explain. Like that shit is uncomfortable, especially with something so simple like a color.
Between which color was it? Where in the spectrum?
That's a good question.
I don't know. That's crazy.
I'll go look at a rainbow. So, oh, see, that's not even that. Oh, okay. So if you were to split green in half, I realize that's not even technically possible. But if you were to split green in half, that's why I say it looks like a door like versus like a part of the spectrum. It just shows you like this is what is it, like the number line, like how on one side it's negative and then zero is in the middle and then it's positive. Like I feel like that's what the interpretation should be, because it's splitting green, but then you see it at the end of purple and at the end of red. I could go look in the sun right now if you guys really want me to.
Do you see it when you look at it directly or with your peripheral vision?
So when I was first learning how to do it, it was before I first really learned how to meditate and sunbathe and manifest. I wasn't really like seeing it until I channeled my chakra. But now it's a little different because I feel like I've gone past that. So I could see it in my peripheral. Like I guess when you look at things in the light, your eyelashes catch the rainbow. You see the rainbow off the sun from where it is. From where I am, my sun is like not in my zenith, but I can look at it. Like Oh, damn.
If I could share my response too, like for me in the dream, it's like I'm inside the color. Like I can't tell you like, cause you said if I'm looking directly at it or through my peripheral, it's almost like I'm the space inside the color, cause I'm just the space inside the color. Like there's no eyes, you know?
And the reason why I said it is because I want to believe that when we focus on something, most of the image is actually created by our brain, and what our vision sees is something what we actually see without distortion of being filled in by the brain. This is why we observe things more purely with our peripheral vision.
Oh, my bad. I forgot I muted. I was saying that I could essentially like see the color with anything that light is reflecting off of. If I wanted to look like directly at it, I could. If I wanted to look at it in my peripheral, I could. So it's kind of more like just finding something that relates to it. Just finding a way to relate that color to something else. Color.
Go ahead, bitch.
I think the color is an intelligence, bro. Just saying.
I don't like a purple either. Looks like a texture. That's what's frustrating about it. You guys want like the color of it, and it looks like a texture. So light, like, and the closest texture I could give you is like smoke. So that's like, that makes no sense.
And it
So
moves.
it's smoky without a direct color. It could be any color.
And it moves.
No, it's a color, but since I can't give you a color that don't exist, I can only give you something else that correlates to this abstract color, which is a texture. So everybody knows what a texture is. Everybody has like smoked a joint, I hope at least, and like seen the smoke linger a little bit where it looks like almost like a cotton spider web, like it's heavy, almost like it sits in the air. So a texture, that's a texture to me, I'm sorry. But in a color, that makes no sense. I've given up a while ago. Sigurd gave up. I just float on my lonely journey until I find a Crayola box with the color I need.
But if the color is more as a texture or texture, then how will you ever get a crayon that creates color that creates texture?
I feel like one day I'm gonna stumble across the arts and crafts abstract piece of something that I can use to like perfectly depict what I'm seeing. Like I know it's gonna happen. If I can't find it on paper, I'll physically find like a good example of it somehow, some way. Damn,
I
when
do
I go,
find it interesting to think about, to be honest.
I have to charge my phone.
Hey, Proud, have you tried using hex values?
You said hex values?
Yeah.
No, I have no idea.
Okay,
Like
cool. I'll send you a tool it's used in CSS for coloring things on the internet. It's got a lot of colors, and so yeah, you can check it out, see if you can find one that kind of semi correlates or something.
It's like a Blender program.
The one that I'm gonna send is just an online app that you just change colors around to kind of build color schemes for the internet. So like every website has its own color scheme, logos have their color schemes, things like that. But it's got a lot of colors, so maybe something will kind of work out. If not, it's worth a shot.
Yeah, facts. I wish I could see it more so in the astral world. I think I pretty much only see shapes when I'm like in the astral world. But yeah, send me that link. I want to let Jasmine chime in because she's been waiting real patiently. And then Blue came in, and then where's Waldo?
Yeah, so on the color thing, the first time that I ever saw colors that weren't in our reality, right? It's really, I think Mila was on it, right? Because she's like, it's like an entity. It's like a consciousness or something. And it's like the way our brains and our understanding has to translate it some kind of way. And that's usually, I think, with light and color. The first time I saw colors like that was in a dream when I was little. When I was 5, and God came to me in a dream, and it was like he was an eye, but it wasn't like a human eye. Okay, it was like a billion supernova in one spot in the sky, and the colors that were emanating out of this eye were like, I couldn't, I would need like a million years to even like paint one of them, so I get it. I've seen that before, and I think he talks to us a lot with that, with the light and the colors, because he is light, and so I think that transcends into our reality in different kind of ways. I posted up there in the nest one time when I was moving into a new apartment, and I had these signs that say like faith, hope, and love. And I had been keeping on to these signs for like 10 years in a really, really bad relationship, right? And I put them on the wall. There's like one of the few things I still had. And I put them on the wall in this new apartment, new man. And this light appeared next to them literally like a couple minutes later, right? And it was this, and it's up there, it's this circular rainbow light, and it looked kind of like a fingerprint, right? And when I looked at the signs, and I had never actually like gotten up and looked at the signs closely, and they literally had the Lord's Prayer like written all over them, right? So with the aerospace dreams that kind of started the conversation, there was a time where I really just let myself go into the manifesting and the meditation, and I was just like, whatever happens, I'm gonna just like be part of the ether, right? And let the world create for me what it wants to create for me. And that was that whole aerospace like part of my life where I was just like, okay, whatever will be, and I'll just go with it. And I started noticing all these like coincidences and correlations in nature. And, I would think something and then I would see it like manifest, and it was really cool. And I was just like living inside of, inside of my spirit, right? It's like, at least what I thought. And I rolled with that for a while, and all sorts of things happen, meetings and interactions, and so I found it's kind of like the way I kind of explain it is like we're living in a drain, like a funnel, I guess. And most people are just like stuck on the outside of this funnel, right? And they're watching everything happen. Like the funnel, the movement happens like it's like a downward spiral, right? Everybody's eventually going to die. But it's really interesting to watch everything go down the spiral, and most people are stuck on the edge somewhere. And so it's like when you decide to dive in and let go of the side of this funnel, it's like all of a sudden it's the colors and the experiences and the synchronicities, and things are happening, and it's really exciting and interesting. But you get lost in that, and it's like you get pulled further down into the funnel, and you realize you lose your autonomy in a kind of way. At least like that's what I experienced. Things were just happening to me, and I was okay with that for a while until it wasn't fun anymore. And I realized I was being influenced, and I didn't like it, right? And it was like it's kind of like a trap, I guess, where it's like, oh, look at all of this and look at all of that, and here's this experience because you manifested this, and it's like, oh, you're actually like going where we want you to go. And I've dealt with like shadow entities and stuff before. I've had lots of experiences with them. Occasionally they'll slink back around. Like Mila was talking about how she could see like out of the corner of her eye. And it's funny, there's actually a reference to that in the book of Job, if you guys want to go look for it. But these things, like, they live in light and they live in shadows, because these things make up our universe, right? And there's dominion, right? In different areas of the world, there's principalities and dominions. And I really think they influence people in our dreams, and and depending on how much we let go and we're available to be influenced, right? There was a time when I was like trying to astral project, and this is the time where I was really like fighting between just being one with the ether and being one with my creator. And I was so heavy they couldn't get me up off the bed. Like I was literally like sliding down the bed and like up the wall. They couldn't get me to like go through. And that's really that point was when I was like, okay, there's something wrong here. I need to get away from this stuff and go back to the source, go back to, right, that 5-year-old me where I had that interaction with God, and really pursue him, the creator, instead of like trying to delve into the creation. Because you get lost in it. It's I had a dream, I want to say like a few months ago, where, because I've been really disconnected from that 5-year-old me for a while, and it's bothered me. And God gave me this dream, and he was like, okay, well, here you go. Here's what it's like to dive into the light, right? And like Mila was talking about how she could hear the ants and she could hear them like walking and stuff. It's like when you dive into creation, right, and you meditate on the synchronicities and the little things, like the ants and the trees, and you can hear grass grow. We can't handle that. It's like if we were just unplugged.
Uh-oh. That happened to me when I was on a tab. The trees had eyes. Like the whole tree was alive. Like trees are alive, guys. Trust me. Do not chop trees down. They feel that shit. Trees are alive. They have eyes and they see you and they breathe. Trees are well and living.
They about to get us.
I was just about to say, damn, Elon, you snatched her up out of here. What's going on?
There's an interesting line in the Bible, and I'm not a believer in Christianity or anything like that, but I do study the scriptures. There's an interesting thing in there when they're talking about what used to happen at that time, and it says that they had their eyes opened, and he had his eyes open. This is mentioned a number of times in the Bible. I have no idea what the hell they're talking about, what this means. There's different interpretations, but I don't really fall into the different interpretations. I think a lot of them are wrong. But yeah, something you guys can kind of check out and look into when you're bored one day. I just think if you didn't catch the correlation, I just think it's like has something to do with how we perceive, and I think dreams are a part of that. You know, how we perceive things.
It's also like your subconscious too. And things you ate can even affect your dreams. Like,
You know, bringing it all back to Earth. Like, where is all this experience taking place? It's taking place right here. Kind of an important place.
The eyes being open is spiritual in context.
Yeah, I don't believe that's the case, but I'm not sure. So there's no proof on that.
Then your eyes are closed.
eyes wide shut?
Yeah, you could say that, but you know, we don't know exactly what they were saying with that line. When you get into the language of it, there's two different forms of it. There's the one from the Greek and then the one from the Hebrew. So you got to really go back and dive deep into the language of it, which I haven't seen many people do.
Come on.
Maybe referring to pineal gland and multiple of them, so multiple people's pineal glands are open.
Yeah, there could be. So like I said, there's a lot of interpretations.
Has anyone put the books that were taken out the Bible back into the Bible? How it should have been written or it was? Or is there no way to know?
God has made sure that the Bible's been complete throughout history. We don't need Enoch.
Damn, what Enoch did to you, Alex?
What he just said is important, going back to the Greek translations instead of the Hebrew, because they're definitely different. Mm-hmm. She listened to Amon Hillman.
Amon Hellman?
Yeah, I ran into him recently talking about that very thing.
Go ahead, hand people.
Dan was first.
Yeah, so I think I think I mentioned it briefly in the warm up yesterday, but just to give some like perspective on the constraints of our perception of reality. So our eyes only perceive 0.0035% of the entire spectrum. And now, given some people can peak beyond those constraints in a wide variety of areas of that reality, that picture that you see in your mind, like from as far left to right, top to bottom, your eyes are actually only seeing like it's less than 10%. Somewhere maybe 5, 6, I could be wrong, but it's definitely less than 10%. And the rest is basically like computer generated by your brain. So there is like an entire reality that is all around us that we really like can only see in testing maybe, or the ghosts of it. But I just wanted to give a little perspective on that because we really only perceive a literal fraction of what's all around us.
I believe that.
You know, as a slightly colorblind individual, I can kind of speak on, you know, what does that color look like? I mean, I can see all the basic colors, but when you start to get into like the blends, they call me red-green. I've done some tests, but it's like slight. It's not real bad where I can't like see red or I can't see green. Obviously, I can see and distinguish both of them pretty well. But like when you get into like pinks and purples, those I have like real trouble with. It's like the shade. Like if they're separate and I look at them long enough, I can define both of them. I can distinguish
Right. But if they're next to each other.
Yeah, it's almost like they oscillate, like they jump across each other, if you will, and kind of like lay over each other a little bit. So it's really tough for me to say that one's pink and that one's purple. So
I'm pretty sure you guys have played like a little game, Brain Teaser, where you gotta like look at the dots and guess the color and keep up with the different colors and see which one is the deviation. Like, but yeah, like not even having a base point to start when describing something is like so bizarre. Like, I guess even some colors like you call it green, but it's really called periwinkle. Like, like what the fuck? It's green. So yeah, I think that too counts, but like on a grand scale.
Last thing I'm going to add, then I'm going to dip out. I got some OBS things to play with, but I'm going to put something in the nest in spirit of the demonstratable assignment that Sacred gave to everybody. And the Globers misunderstood the assignment. You didn't get the assignment, guys. You needed to show something demonstrable on a smaller scale. Which Coffee tried, with the exception of Coffee. I'm sorry. At least he tried. I put something in this, and in response to Ruhif, when he came in here, he said, if you were on a mountaintop looking over to an equally high mountaintop, would that be horizontal? Okay, now move that mountaintop many miles further. Would you be looking down on that mountaintop? Interesting. He's implying that that mountain is going over a curvature if you're looking down upon it. But if you look into the nest, I have something that I posted. If you look into the video at your own time, 10-minute video, but it's well worth the watch. In short, auto levels and theodolites aren't Earth curve measuring devices. You cannot measure Earth curve with such devices. It's optical, and it's a simple inference. There's a local demonstration that the video shows, right? A flat table, two objects of equal height, and the camera on the phone is one of the objects. has a crosshairs on that view. It has the crosshairs of the view. The other object, which is equal height of the phone, is within its crosshairs. Now he starts sliding the phone away. I'm sorry, he leaves the phone in place and starts sliding the object away a few meters. And as you can see, the height of that object is lower within the crosshairs. He's not looking down upon it, as in a lower elevation. No, the objects are of equal height on a flat surface, the table, but it's lower in the crosshairs. He is looking down upon it, technically. So that simple illustration shows this. If objects of equal height on a flat surface, separated by a few meters, demonstrate optical drop, meaning the height of the one object would look down upon the other object, what would you expect if those objects were moved miles apart? Simple demonstration of optical drop. We know that the other object that's being moved away isn't going over curvature because, as we said, they're both on a flat table, demonstrated flat table. So I say all that to say this. We can show on a local level demonstrated flat and the phenomenon of optical drop not going over curvature. We can show this as those who believe in a topographical plane that's flat. And I go back to the simple inference that I said before. If an apparent drop of a level line is seen from an auto level or a theodolite, it's either physical or optical. It's one of the two. It's going over Earth curve or it's something optical. If said line aligns with a water level and that aligns with a straight line, then it's necessarily not curvature that it's going over. It's optical. And how do we know that this is valid? The inference is valid. The if-then statement is necessarily valid. But is it sound? We can make sure that's sound as well. As I said with coffee before, the surface of the water had an equal amount of gap to the LIGO arm from beginning to end. If that was a tangent, if the arm was over a tangent, that space between the water surface and the LIGO arm would fluctuate. It would not be continuous all the way around. Now, if I were more responsible and archived those pictures, not knowing they would be scrubbed from the internet, I would have visual proof of this. So not only would that inference be valid, it'll be sound. Now, that'll bring all kinds of problems like, uh-oh, why is the surface of the water and the LIGO arm having an equal gap between them continuously all the way through? Houston, we have a problem. Now, I understand why those pictures were scrubbed from the internet. Makes it a problem for me. I'm diligent though. I will keep finding them. I will keep looking, and I will find them again. You can't hide anything from the internet too long. But that just goes to show you, logic is important because you can iron out their arguments. But if you can iron out that argument where it's not only valid, you have empirical proof, it's also sound, and it can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. So they would have to have some kind of gymnastics, which will be difficult to do if you have a gap between the water's surface and the LIGO arm that's continuous all the way through. That is a difficult thing to explain away. And I understand why it has been scrubbed. So, hey, lesson learned. I will archive everything. Every little thing I'm archiving now. So that is what it is. So I understood the assignment. Coffee understood the assignment. The other Globers did not understand the assignment. Optical drop is demonstrated on a local level. And at your leisure, take a look at that video. Shameless plug. I put something in the nest. I'm going to work on OBS to get visuals because people like visuals. Hearing something and just seeing it is two different things. And there's a lot of visual learners here. I have a standard form argument session that I'm going to put these arguments like I just did in standard form where it's valid. But you can see how if you can have empirical verification, it's sound. It can't be false. And that puts a problem on their end. I respect 104 episodes because I'm only at episode 11. It feels like I've been doing this forever. So shout out to Proud and Sacred that could keep this up. It's a lot of work trying to put something together for a presentation. So shout out to you guys. If you can, set a reminder. I'm going to go over some things as Aries failure, Marconi's demonstration, etc. So I'll end it there. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, definitely gotta tap in with us. Anybody in need of moderation or chaperone? These Globers be wildin'. Yeah, definitely reach out. I do want to call last call just so everyone knows. But go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, when I had to get off, I had to take somebody to the airport this morning, and Xavier was cooking on this same exact thing. You might want to look at I think it was Toby that has done presentations on LIGO, and I think they have an actual statement from the company that actually was responsible for building LIGO, and their account differs drastically from the official narrative that it curves. It does not. They you can get a lot of information there. They may actually have some pictures for you, Xavier.
Is it bad that I hurt my neck and when I move it, I feel it in my teeth? I think that's bad. Yikes. I don't think anybody else had their hand up. Did somebody else have their hand up? Or am I glitching?
I don't see any hands up.
Yeah, if anybody wants to get their last thought out, question, comment, concern, if anybody wants to grab their data out of the jumbo, definitely do that, or post any last minute questions in the side chat.
Hopefully you could find a good myofacial massager for your neck.
Man, I'm about to get a hyperbaric chamber or something. I don't know. You know, I think I bought a new pillow and like I'm not sleeping properly on the new pillow. But I'll remember that. Anybody else? Oh, well, let me go look and see what the poll look like. Y'all not gonna get away from me that quick. So we got one demonstration from coffee, whole bunch of obfuscations from the rest of them. Let me go to my poll. The goal was for you guys to either demonstrate Coriolis in a sphere, that red shadow of a lunar eclipse we've still been waiting for. What else? Oh, is this my question? Oh yeah, this is one of my polls. Okay, should one demonstration have to account for everything we see in reality? So this was, I got this idea from TikTok because I think Sager was telling y'all already. Like, we gave them demonstration for Star Trek.
Anyone speaking?
Testing. Did I just get booted?
I think you did because I didn't hear anything. Can you hear
Yeah, I
me?
can hear you.
Yeah, can hear you fine.
Okay.
Damn. So did y'all hear me at all?
Yeah, I heard you.
I heard you gave a demonstration and then it cut off for
What?
me.
I don't even know where that was.
No, you said the last thing you said was you got the idea from TikTok, and then you disappeared.
Wow. Yeah. For the poll, I got the idea from TikTok because we were showing them star trails, we were showing them Coriolis, we were showing them like a whole bunch of flat Earth demonstrations, and they couldn't show it to us. Like they couldn't show it demonstrated on the globe. And every time we would show them like star trails, star rotations, they would literally just be like, "Oh, that's not good enough. It has to account for everything we see in reality." Like Polaris dropping. Like it's like, yo, you asked for one demonstration, not a model. So I wanted to make sure they was just strawmanning us and it wasn't just us tripping. Or if it was us tripping, a lot of you guys voted no. There's a couple people that voted yes, but they didn't put why. Oh, the question was, should one demonstration have to account for everything we see in reality? I forgot, y'all couldn't hear me before. And it's 60, oh shit, let me not give it away, but 88% of you guys said no. It's at 12%
Well, the burden
that
of
says
proof
yes.
is still on them, right? So if we're demonstrating one demonstration or one part of the one question, one argument, what does all the rest have to do with it? You know, we have proof for it all anyway.
I feel that, yeah, as long as we have at least the basic demonstration to begin with. Like we can get into the specifics and the mechanics later on and like the specificity of it, but like if you just need a basic demonstration, yo, and we have that, like that should be good enough for you to continue the conversation with the idea of what we're trying to explain to you. It shouldn't have to account for dark matter and your pseudo forces.
Is this another one of their lists like last year? You know what? I said, it's just fallacy detected, shifting the burden of proof. I don't know. They're just stalling for time.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think not talking to the Globers is worth it. Even the anti-flirts. I feel like if you leave them too long in their circle jerks, it's just so much harder to scrape off the walls. That's all.
Hey, Proud, you said you did a like a sky-based demonstration, right?
Yeah.
I have a question about where we see Polaris and kind of like with the whole model that we have with the double torus, or just what we're seeing, the torus that we see. If Polaris is at the center of what's spinning, I don't see how that correlates to the how it maps to the top of the torus, because in the torus, where you have the torus, is you have that vortex in the middle that it's conical, it comes all the way down to the center, right? Are we saying that Polaris is up at the top of that vortex? Because it's basically dead center. It might be moving slightly around a point, but the point is small in from our perspective.
You ever seen the moon like dipped into the sky, almost like a ball that's floating on top of water? So it looks like you look in the sky, you see the half moon, you see it's blue, you look at it and it looks like a ball just being dipped, like a white ball just being dipped into the water. Like
Yeah.
that type of
That's the
between
video
two
I was looking
mediums.
for. Nico, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Nico found it apparently, and I put it in the chat with another, just pictures of the same demonstration saying, this is the rock, this is the moon, and it's like, it looks like it's submerged. That's what I've always thought. I mean, well, for a while now. It's submerged in another liquid medium, and behind one liquid medium. And so it's, I think it's still there.
I just feel like so if you can imagine it with the moon being pressed into the water, but at the same time the side that we're looking at it on is still pressing up against the moon. It's like the moon is just stuck in a state of perpetual floating jello type substantive state, and that's how I feel like the stars are. Like that could be Polaris's deal, stuck between the two layers. Oh, I'm looking at your actual picture. You had posted a picture of the toroidal field. So I'm looking at the one you posted recently, and I'm thinking like, is it on the top, at the very top of the top toroid, or is it on the second one?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, whether it's on the top or the any of them, there's a vortex there. So what would it be doing like at the direct center of that vortex?
I have a crazy thought.
I mean, is anything actually there? Because that's where isn't that where the downward, energy comes from? So would anything? So and also when we look at electromagnetism in like a like the guy what's his face on YouTube there, the bald dude. Anyway, he uses the ferrofluid. I forget his name. He uses the ferrofluid to look at the magnetic structure, and there's always the black hole in the center. So that hole in the donut, that's where the blackness would be. Would there be any stars in that blackness? Or I don't think so, right? The stars would be in the rest of the torus moving around, right? So doesn't that contradict with how Polaris doesn't move? And it being like directly above north?
Yeah, I see them as being like pushed outward more so.
Uh-huh.
Along the outside of that field.
That's how I thought about it too. But then what about Polaris? Because Polaris, it's not rotating around an edge like the other ones are. It's just,
so yeah, it would make sense
essentially
being stuck at the top and like okay, so sometimes they make things that kind of like crush stuff, and then the way what's getting crushed isn't kind of getting sucked down the bottom. It's not like a vortex though, so it might not be the right analogy. I just like that's the vortex that's causing it to stay up there. Like it's stuck between the motion and the direction of it. Oh, gosh.
I see what you mean. And I could get on board with that. My only thing is that what we what we see with electromagnetism? Like do we see stars at the center of the blackness, or do we see them rotating around it? Feel me?
The center of.
Oh, so if you have a torus, you've got the donut and you've got the donut hole, right?
Yeah.
So the way we've got it mapped right now in the model is that everything is rotating, but it's following the trajectory of the magnetism of the toroid field. But if that's the case, then why would Polaris be like right at the center of where the hole is? And is that what do we ever see that? Do we ever see a star like just stuck at the top of the hole? Because otherwise it would have to be rotating around the hole, which means it wouldn't be fixed in its nature, kind of how it is, or the way we perceive it. Feel me? Everything else is rotating around Polaris,
but that's
the way
in the
we
middle.
see it. Yeah.
It would make more sense
anyway,
if it was
just a
projected
thing to
from
think
the other
about.
side. Like if it was different.
I think of it.
Oh, go ahead.
I think of it as a source of energy. You got this electrical energy. You know, when you put that ferrocell over a magnet, all you have is a magnetic field. You don't have an electromagnetic field. We have, you know, our what do you call it, dielectric gradient, right? Along with the magnetic field, we have an electromagnetic field. So, you know, where does that energy come from? And you generally tend to think that Polaris is like the point source of energy. That's just my thinking.
Right, but is that ever do we ever see that above the black void of the whole of the toroid?
We would have to know.
As far as I know, we never see anything above the blackness of the toroid, the whole.
We would have to know like where it's angled though. We would have to. Wouldn't we have to actually know the angle of the toroid?
Yeah, I agree.
Or unless
I
you
agree.
think
So yeah,
Polaris is
it's
dead center, like they tell us the North Star is supposed to be.
I think it's something we need to figure out if we're going with that toroidal model. Just another thing I'd put out there.
Isn't that like a viewfinder if you're looking through something? So if you were on Earth looking through Earth's atmosphere at Polaris, that's dead center, like that's the viewfinder. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
If you're, you got to think about the toroid model.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that was my last thing.
I'm gonna let Libra go. I just want to say, what's up? What's it? How's it going? Hope you had a good couple weeks.
Hey, what's up? Give me just a sec.
Nah, take your time. Take your time.
Mic off.
Are we on
Damn
like 12 hours, y'all? Maybe it's more.
Oh, that's nothing.
Way longer than that. I went to bed for 10 hours.
I never count. Just be
Guys,
here.
I had a crazy thought. Like I've always thought for a while. What if it's a Black Knight satellite? What else is up there?
Sigh.
You know? It says that where God is supposed to be. Maybe God is. I don't know what else. What else is up there? Like if you need something, some kind of source for it. Like, did anybody see? There was a video recently about this is crazy too. About the heart, the human muscle. Like it's a vortex, not actually like pumping blood through the body. It's actually like sending electricity, like renewing the blood that's already there, but not pumping it. And then when you uncoil the heart, it's like one big strip in the coil, like spiral. So maybe that's what the Black Knight satellite is. I mean, like I said, crazy thought, but I don't know what else is up there. I've wondered if Polaris is the Black Knight satellite, but you know.
I've never heard of Black Light satellite, but I always think of
the
it
Black
like
Knight, the Black Knight satellite.
Black
Something's
Knight.
in there, maybe.
I think
That's what they
it
say.
could be chemical reactions. We don't know.
That's what they say. God is above the firmament, right? The only thing up there is a Black Knight satellite, and they don't talk about it a lot because they said way back when it was first seen, we couldn't get anything in polar orbit. I mean, that's all moot because there's no orbits, there's no weightlessness. So maybe that's what's keeping the firmament up and energized, and keeping everything powered or lit up.
Yeah, but if you have two Gaussian plates and with the electrostatic field in between, that's the equator zone basically, and that's the cathode and the anode. The Polaris is I'm not sure. I always throw them around, but one the dark energy is the cathode, and the Polaris is illumination that goes through our world. We are basically a capacitor that infuses everything that there is in our world. Everything is connected to the axis, to the poles. Everything turns around the center, around that energy. Nothing turns around the sun or moon, because we all basically are adrift in a vortex of water that goes up and down. Because you have, with the Schumann resonance, it has three frequencies. It has a middle, a baseline, and it has one that goes above that and one that goes below that. That's basically breathing in and a breathing out, and the equilibrium is in between, because everything is pressure.
Yeah, that doesn't really address what I'm asking though. So like when we look up from the north, when we look up at Polaris, we see a point of light. We don't know what that is. Now,
yeah, but
in the
Polaris,
model,
if you look at Polaris, it's not standing still. It's making a little track around the center, around the nothingness, around creation, basically. So
yeah,
I think
so
Polaris is basically all the stars are just nothing more than electromagnetic radiations of the solids in the vortex of the energies that are floating around. You see them floating around.
I'm with you. I'm with you on all of that. I'm talking about placement. So I'm with you on all of that, and I'm aware that it's supposed to be rotating around a small what do you call it, circumference, right? It's rotating around something, but we can't really perceive it very well from where we're at. Anyway, it's the central point where everything else is spinning around, right? So I'm fine with all of what you just said. That's cool. What I'm saying is, all right, so if we're looking up from the north and we're looking into what the model says is the central point of a toroid, the top of a toroid, then the question is, right, that would be where the hole in the donut is, right? So my question is like, why are we seeing the point of light in the center of the hole? And is that actually ever really what we see in nature? Do we ever see a point of light at the center of the hole? And what I was referencing was the guy on YouTube, I forget his name, bald dude. He always does the ferrofluid to show the magnetic lines and show the circle of blackness that's in the center. Do we ever see a point of light in the center there? Anybody? I'm not sure. I'm just asking.
No, but why should you? Because that is basically...
Because that's where Polaris is. Because that's what we're seeing from Earth.
No, Polaris isn't
Yes.
at the center. No, Polaris has a little track. It's not at the center of everything. It's not. It really is not.
You think that's
you're saying it's going around. You're saying it's going around in a circle, right? You said it's going around in a circle, right? It's rotating around something.
It's
I agree.
around, because but if you look at everybody always says a black hole, it takes everything in, and it dissolves everything. In our world, nothing gets lost. Everything gets transformed. Basically, a black hole is just ripping apart of all matter and throwing it back into the creation to create new things.
That doesn't help the placement. We're talking about placement, not all of that other stuff. Let's just focus on the placement of it.
Yeah, but it's pure energy. Right? It's pure energy. It's
all right. You're not helping.
But it can never move, right?
Well, she's saying it moves very little, which is cool. I'm with that. But what I'm saying is, why is it in the center of the toroidal donut that we're looking up through?
Because
and
it is a reflection of our world, and our world is at the center, and at the center, basically at only when you're on the turning wheel and it spins really fast, only at the center you can keep on standing. Earth is the capacitor that gives that energy to everything that comes after it.
And that's why that doesn't discuss the placement. I'm sorry, that just doesn't answer the question.
So what if we only see Polaris in the center because that's our reference frame? From the outside looking through to us, Polaris isn't going to be the center, or it's not going to project right. It's not going to be the same. Like, what if that's what she's saying? Like, it's just because of what we see based on where we are.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, is it because of where we are, or is it actually in the center? And if it's not, see, here's the thing.
You do know that Polaris is a 5-star.
The whole of the Taurus is wide at the top, and then it's conical, and it becomes smaller and smaller as it comes down towards
the better
plane,
question is,
right?
The better question is, why do we only see Polaris, what is a 5-star star system basically? Why do we, from all points on Earth, only see it as one star, all in line? That should be the better question.
I don't know what you mean by that. One star all in line.
Polaris is one big star in the front with two small stars revolving around it and two stars in the back of it, but they're all in line. So from the point of view from Earth, we see it as one star, but basically
Oh, I
it
see
is
what you mean.
5 stars in one.
Yeah, yeah. I see
That's
what
why
you
they
mean.
say, oh, Polaris will move. It won't be. It'll be another star there. It'll move in thousands and thousands of years. They only say that because they know it's not going to move. You know, I think it's artificial.
Yeah, so that's another good
Something.
question,
Yeah,
but that's
something.
still
So,
it's still not answering what I'm
something
saying.
kind of has to hold up the firmament somewhere. I mean, it's crazy. We're the only ones asking these questions, so you know.
D3.
Yeah, I'm not
Really
coming from
rough.
it. I'm not coming at it from like the firmament perspective either. I'm just talking
Yeah.
about placement, guys. We're seeing light in the center of what should be all dark, as far as I'm aware, and nobody is addressing that part of it, right? In the center of a toroid, you have a dark hole that is wide at the top and it narrows as it goes down to the center.
The guy who does the
So
ferrofluid,
if we're at,
have you ever seen him do it looking both ways? Like maybe from the top and the bottom?
yeah, he flips it all the time. He flips it on the side and then he flips it the other way. What I'm saying is, do we ever see, I can't remember. I'm going to have to go watch his stuff again and see if he ever shows like a point source of light where
Yeah,
we're seeing Polaris at.
but if we look at the sky and we look at the sun and the moon and everything that comes by in our sky, it is all about the same size when it passes us. It's almost like we are looking in our sky to a keyhole. So, in my idea, something of the concave thing has a point because we all see passing things by from one side, east to west, and it's always circular. So it's just like basically looking through a hole, and it's a hole where things pass by, and when the light comes on it, we see it, and that's what's happening.
Ma'am,
I think.
do you know, I understand what you're saying, but do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what a toroid is?
I know damn well what the toroid is, and I read Ken
Okay,
Wheeler's book and everything.
let's follow what I'm saying here, right? In a toroid, you have
Yeah, but
the
what you're
outward
saying,
expansion.
I know what you're saying,
Hmm.
but what you're saying that we have a light at the center of the toroid, it's not true because that light is turning just around the toroid, around that center. It's not at the center.
Okay, that's what you're saying, but when we look up, that's what we see.
No,
Yes.
no, because Polaris
Even if
definitely
it's spinning
moves in our
around something.
sky. That
Yes,
Polaris
even if it's spinning around
drops in,
something,
in
it's still
radiant in
not
our
wide,
sky.
ma'am.
Yeah, it's not wide. It's
You
just a little track. That's why I say
then that
because
contradicts
Earth also
the model.
yeah, but
That's
also
the
Vedic.
point.
Listen, Vedic cosmology also tells us that Earth moves 4 miles in a year, and if you look at Polaris's track, that's something like that. Because Polaris doesn't move that much. That's why I tell you, Polaris is the electromagnetic radiation of our world on our sky. And that's with all the things we see in our sky. When you go at a certain altitude, all those lights disappear. That means they come from within, not without.
Shout out to the level heads. I'm
That
off.
doesn't
Have fun, everybody.
that I'm sorry, that doesn't answer the question, ma'am.
So I guess my question was just like if you're right, if you can see him flip the ferro fluid and see if you could see the dot, or if you can't see the light source, then it would just come down to this is something we should be seeing, or this is an optical illusion.
Right, exactly. Like or for example, maybe if we are seeing it, like for example, let's say like
Have you
she's
ever
saying,
looked at
it's not stationary, it's spinning around something. So on a large scale, because we know this thing is, you know, pretty far away, it's not right up in the atmosphere, right? It's pretty far away. So what we're looking at, if we're applying a torus to this thing, if we're applying a toroidal field, maybe it's lower down in the hole to where it's narrowing, and it's rotating around something at where it's narrow rather than up at the top where I'm seeing. Because if it's up at the top, then I don't see how it would be in the center.
It's not evading. It's not rotating around the center. It's evading the center. That's the counter space where everything
No one
moves
mentioned the
away
sun,
from.
ma'am.
No.
Ma'am, no one mentioned the sun. No, I said
I'm
something.
Yeah, but
D3
the center
military.
of the toroid is voidance and counter voidance. It's not something circling. It's things evading each other. It's pulling away from it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. But wait, do you understand what I'm saying? No, what's in here?
Sorry, I'm like distracted.
You think everything revolves around the toroid, but it's not like it's evolving around the center.
Who's the guy?
It's moving away from the center.
What's going on?
Yeah, but that's
a rotation.
That's kind of like the model. That's kind of the model that we all kind of ascribe to here, man.
There's a rotation around the
All right, so
center,
wait.
and there's divergence and convergence. There's multiple vectors within a torus field.
Okay, so my question is this,
Thank
right?
you.
Because I'm just trying to understand how we're seeing Polaris at the center, and if we ever see that anywhere else where we're looking at magnetism.
Polaris
right?
slightly moves around the center, so Polaris doesn't stay entirely stationary. It's just the reference of the center, so it slightly moves around. So it appears that there's a center, and Polaris moves right around it.
Right. That's what, now we all agree on that. Now, so my question then is, all right, so if we're looking at Polaris and it's moving around, it's a slight movement though, it's not a large movement. Now, if we're in a giant torus, what we do see with electromagnetism is we see that the whole of the donut is typically a decent size, let's say, right? I'm not going to say massive, but it's a decent size where that hole is in the donut. So do you think it would be at the top where it would be the largest circumference, or do you think it would be down, not at the center, but down towards the center where it's conical and it becomes smaller, right? Because we're only seeing it rotate around very slightly. We're not seeing it rotate around a big circle. We're seeing it rotate around a small circle. Feel me?
He's in the ether for me.
Sorry. Yeah, I have bad service.
Go ahead though. We'll give it a shot. I heard some of it. Shit. Yeah. Now I'm sorry, brother. Now I'm not hearing anything. I'm just hearing robot. Anyway, I appreciate it. I'll try to draw this up one day and maybe come back next week with it. And did anybody else hear what he was saying? I couldn't hear.
We could give it a minute. Let him land. I kind of get what you're saying. You asked a specific question if it was down to the cone top or the wider part, and I'm gonna go with cone just because it's a more focal. It's a smaller, more focal point.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
But yeah, is it physical or optical?
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know. I'm not even touching that because that we don't have the evidence to go out to. We don't have that.
Yeah,
So look, you can probably hear me. You can probably hear me right now. I will say, so as far as we know, we can't go within 500 miles of each direction of the center, like the quote unquote North Pole, right? So it could be even smaller than that. So it is conical, meaning it converges down to the center, then it diverges back out, like the central portion of the torus field, like the hyperboloid. So think about if say it was 300 miles at the center, it could be bigger up there around Polaris, but we're not gonna be able to tell. Like what is like 500 or even 1,000 miles in diameter, right? If we're looking all the way up at Polaris, like we're not really going to be able to tell. It could be quite big because it's pretty far away, right? So,
yeah,
I don't know if that makes sense. My understanding is right now, I think we see the top half of the field. Polaris will be moving around the north. I'm open to that not being the case, and then it converges down around the North Pole, and that would be the smallest portion of the hyperboloid, and then it would diverge back out below us. But it doesn't diverge a ton, and in overall, the Earth's electromagnetic field is actually not that strong. So it actually makes sense that the basically like the inertial portion of the field, the black hole, if you will, is kind of small in relation to the field, because our field on Earth isn't like exceptionally strong, you know.
So that makes a lot more sense right there. If you're saying that, yeah, because it's not so strong, so then the hyperbole would be smaller, and so that actually corresponds more with what we see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
I got a question for Whitsitt.
What's up?
Yeah, Whitsitt, thanks for checking in. First of all, is Aurora a sleeper or a screamer?
She sleeps a lot.
Oh, good. Good for you.
She cries when we change the diaper or change her clothes. But.
Well, I would too. God bless her. Anyway, I got a question about the Braveritas audience. Aside from faith, how would you characterize the demographic of the people that were in the room?
White conservatives.
Well, were they rich people, influencers? What kind of situation did you notice?
All kinds of people, man. It is a whole spectrum of people, from everyday working people to probably some pretty wealthy people, some influencers. There were some people that worked for an NFL team that came. People drove from hundreds or thousands of miles away to support the bar because of the heterosexual awesomeness month. So it was a pretty wide variety, and there were some families, and so yeah, it was a pretty wide variety of people.
Great, thanks. Are you getting any kind of follow-up from some of them?
Yeah, but I'm way behind on everything.
Well, of course, yeah. That you need a secretary. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get Candace Owens to see my biblical cosmology PowerPoint.
Bro, I've tweeted at her a couple times to like interview you.
Yeah, because she's big on the Bible. Her whole thing is like, she's like, I've been wrong about everything that science has been saying, and even though it sounds super quacky, it turns out that I was wrong, and things that sound crazy are true, and that we're being misled. And the one thing that's consistently right is the Bible. And I'm like, yo, you need to see what the Bible says about the Earth, then, because it's pretty straightforward. You know?
Yeah, I hope that happens, man.
That'd be crazy, because if that happens, then it'll cascade to all the other podcasts. It just needs that one thing to kind of break the seal, you know?
Yep, big facts. Well, if there's no other questions, I got another one. I brought this up earlier today. So what do you think about, or what do you know about the calculations being used for, say, Voyager 1 and James Webb Telescope and things like that? Because I feel like we need to really get a hold of and either dismantle or accept the distances that these things are at. So we either need to dismantle it or accept it.
Okay, yeah. So the thing with the distances to quote unquote satellites is they use the duration, so the time it takes the signal to get to you, and then they use the speed of light, right? So speed equals distance over time. They take the speed of light. They take the time it takes for the signal. This is the official story, right? As to independently verifying the actual data itself, we can't do that. But if we were to say that the data is true, the problem is the quote unquote speed of light we know is actually variant, and it is also relative to medium. And so what they're doing is assuming that it's a vacuum. So they're assuming a constant speed of light in a vacuum. If there's a more dense medium above us, then then what we're seeing or those things can be way, way closer to us and give us the same duration. Does that make sense?
Right.
If it's in a more dense medium, then the data could be legit. It's just that the interpretation of the data is wrong because it's a different medium.
Thank you. Thank you.
In that regard, as to measuring, hi, it's Binky would say, in regard to the speed of light, in terms of measuring a source and a destination and timing between the two locations, if the point of origination of light starts from someplace where no one can say, hey, I just started this light, can you measure it? How do we measure it? Puzzle? Did I make sense?
How do we measure something that's just started, or?
Yeah, well, let's say something is allegedly far away, a signal coming from a satellite. And they're trying to estimate how far away it is. What they're really saying is they don't know how far away it is. So if one takes a retractable ruler and pulls it out and tries to measure something, you're trying to reach out to it and you don't know its location. Speed of light would work, but you don't know the timing of when that light source came to its destination.
I'm sorry, I was ordering something. If that was directed at me,
Oh, that's okay. Make sure you get your supplies for Aurora squared away.
So, what trips me out with your question, Loki D3, is the calculations for the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system they use for the satellites, which would be the same satellite that discovered that Earth was in the center, if you're talking about Hubble specifically. So what calculations, so yeah, they would have to use the same calculations as like regular satellites.
Right. If you don't know the distance to this satellite, how do you calculate its distance by timing? That to me is a curiosity.
Like I said, what they'll do is they use speed equals distance over time. They use the constancy of the speed of light, the assumed constancy. So
when did the starting source light start in terms of the time variable?
Hold on.
I mean, good question. Supposedly they're receiving a signal like on a pretty frequent basis, right? So they're able to see the like periodicity of the signal to get the duration of time. They would claim, of course, that they started receiving that signal once it got placed up above us and then was sending signals back.
Yeah, they say it only takes a few seconds to get to James Webb, which is like 1.5 million miles away according to their data.
But now throw that in a really dense like fluid medium.
Right.
You know, 1.5 seconds
is a few thousand, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
shit. So unless we get our hands on like their actual data and how that's being, you know, gathered and stuff like that, I guess there's really no way for us to fully disprove it other than, you know, other than going out there ourselves and testing what's out there, which, you know, it's not happening. So damn, that sucks.
Yeah, but I like the fatal swoop of taking it all back from them and saying like satellites are ours, they use geocentric physics. So whether the data is legit or not, if it is, it just helps us and hurts them. I mean, I know people want to know more about it, but we can't independently verify any of that. But
right.
But like that right there, like if it's being proposed as some type of exclusivity, yeah, it's exclusively geocentric.
I definitely believe they're trying to figure it out. They're not just sitting on their hands. If you want to work with NASA, or if you want to work with the black budget guys, you have to be willing to like turn over everything. Like just give up on reality. Don't contact no family. You have to really be you have to be willing to keep their secrets.
I believe it.
Do you guys hear that NASA just came out and said they found like a massive body of water around like a quasar and a black hole or something like that?
No, when was this?
A couple weeks ago, I saw something about like they discovered a space ocean.
A space? Whoa! What the hell?
Yeah, it's like slow, soft disclosure.
You saw space.
Yo, something else that Dave was telling me about is I guess that Glenn Beck from Blaze TV had this guy on talking about how they developed some type of electrostatic gravitic technology, and that in the near future cars won't need tires, they can just levitate and stuff like that, and they're saying gravity's electrostatic.
Yeah, I think that's coming soon, man. They're not going to be able to avoid that shit for too much longer.
There's another paper Jaron sent me that said like gravity is simply electrostatic. So it's like they're kind of coming out with that as well, which is going to, I mean, you know, the anti-flat earthers are going to have a rough time because they've been trying to like attack me for that for so long, but should be interesting, yeah.
They're going to pretend like they never denied it. We never said it wasn't.
Yeah.
We just said it was a product of it. You got to isolate it. They're going to try to flip our whole shit on them.
Well, what they're really going to do is they're going to say, well, that's not what Whitsitt was saying. They're going to try to make it like whatever they come out and say is totally not what I was saying, you know.
Yeah.
Speaking of anti-flurfs, is this Sir Flurfdom? Who ain't never slayed no flurfs? Yeah, this is the anti-flurfer. Well, happy stationary Saturday.
Yeah, we've been kind of quiet with the Globies tonight, huh?
I hope he brought a demonstration. That's all I know.
Oh, Wits, yeah, we had a demonstration earlier. It was great. A Globie actually brought an attempt at disproving something. It was worth we talk about that for like an hour. It was nice.
Wait, what was it? It was demonstration what?
It was demonstrating refraction, but yeah, we had to run through that and how it just doesn't really apply because he was using water in a glass bowl, and yeah, I think Stone was going back and forth with him for like 30-40 minutes.
Yeah, Stone dismantled it.
Yeah, pretty much. Took a while to get there, but yeah.
I thought he got there pretty quick. It took a while to explain it to him, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
In his defense, it took me a while to get the actual experiment to begin with.
Yeah, it's pretty
Gotcha.
simple. All the Globers have to do is, it's very simple. They need to come up with an equation with specific variables that we can measure and then give us a prediction. We should be able to go out and then say, measure the vertical temperature gradient, the vertical density gradient, the humidity. We should be able to plug into their equation, then take the observer height, the distance and height of what we're observing, and we should know before we even make the observation how much of it should be visible. It's simple. I've been asking for that for 5 years though, and they won't do that because if they do that, it makes their claim falsifiable.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like if we go test it and it doesn't work, it's like, oh, uh-oh. It's way easier just to say refraction over and over with no specificity and no predictive capability.
That's exactly what happens too. That's why I had brought it up, and then he did the experiment, and then Stone ran through it, and every time, man, someone tried to tell me like, oh, you can't use this argument against refraction. It only applies to this one. I'm like, no. You guys use it for everything that we observe with light. You guys use it for. So
yeah, something else they got away with though, depending on how long you've been in this discussion, is so like refraction is a phenomena, like terrestrial refraction is a phenomena relative to the horizon. So they use basically looming for everything, but looming is relative to the horizon, meaning an object that would typically be below the horizon is visible because it looms up in relation to the horizon. And they slowly transitioned it over to claiming that it actually affects the horizon itself. So, and they had to do this because we started putting the camera we put the camera like 1 foot off the ground and we could see the horizon like 10, 15 miles away when it should only be at like 1 mile. So they had to say, oh no, the horizon is loomed, which doesn't make sense. That's not what looming is, right? And then they'll invoke Andrew Thomas Young, who's like the subject matter expert, quote unquote, and he classifies 5 different types of refraction, and they're all in relation to the horizon. So that's like one of the biggest things they get away with, is just to claim that the horizon itself is moving around due to refraction, and basically becoming invisible at times, right? And moving backwards through objects and all this crazy stuff. Like the refraction thing is just ridiculous. That's why all you'll ever hear is someone that doesn't know much of anything just come in and say the word refraction like it's a bulletproof answer. You know?
It's funny you say that, because exactly what you were just talking about, not many of them actually even know about that. So they don't even go there. They don't even bring up looming. They just say refraction, just like you said. It's refracting. It's refracting. Yeah.
Exactly. They just say the word atmosphere and refraction, and it's because they don't actually know what they're talking about, though. I mean, what's new?
Well, their whole thing is a post-diction, because they have standard terrestrial refraction at 7/6R, and if you show them any observation, they'll just give you that value that they need, whether it's a 100/6R or 1,000/6R, or that one, I think it was 31 miles. It had to be like 4,000 something over 6R. It's never, oh, these conditions cause this and this is how it happened. You can't predict any of it.
Hey, Wits, what you working on right now, or lately, I should say?
Sorry, I was speaking on the spirit. I can't announce it. I can't announce it yet, but something pretty big. Something pretty big.
Sweet. That's enough. Whatever it is, we all can't wait for it, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool, man.
Shane, what's goody?
What's up, guys? What up?
Chilling.
We might have started Flat Earth Friday, and I might have fallen asleep immediately, and then streamed for 12 hours, and then came back. So what's up, guys?
You missed a few things. You probably would have appreciated some of it, but you know, catch it on the replay.
Yeah, I have to go watch 12 hours, dude. Man, I probably missed a bunch. Dude,
Shane, where you been, man?
yeah, where have you been? Where have I been? I've been here pretending to be you, dude. People come up and just hurl insults that are intended for you and me. Like I'm just like, dude, you know that's not me, right? I'm a different person. And they're like,
That's awesome.
like, that's what I said. They're like, nah. Dude, I get comments in my debates. I'm like, what's it this? And I'm like, where did you see what's it? Did he make an appearance? Like what? They're like, oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, Shane. Okay. Oh, well, thanks. Dude, we've been chilling.
That's
Friday
hilarious.
nights, Tuesday nights, Thursday nights. We've been running it. It's been fun.
You can't blame him. He had just a little baby girl. Congrats, Richard.
Thank you.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
you.
And your woman too.
Oh yeah,
And
congrats.
kids.
Sorry, what? What'd you say?
I said to your lovely woman too, and the rest of the kids. Oh, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, dude, Aurora, dude, she popped out the womb and just like eyes wide open, and she'll just stare at you, bro, and like maintain eye contact. It's such a trip.
She was staring you down immediately.
Yeah, literally, bro. Like the people at the is like a natural birthing clinic. They're like, oh my gosh, her eyes are already open, and she's just like staring at people, bro. It's so funny.
Oh, the thing I know
You're
about
gonna
those
be an
hands.
attentive one.
She has big hands. That's going to be a fighter.
Yeah, she's gonna be tall too, I think. Yeah.
Man, I asked for a mic because I saw Flurfed up here. You guys were like talking about him, and then he was here, and I was like, no way. Is he going to speak? And I was like, let me get a mic. And then now he's gone. So kind of wasted. My bad.
Oh man, I still see him. It's just
I still see him
crickets from
too.
that
Yeah.
corner.
Oh, good. Well, it's better.
Sir Fleur, if you wanna talk about anything, if you're here.
Come on, man. We know you're not shy, right?
What's he got there as his image? What is that?
Is he shy?
What is this?
Or is he like
Rubbish.
terrified? Like, oh my god, I actually don't have anything to say, and all my arguments only work if I throw turds in the punch bowl from behind the bushes. If anyone sees me, the trick is up. Or am I just crazy?
Rubbish.
Bloody rubbish.
I think that's that quick hand-drawn thing that Nick Cage made, and Nick said he did something. He didn't think something through and did something wrong, and so I think he's just made that his profile pic.
That's a good grift. I love to take things I don't understand made by other people and make them the image and icon of myself on the internet. That's something I usually do for recreation.
Jit was tweeting 10 minutes ago. Boy, you know damn well you hear us calling you.
Dude, he knows. He knows. He hears me. He hears all of us, dude. He hears all of us all the time and literally makes it his life's work to follow us around, to type things that he doesn't believe in against people that he believes are wrong, valuing things that he shouldn't, to waste all his time. Honestly, what are you doing with yourself, man?
Yeah, but my new approach upon my return is
Return to the king. Sorry.
these people can just bleed out. Like I don't know. You know, like if someone wants to have like a real professional debate, obviously showing their real name, their real face on camera, that's like structured, etc., I'm down for that. If people want to have me on because they're genuinely curious or just want to hear it, I'm down for that. But the whole just like, it just played out, you know, the whole like, oh, let's just like impulsively interrupt and freak out and cry and call names and use. That's just so gay. I don't have time for that. So many people reach out to me like, I really want to learn about what you're saying, but I just can't stand to listen to these people that you talk to.
Dude, how about honestly, we do a debate where I be the Glober and I try hard to beat you. But if I beat you, right, Like, I don't know, I get something really cool. What do you think?
Okay, substantiate the R value.
Dude, no problem. So comfort's value obviously comes from Eratosthenes looking at the sun.
Affirming the consequent.
It comes from the sun, looking at the shadows and the difference, using a known distance, mind you, 800 kilometers between Sign and Alexandria, 7.236 divided by that times 800 gives you 40,000 kilometers. How did the Greek from all that time ago know the circumference of the Earth? What's your excuse, Fleur?
Begging the question.
Yeah, you can just say that. You can just say logic things, like you say it proves anything, but like what I said is historical fact, so.
Okay, provide the primary documentation.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, Wikipedia existed 2,000 years ago. That's crazy.
Pliny the Elder.
Wait, that's not primary.
That's some old dude who wrote about it, so, like, you know, lends credence.
Okay, how do wells send sonar? I'll just falsify the R value. How does a well send a horizontal sonar propagation up to or over 10,000 miles?
What, Christ, going right for the jugular, didn't even gaslight me? I don't know. That one's crazy, dude. A liquid, atmospheric, ionospheric dome, dude. How's that? What?
No. Refraction doesn't work either.
I was just about to say water refraction.
Dude, that one's crazy.
No, it doesn't work.
Right for the jugular.
You guys want to hear what their stillman for that is? This is literally the stillman. There is like an area in the water that basically creates a barrier. It's like a tunnel, basically. And so as the sonar wave comes out, this tunnel traps the wave and it bounces up and down within this corridor, and then that corridor curves around the globe with the water, and so it just keeps the wave inside this little ducting zone.
Bro, that's the same. It's the same thing they do with the air. With the radio waves, air ducting.
Yeah, and then I asked them, so wait, this magical ducting corridor exists at all depths? and they've never answered. So
dude, that's crazy.
Because I guess wherever the well decides to go, the ducting zone just follows them around. What about when there's like 4 wells at different depths?
Wait. What's FTFE's answer for that? That'll be my answer.
They don't have an answer. But you know what's so funny, bro? Did you guys know that wells, this is super fascinating, they basically come up with like a new song annually. So there's like a worldwide song, basically a specific sound that they send out. It changes like every year. And you can see wells from like over 10,000 miles away relaying this new like annual song.
That's crazy, bro. They're just waiting on this new song and then they pass it on.
Yeah. Literally, like they'll all around the world they'll be using this new signal that updates periodically.
I wonder why they would change. I wonder why they would change it. That's super interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can I ask you a quick question?
What's up?
So how well, let me figure out how to say this. Okay, do you guys believe that we have the tools to verify the dimensions of whatever we're standing on, or do you believe that it's beyond our ability?
All right, I think we have the tools to get to the bottom of where the outer edges are or the outer areas are, but we're not allowed.
Man, I would like to see someone who thinks that it's been done using tools that measure the actual Earth put forth that method. Because as we know, geodesic surveying, alignment to a geographic reticule and angles to the stars, none of that involves, Earth measuring. You're just calculating ground positions in zenith based on the celestial sphere and the geographic reticule. So you're calculating nonetheless, and none of that involves measuring the Earth. So which method does John think that has already been put forth that we would neglect or whatever?
No, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Do you guys feel that it's possible?
Yeah,
No, I don't. I don't think you like dimensions include depth. I don't think it's possible to actually know the full dimensions of Earth.
Yeah, I only think the surface. I don't think the full dimensions, like downwards, and yeah.
So you will be to the understanding that we can't truly know what truly influences the characteristics that we observe.
But that's a total non sequitur leap. Like, what influences characteristics that we observe is painfully vague. But no, we can of course establish cause and effect relationships without measuring the full dimensions of Earth. You know, that's science and math. They're two different things.
Question for Professor Whitsitt. In terms of distances, how difficult would it be to go to the southern hemisphere to dead reckon the distance measured between longitude and lines of parallel to prove that it's increasing going towards the South Pole?
Extremely difficult, I would think.
Hey, Wiz, do you think do you think drones would work?
I say dead reckoning.
Like pre-programmed.
Don't rely on a GPS. Use a.
Well, even in the fake story that they gave to us, right? I'll put it in the nest right now. It's the Board of Longitude putting out the call suspiciously back in 1776, where they offered all the money to go. So I guess it was hard because they offered a whole bunch of money and people had to be courageous to sail down to the southern extremities. And they were like, hey, if you can find this so-called degree of longitude for 1 degree of a great circle, which is where it comes from, 60 geographical miles, of course. So there was geographical, not nautical, to the sum of 10,000 pounds if it determines the fame to 1/2 of a late of difference. So 1/2 of a degree specificity was being put forth as the requirement. And they're like, hey, if you can discover any method or methods for finding this latitude, be it whatever, said be it by affected authority forelaid, because that's how the document is written, for discoverers for each part of the French. So like literally, this is from the document they put forth to have people go measure longitude right before, of course, they invented it 300 years before the birth of Christ, of course, but now is when they actually went to go measure it to use it, set it up for the infrastructure for the globe back in 1776. Anyway. It's all water, right? So all the southern extremities are, ice shelf and water. So how would we go out there to measure a land distance?
So we don't believe that we have the capabilities to measure land distances in today's age?
Is that John?
Hey, Shane.
That was
Jesus,
John.
Simple question, bro.
So how are you going to measure a land distance with no land and all water?
But I wouldn't trust GPS.
Yeah, no, I don't think we would use GPS for it.
I mean, ice is solid, right? I think we can measure.
Measure the distance running from one longitude to another through a phase of 60 degrees latitude to 70 degrees and measure the distance. It wouldn't seem to me to be a monumental effort, but maybe I'm missing something here.
What about drones? Like just sending a fleet of drones, a small fleet, but sending a small fleet of drones just like out across the ice.
That's what I'm saying. They can't shoot all them shits down.
Or
there aren't any ice flows between 60 and 70 degrees south latitude, are there?
I have no idea, actually.
relatively fewer to deal with in terms of surface a ship. It would seem to me that would really be a showstopper. So too would having an actual high altitude image of the southern alleged South Pole.
Are there any satellites that are traversing that area all the time?
I don't believe there
Anyone?
are.
No.
Yeah, but if you look at the land of Antarctica, if you look at old maps, the center of that map, that land that is lying there, looks exactly like Antarctica. And with everything in our world moving only east-west, I think we are only the half part of the real world that there is.
Precisely.
So I'll jump on if nobody's gonna speak. But as we know, the downward vector, right, is directly attributed to weight, right, and direct proportionality. Now, has that attribute been seen in any other fundamental force that we try to correspond it to?
Newton already explained that because a force always has an opposite force that applies directly in against it. So basically, they make the equilibrium.
I think the going theory is electrostatics, and then different densities and charges, things of that nature. So
Now, I understand you guys' view on it. trying to, because we know direct proportionality to be a attribute of the downward vector, right? This is something that we can all observe. Now, has any other force that we try to, because I'm trying to keep gravity out the picture, but does any other force that we try to put it in its place, right, actually correspond to that attribute? Does electromagnetism display direct proportionality to mass? Does electrostatic force display?
Yeah, electrostatics does. Yeah, the way that we determine mass typically is we use a mass to charge ratio. It's actually how we measure quote unquote mass.
Plus, little g is just a function of height and time anyway, right, kinematically. So people throw that all around like it's, not applicable to the real world or both sides or whatever.
Of course, mass is volume times density anyway, so it's directly proportionate to the amount of density and said amount of volume, which is directly proportionate to the intermolecular bonds that are electrostatic.
Yeah, but to my understanding, each atom will have or each molecule will be affected individually, right? It wouldn't actually correspond to each molecule as a whole.
wait, say that again.
It would affect each molecule individually as opposed to affecting it in totality.
That's how you get the totality, is that all of it's held together.
Yeah, of course, but with direct proportionality, each molecule has to be affected in the same way, right? It can't have a individual response to said force, because then you'll have, with our bodies, we'll be full in pain all the time. You feel me? We'll feel our molecules pulling in every said different way, depending on, particle charges and different things like that. So I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure
but
out.
that's why
I'm just trying to
that's
figure.
why elements always in pair. There's never a hydrogen element at its own. There's never oxygen atom at its own. There's never the four basic elements. They always pair up. They can't act alone. Nature can't act alone. It's always one becoming two.
And no, it's just the whatever forces are present in the environment are going to act to the total quote unquote mass, and that mass, the compactness of matter, the density in a certain area or volume. So it's like now you have the totality, the compilation of matter that people call mass, and it's going to react as a unit to the environment. And it is directly proportionate, and that's why as we increase electrostatics, we can proportionately change the vector of the object, right? We can make it fall faster and faster and faster, or levitate faster and faster and faster, or whatever it is, directly proportionate to the charge introduced. So then we can look at, okay, well, we can prove scientifically that there's a proportionate relationship between the electric field and the matter in terms of the rate of acceleration, the quote unquote weight, which is just downward pressure over a specific area, or the vector. So then we're like, well, what's always present that would be playing a role? And the fact that things typically go down. And that would be that everything's intrinsically electrostatic, all mediums are intrinsically electric, and that there's an electric field on the Earth. All of those variables would have to play a role in why the object goes up or down or at a certain speed, because we just proved scientifically that it does that. So,
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, right? But doesn't Coulomb's law make it dependable on the distance and the actual rate of charge?
Yeah, Coulomb's law is the cube of the distance, but the thing is that we're talking about just the reaction between electric fields in general. So it doesn't even have to be like an actual attractive force between one object and another. People think that because they've been indoctrinated with the idea of gravity, but it's just an object within a medium is going to interact. Right. And so it's going to have like a preferential direction.
Voltage potential.
Yeah, but based on Coulomb's law, right, I see the direct proportionality, but it isn't to mass, right? Because if it's based on the distance and rate of charge, how is it affecting each molecule in a uniform rate?
First of all, it's actually not uniform. It's variant. It changes. So that's one thing. It's not uniform. It constantly changes. And then the goalpost gets moved over to, yeah, but it doesn't change much. Okay, it changes, so it's not constant. It's not uniform. It's constantly variant. And then the downward electric current on the Earth is very nearly constant, just like downward acceleration is very nearly constant, but it's not constant. It fluctuates, right? So there isn't a uniform application of force. There isn't a uniform downward acceleration. It all slightly varies relative to the environment.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah. The changes are very minuscule. That's why we say there's no changes, right? It's still performing at a uniform rate. This is why we don't feel no pain within our bodies, because our molecules ain't shifting every which way based on point charges, right? Now, the issue I'm having here is why, based on Coulomb's law, would it even affect mass, right? Why would that direct proportionality be to mass, right? It'll be just only because you feel me. It's an inverse square law. It's not because of the relationship that it has with mass.
You're familiar with Gerard Pollack, with the fourth phase of water, with the exclusion zone, with a separation of charge and discharge at the border of the land, where the negative goes to the land and the positive goes out to the sea?
Okay, first of all, you're asking a question assuming a phenomena that's yet to be verified. So can we verify that there's an attractive force strictly proportionate to mass? Why would we need to explain a phenomena that isn't real? The reason people assume it's real is because that's what gravity says. And the reason gravity says that is because Newton reverse derived that assumption from the kinematic laws. So they saw things move in the sky and they said, let's come up with the dynamic force. Let's just replace a variable in mass. There isn't like actual concrete evidence that objects are attracted to each other based strictly on mass. There is an abundance of concrete evidence that they are attracted to each other based on charge, though.
Dude, it's also crazy because if Newton knew, like, say, the force for a centripetal acceleration, which could have been, a real force, then he would have known how to invert it, say, of an inward attraction, then an outward radial thing, and then invert that force mathematically to insert it as the pseudo-dynamic cause of gravity into Kepler's third law. So then you can say, well, if mass can be dynamically removed, right, kinematic or algebraic, or you broke it down to a simpler form where you can describe just the periodicity of an event, right, because t squared to r cubed is just the third law squared. The orbital period is just proportional to the cube of the semi-major axis. It's just a periodicity with a constant that is universally applicable. So when you can describe something the exact same way simpler, right, but then you say that you need to insert something called mass to dynamically explain it, this would be the basis for, Newton's third law is the basis for things like the Cavendish experiment and then proposing that mass attracts mass. None of that's real because this equation breaks down to just Kepler. So Newton doesn't have anything. He just weaponized the centripetal force acceleration and tricked a bunch of people. Anyway.
Shane, and I'm not throwing this at you like as a slight, bro, but you were speaking super fast and I was only able to grab pieces of that, right? I'm trying to grab a full understanding. You were speaking super fast. I'm not going to call it word salad. I'm not going to throw that slight at you because it was actually everything that I took in was actually knowledge. But yeah, I couldn't catch all of it.
My bad. I'm still working on slowing down.
Well, let's just keep it really simple for everyone real fast. We see what people call planets, and they move in relation to what people call other planets. And they have a specific relationship. There's a ratio of movement, right? And it's called kinematics. Like this moves over time. It has a periodicity, meaning it changes over a certain period, right? So we mapped out the kinematics, the orbital motions, and then there's a relationship between these things that move around each other, and that's where you get Kepler's laws, which is just basically kinematically, geometrically mapping out the movement of the bodies in the sky, the quote-unquote planets. Now, Newton comes along, and he takes that, and he replaces a variable with mass and says, okay, there's a force that's intrinsic. It's built in innately in the matter that's causing them to move like that. And he just used the periodicity and the ratio that Kepler had observed, and he put mass in there with no evidence. He could have done the same thing with electrostatics. You could do the same thing with magnetism. So he could have literally, if we go back in time to where Newton came up with this mass attracting mass idea, we could have just used electrostatics right then. We can do the exact same thing with the exact same method without ever having some mass attracting mass, delusion imposed on it.
But isn't that because, and thank you for breaking it down like that, but isn't that because it's a different scale, right? It doesn't fit because it's on the cosmological scale. This is why Einstein had to come in and reiterate. But it fits perfectly on our macro scale. We're able to predict actual application, and I mean, we use it to take our weight. That's why I'm not getting at here. Like what on Earth, what attribute on Earth can we directly tie to the electrostatic force or electromagnetism?
Okay, so weight is just mg, which is mass times gravity. So little g, gravity, is just downward acceleration. You can just replace that with a. So the way that we predict weight, quote unquote, is volume times density times downward acceleration. right? So meaning like how dense an object is, how compact that matter is, it's going to have a certain weight in relation to the environment, to the medium. That's all it is. All the equation for weight is saying that if something has a certain compactness of matter, then it's going to have a certain weight, literally, because it's volume times density, which is mass, times little g, which is just downward acceleration, which is just a. That's why you can determine weight with a kinematic equation. So there's nothing about like a proportionate force or anything actually needed to determine weight.
Yeah, you can get 9.8 on the spot just using height and time, right? It's derived from the original, which is just h is 1/2 acceleration time squared plus velocity time, right? And that just breaks down to little a equals 2 times the height over time squared. So like just real simply, if you had a ball, right, and you dropped it, and let's say you dropped it from 10 meters and it took 1.43 seconds to land, right? So a equals 2h over t squared. You got a equals 2 times 10 over 1.43 squared, so 20 over 2.04, and then a would just equal 9.78 meters a second. So on the spot, height and time, that's all it's deriving, right? So that's why I keep saying kinematic, and it's why it's derived. That's why it's
just because you could derive it differently doesn't change the relationship aspect, right? It's still a relationship that is held between mass and whatever this downward vector is. Now, how do we tie that to another force?
Well, that's what we're trying to point out. Yeah, there's a direct relationship between the compactness of matter and its weight. So its density and its weight, because volume times density. So how dense something is in a certain volume is going to be directly proportionate to its weight. So if we're going to then say, well, what's the force causing it? Well, what's the force causing the compactness of matter? What's giving us the density? Because that's the primary component. That's the initial component. And that is, of course, whatever's holding the matter together. That's what's going to make it compact. Gravity isn't holding the matter together, though, right? It's electrostatic bonds. The only time that gravity gets thrust into this conversation is via the presupposition it exists because it has to for a specific model to work. Quite literally.
Yeah, but these molecules, right, they have specific charges based on the property of the molecule, right? This is what allows them to bond. Now, if I apply another charge to that, right, let's say this downward charge, how does that one charge affect all these different molecules which have their own individual charges for their specific bonds in a uniform fashion?
Because now external application of, say, a force like electrostatics to the matter is going to affect it as an entire soul unit. Now it's its own entity that is like uniformly affected, right? Like if I have a brick and I add electrostatic charge to it, it's going to affect the brick as a whole because the charge is going to be distributed evenly amongst the entire brick, all the matter. If I were to get onto what, like this microscopic scale, what people call the molecular scale, and then start manipulating, we would actually see the matter start to fall apart. It actually made matter fall apart. But when we apply an external force to the entirety of the matter, it's going to distribute across the entire thing, right? So it's basically the entire shock is absorbed by the matter. It isn't able to like independently dish out the charge to specific molecules or anything like that. It's now an entire unit.
So it's able to affect the entire unit while these individual molecules hold their individual charges.
Yes.
Well, yeah, they would all be the same molecules, though, right? For example, in the brick.
Yeah, of course. I'm talking about with more complex components, like a human body.
Well, the human body is incredibly dynamic due to the electrical components. Like almost every single mechanism that happens in the body is directly based on the electric nature of the organs. So like the way your brain sends signals out to the rest of the body to work is electric, and then there's actually a reception of the electrical signal, and then it causes separation. It causes, basically it sends things on like a mission to go do something else. The actual segregation of different biological components, all of the instructions and information exchange in the body, it's all electric. There is actually constantly a change, or there's like this dynamic nature inside the human body specifically because of that.
No, that's exactly my point. So do all of these components have the same charge?
No.
Perfect. So
No, but they still exist as a whole.
wouldn't adding a charge cause a response individual to the charge that it's interacting with?
If you were to get inside the body and start introducing different charges, then yes, it would affect different individual components separately. If I introduced a charge to your whole body, again, you're like a singular entire unit that's going to absorb that charge. Although, you know, depending on how you tune certain frequencies, you can isolate certain portions of the body, like Rife technology, for example, right? Rife technology does that exact thing. It doesn't affect your entire body based on the frequency. It affects certain organs.
Yeah, that's crazy too.
Perfect, but we experience mass being affected as a whole. It's not an individual effect based on molecules and their individual charges. It happens uniformly. That's why I'm trying to like grasp how these two are like correlating, if you get me.
Well, couldn't I just ask you the same thing? Like, think about what the implication of what you're saying is. Why doesn't gravity individually pull the molecules of the brick apart in different directions? Why doesn't it pull all the molecules down? Why does it just affect the entire brick? It's because you now have a compilation of matter. Whatever external forces is applied to it is going to be applied to the entire compilation of matter.
No, it's because the said force has an observable relationship with mass, right? It affects the mass.
Molecules
equally.
have mass, right?
That's why we're
mass,
we're able to find center mass of any object, right? Because it's an equal force that affects all parts equally. That's what I'm trying to get at here. If it was like
Well, then what's a Barry center?
There wouldn't be such a equal potential around the whole body, especially the human body with all the charges that it contains, individual to its function.
No,
well, I don't understand. What is your point? What are you trying to get to?
He's trying to that electrostatic a sufficient substitution because it would individually affect like individual components like molecules, and only mass is an adequate explanation for like the primary causal mechanism because it affects it as a whole. But they're exactly the same in that sense, though. So I'm trying to explain is like,
are we overlooking accidentally some fundamentals of electricity? Voltage is equal to current times resistance. Voltage is, I can liken it to water in a hose. If the valve is closed, it represents a static pressure. When you open the valve, that voltage potential is there to come out in the form of current. And this gradient field, the electrostatic gradient field that we are in, a dipole between Earth ground and the North Pole, the voltage gradient is governing the force that we know is gravity. And so it's really a phenomenon as far as electrostatics is concerned, and it's not so much mass. And there are also things to consider, such as dielectric constants in the body that affect the flow of electricity. And God gave us circuits, meridians in the body through which electricity flows. You can give yourself a massage of your feet, and you are effectively, those are terminating lines for the meridians that are flowing through your organs. But the voltage gradient is there around you. It's going up to, I think, 400,000 volts.
I think the key thing is like what Whit said is it's pretty much the same result.
Yeah, but if a charge, right, being introduced, right, to a charge with its own individual charge, right, has a certain response. It's not going to have the same response as another charge You feel me? With its own function, its own different charge rate and
It
all
has
of
to
that.
be isolated.
Now,
Otherwise, it's not
if
gonna be
both of them are
effective
responding to said charge in a different way, how are we getting a uniform response in a body with multiple charges?
I think he's gone over that a little bit. It's not going to be individual things. It's an entire body. It's a system, and there's already governing things within that system that hold it together where it is in place as it is. It's only if you target certain things, how he was saying with the other technology, that you would see effects on that level. I mean, that's how I understood what he was saying.
Yeah, I just don't get how it correlates, but I'll leave it out. I don't get it. That's cool with me.
That's cool. Well, good build though.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be listening, but I'm gonna eat real quick.
Hey,
Yeah, but
Shane,
it's
what
not
are you guys
positive.
reading this week? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's not positive and negative connecting in the body. It's two negatives becoming a positive. That's how they connect. It's not positive and negative connecting. It is just discharge becoming charged by the discharge, making a whole again.
Well, anyway, I put a bunch of stuff in the nest of all the stuff we were talking about: gravity, derivation of G, little g, causal mechanisms, gravity, electrostatics, density, buoyancy, viscosity. Formulas there within, changing out little a for G in case you were confused. Bunch of links to the database. That's a bunch of stuff. Anyone wants to look into all that cool stuff about gravity, Newton, Kepler, mass, attracting mass. I mean, honestly, isn't it just bending and warping of space-time now? Isn't that what we should be chasing?
Nah. No, but Newton, everybody also says attraction and repulsion, but it's more like action and reaction, because when you move in space, you set off a ripple in time. That's basically what he said. He never said it was attraction and repulsion.
Don't be giving me time as a dimensional axis and fourth dimension stuff, prepping me for afterwards Lorentz contracting reality when Einstein, the Earth mover, can mathematically invert the world around me to satisfy that pesky Earth movement problem they kept having. I'm good.
Shane, time is not a dimension to you?
I gotta say, I'm starting not to like John.
If I ask to meet up with you, right? You're gonna give me what? How can I meet up with you within the spaces of our reality? What am I gonna need?
I didn't say I don't believe in time as a concept. I said I don't believe in time as a dimension.
All right, but we use dimensions, right, to create tangible locations within our three-dimensional reality.
But you understand, like,
now, if time is not a dimension, why do I need it to find out when I'm gonna be meeting up with you? Without time, right? Without time, I wouldn't have a sense of location.
No, that's incorrect. You would have a sense of location. You wouldn't have a sense of the change.
Yeah,
time is a measurement. Time is a measurement of change.
Yeah, of course, of course. You can make it interchangeable,
So then change
because
is
that
the
doesn't mean
actual
that you're
thing.
in that exact location. If I come at 2:00 and you said 3:00, you're not at the location.
Right, but
You
what he's
feel me?
saying is that it's a measurement. It's not a dimension, which I agree
It's definitely a measurement, right? You can't even do right ascension declination without a factor of time. You can't equate the celestial sphere and the stars above to the angles created from those stars, more commonly known as the gridded graticule, longitude, latitude. You can't do it without it, right?
Time is a
And then
man-made concept.
I can't move in space without it taking time.
That's it. That's incorrect. You can't move in space without change happening. Again, time is just the measurement of the change. It's an abstract thing being applied to the real thing that's happening.
Yeah, no, it's the duration of a process. That's
there you go.
That's what time
It's
is.
the measurement of that duration, right?
Yeah, exactly. The measurement of that duration. The process could change. Just clarifies, the unit that we're
Right.
using. But at the end of the day, the time doesn't change. You still experience it. If we had no
No, you don't
units to
experience
measure,
time. You experience change. This is where you're
if
getting
you
lost.
if you had no units of measurement, time would still be in place, right?
Change would still be in place. Time would not. See the distinction?
So with no change around you, with no reference to change around you, what are we measuring?
Whoa, 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 whoa. I never said change disappears. I said change remains. Time does not.
Let's
Look,
say with no reference to
if I
change
grew up in the
around you,
jungle, listen,
hypothetically, does time
if
go away?
if I grew up in the jungle and I had no numbers, I had no counting system, do I experience change? Yes, I do. Do I experience what we consider time? No, because I have no way to measure that time. I have no number system.
Yeah, but you're just telling me how to detect it, right? Like without the means to detect it, it doesn't go away.
That's what I said. Change doesn't go away. Time does, because time is a number system.
Time is not. Time is the. Well,
No.
you could call
Change
it
is what's
whatever you
happening.
want. The actual mental representation of it is understood, right?
Like
We could call it pixel dicks, right? We
No,
call it
we
whatever
have
we
to.
want, right? But
No,
the
because you asked if
correlation
it's a
is the
dimension.
measurement of a process.
No, because you asked if it was a dimension, and he said no.
It has to be a dimension.
No, it doesn't.
Because you need it for local, precise
No, it doesn't.
travel, right? We need it to meet up within our reality.
No, you need a measuring system of oscillations that you all agree on to meet up at what you agree on is a specific time. That time is an abstract concept. It doesn't actually exist. What happens is things are changing. You're walking in one direction. He's walking in another direction. You guys are meeting at a certain place. These things are happening. Time is being applied to them. Time is the concept being applied so you can meet at an agreed time. But the time is not the change that's happening. The time is not you walking. The time is not him walking. The time is the concept. It's a difference, brother.
Yeah, I don't get that, bro. How is time a concept when it's experienced?
Change is experienced.
You wouldn't experience the change without the time.
You're incorrect.
How does
for example,
process
let me ask
occur
you
without
something.
duration?
I'll ask you a simple question, all right? And give me a yes or no answer. All right, it's a very simple question. All right. Does a baby have numbers in its brain? Does a baby understand time? Does it have numbers?
No.
Exactly. Does a baby experience change?
Yes.
There you go. So the change is happening. We are applying time to it, the ones who know numbers.
So you're saying that the identification is wrong and that what we use to measure it is what it is.
I'm saying that time is an abstract concept being applied to
Time
change.
could be
Therefore, it's not a dimension.
The
I'm
idea
answering
of
your question.
Yeah, but you still need it to travel, right? You can't travel without it. How is
No.
it abstract? That's what I'm not getting.
Here's
If it has
let me ask you again.
application, it can't be abstract. Name something
I'll show you.
abstract that has application.
I'll show you. So we talked. We're going to keep it really simple. We're going to stick with the baby. All right. You said travel. Okay. So to answer the question about travel, the baby doesn't have numbers. We've already agreed on that. The baby does experience change. We've already agreed on that. Now, so if the baby crawls from one location to another, does it experience the change of being in one location and moving to another?
Yeah, I'm not refuting that.
That's called travel.
Yeah, I'm not refuting that. Travel takes time.
It has nothing to do with time. The baby has no concept of time.
But, buddy, it wouldn't be a perceived process without time.
No,
there has
you're
to be a forward
mistaken.
motion of entropy for a process to begin and a process to end.
That's called change, brother. That's not called time. Time is the numbers being applied to change. Think about that.
So y'all ain't tell me to go chain and Whistle was in here, man. Why y'all ain't sending out the flat signal? Hey, Coffee, listen to what he's saying. What up?
Yo.
Coffee, listen to what he's saying. He's saying basically the measuring tape is change, right? The notches as you're measuring something, you could stretch that measuring tape. That's change. The notches on the measuring tape is the concept, because those notches could be whatever. It's still the same length. Whatever you're gonna measure, whatever that changes, that the measuring tape is changing. That is the length, but how are we going to measure that length? You need the notches on the measure tape. That is conceptual. You don't need inches in order to measure something, although we can apply them.
Yeah, but you're not thinking of the actual said category. Like time itself would exist without the ability to measure it.
No, brother.
You're attributing it
change
to the process, right? But the process takes time. Whether you're
No.
able to register time or not doesn't change the process.
No, but the process is not called time. The process is change. So you're screwing up by calling it time. Change happens
I never
without
said
having time to measure it.
I never
Change
said
happens.
I never said the process was time. I said the
You just
process
did.
wouldn't be possible without time.
That's not what you said before. You said time would exist, right? That's what you said. Time would exist. All right.
No, the
Time
argument is
is a
time
It's not the
exists as a
time that
concept.
dimension.
exists.
It
It's the
can't be
change that
abstract.
exists.
Time is a
You need
man-made
time, right,
concept.
to have process. You can't have
No,
physical action without time.
No. Does an insect have a concept of time?
It doesn't matter if you have a concept of it. Your concept of it doesn't change whether it exists or not.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
If that was
Change
the case,
exists. I'm gonna
if that
say
was
it
the
one more
case,
time
the
and then I'm
world
done.
doesn't exist until the light hits your eyes.
I'm gonna say it one more time and then I'm done. Change exists, going from one state to another state. Time is a concept being applied to the changes. You gotta really wrap your head around that.
Let's start with a definition of time. The simplest definition of time you can have is the interval between two events. Now, those two events can have an interval that's years or months or weeks or days or hours or minutes or seconds. Time is just a concept based on that. You take a crystal that has 17,000 vibrations per second. That's what it resonates at, that frequency. 17,000 vibrations per second. You designate a time. Oh, we're going to call that 1 second. It vibrated 17,000 times. There's a beginning point and an end point, and what you're measuring is the interval between two events. That's all it is. It's not an actual, time is real. No, time is a concept. Two events are what's real. That's the only thing that's real.
Yeah, if you don't believe it's real, tell me a physical action that doesn't require time.
Physical action is what defines time. The physical action doesn't need time. Physical action is what we use to define time.
How do you measure time?
So without the ability to register time, right? Does time disappear? Let's say we have no eyes, no ears, no form of senses. Does time stop acting around us?
How do you measure time on the moon versus time on Earth?
I don't know. You're clocking whatever process that's relevant up there.
How would you measure time? And this is just hypothetical. How would you measure time on Mars versus time on Earth?
Yeah,
all
I guess
time,
clocking its the sun's movement around you.
All time is based on the motion of the sun around Earth. There's no other concept of time. If there was another concept of time, it wouldn't be the same as the time that we experience, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't answer what it is. It just tells me how it's measured.
It's just a man-made construct. It's the amount of time it takes the sun to move across the sky. That's all time is. It's a man-made construct.
Yeah, that's our measurement of time. We could call it whatever we want at that point. Pixie dicks. We have to. Do you feel me? It takes 10 pixie dicks to make a year.
That already disproves that what time is to you. It's a concept. It has
No, but
nothing to do with reality.
the mental identification still remains the same, right? The experience of
No,
it remains the same, no matter what you call it,
no,
how you measure it. It's
no. The
still,
experience is the change, brother. The experience is the change. It's not
That's all it is.
time.
It's just a change.
bruh. The change is you registering time, right? That's how you
No, that
register
you're
time. That's not
incorrect.
how you experience time. You're gonna
You're
experience
incorrect.
time one way or another.
You're incorrect. You experience change. You don't experience time.
You guys should check out the documentary, right, of this guy who suffers from memory loss. He has a memory lapse of 30 seconds. It'll give you a better idea on how time is perceived to us, how it exists to us, and you know what it is.
It doesn't matter. It's if there's no change, there's no time. If you just existed and there was no change in anything, zero change, then you have no concept of time. There is no concept of time. How would you define time if there's no change? If you're the same age, the same health, everything, you would probably have to define time by when you breathe in and when you breathe out. But if you're not breathing, if there's no change, zero change, you cannot measure anything that we call time. We have a day, and that is from when the sun is high in the sky until it's high in the sky again. It goes away from us, comes back, it's high in the sky again. That's one day. That's 24 hours.
That's why people go nuts when they're in solitary confinement.
Right. They have no reference to anything going on. Zero. If there's zero change, there is no time because you need that change in order to even define a time.
Buddy, is entropy fundamental to our reality?